Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku created his own hero companions part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. So let's start the video. Tape 1. My name is 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and I am trying to create life. A fully sentient android who will go on to save lives. A hero. I know it sounds crazy, but I can't take it anymore. All I have is my mom and she is so busy it's getting to the point where I rarely see her anymore. And due to my quirklessness, making friends is all but impossible. So I want to have company, then my only choice is to make some. Lucky I have, well, let's just say an above average intelligence and a keen interest in machines. I am making these tapes so in the event that an incident occurs that causes me to lose my memory, I'll be able to listen to these and figure out what I was doing. I have already started drawing up blueprints and I plan on getting my materials from that beach where everyone throws their trash. I'm hoping to get her ready by the UA entrance exam, which will be happening in about 9 months. Hopefully, this will go well. Tape 2. This is not going well. To put it simply, I underestimated the type of parts I needed to do this. The beach has basically nothing strong or complex enough to use and I don't have the money for the parts I need. If I can't find a way to get parts, then this project is done. Tape 3. It seems that for the first time in my life I got lucky. When I was searching for parts on the beach again, a black portal appeared and swallowed me. Next thing I knew, I was in a dark room with a very strange man. He has no face except for a mouth and outlines of where his eyes should be. He wore a black suit and was attached to what looked like life support. He introduced himself as All for One and he told me he could help me with my project. I asked how he knew about my project. I hadn't told anyone, not even my mom, about what I was doing. He just laughed and said it didn't matter. He told me that he could give me all the resources I needed to complete my work. But he said he wanted one thing. He wanted me to make him an android as well. That is to say, he wanted me to make a second android for him. Not that he wanted me to turn him into an android. Jay just wanted to clarify that. This all seemed so shady. In truth, I probably should have said no. But I can't be alone again. Tape 4. All for One wasn't lying when he said he could give me everything I needed. Parts, better blueprint paper, computers. He even gave me a fully functioning lab. I can't tell you how much better it is to work in a lab instead of just my bedroom. Tape 8. Finally, the blueprints are done and I can get to work on the bodies for the 2. All for One had given me instructions on what he wanted his android to look like. He said he wanted it to be a child, white-haired, male. He seemed to know exactly what he wanted, which made me a little suspicious. But at this point, there was no turning back. I decided I would make my android female since I was already making a male one, so I figured I would go for some variety. I know that a female android would technically be called a gynoid, but that sounds weird and I don't think it truly matters all that much. It's getting awkward to just call them the android that belongs to me and the android that belongs to him. Also, it kind of makes it sound like we own them, which doesn't sound right with me. I have decided to call her 𝗧𝗵𝗶𝗿. It means salvation. I named her that because I hope she can be not just my salvation, but salvation to many different people as well. Tape 30. The bodies are nearing completion. I gave 𝗧𝗵𝗶𝗿 green wire-like hair with plugs at the end. These plugs will serve as a way to interface with any form of technology. It still looks like hair, but it's really shiny. It's actually really pretty to look at. Its bright green matches her eyes. She is somewhat muscular for a female, but not too much so. Just enough to support her weapons system. I've been trying to make her conventionally attractive. After all, many girls talk about how they wish they were prettier. And I don't want that for her. I want her to be happy with how she looks. The rest were the most awkward part. I hesitated on giving her these, but one of the things I've heard girls complain about and bully other girls over is the size of their breasts, so my hands were tied. I hope I made them a decent size without making them too big. God, this is embarrassing. She will be powered by a fusion reactor, and on top of that, I've also made it so that she can absorb solar energy and use it as power in case something happens to her reactor or if she needs to attack. Oh, right, I should probably talk about her weapons system. First and foremost, her strength is insane. At max strength, she could most likely pick up a bus. Her durability is about on the same level as her strength, so all in all, unless she gets in a fight with someone with a powerful strength enhancement quirk, she'll be fine. She is also very durable when it comes to elemental damage. Electricity won't be able to do any significant damage. She's totally waterproof and extremely fire resistant, although someone like Endeavor would still be able to destroy her. Her speed will be a few levels above the average person, although anyone with a quirk that can significantly boost their speed will likely still be faster. Lastly, for long-range attacks, I've given her the ability to blast condensed solar energy from her eyes. In other words, I gave her laser eyes. Her eyes will also be able to scan and analyze people. although I can't do much more with her sensors until I can make her sentient. 𝐿 told me not to give his android any weapons. I won't lie, this did make me feel better about working with him, knowing that he could not use the android to hurt people. All I need to do is add the artificial skin. Then I can move on to the hard part, giving them life. Tape 33. So this is going to be easier than I thought. You see, what I need to do is take brainwaves and convert certain aspects of those brainwaves and turn them into new brainwaves. It's a lot more complicated than it sounds. At first, I was concerned that my inexperience would make things difficult. However, when I voiced this concern to 𝐒𝐿, he said he would partner me with someone who had experience with the brain. He calls himself the doctor and he is a genius. He seemed very interested in my project. And me. He asked me what I planned to do after my project was done. To be honest, I didn't really know. I guess I'll just join UAS support course and help 𝐬𝐭𝐲 with being a hero. Then he said something that concerned me. He said, "Why stop? You are creating a whole new form of life far beyond humans, much like mine." I asked him what he meant about that much like mine part. He didn't give me an answer. Tape 35. So I decided to use my own brain waves to make the baseline for 𝐬𝐭𝐲. However, I also wanted to combine them with 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻's. I've always admired 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻's strength, his confidence, his willpower, his sheer desire to win. I would love for 𝐬𝐭𝐲 to have these traits. However, getting 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻's brain waves would not be an easy task. I talked about this with 𝐿 and he said he would take care of this. I told him he really didn't need to, mostly because I was concerned about 𝐒𝐽𝐻. However, 𝐿 seemed to read my mind and told me that he would be fine. I did not have the will to argue. The next day, 𝐿 gave me a drive with 𝐒𝐽𝐻's brain waves. I called Aunt Mitsuki and she said 𝐒𝐽𝐻 was fine. 𝐿 is a very scary man. At the same time, 𝐿 gave me the brain waves he wanted me to use for his android. The doctor instructed me to use these brain waves exactly and not to make any original ones. I told him that would make the android an exact copy of a person rather than a new person. They would even have the memories of that person. He said that was the point. For whatever reason, 𝐿 wanted me to make a copy of someone. After analyzing the brain waves, I could tell that they were cut off at a certain point. Given the fact that the body for the android was that of a child, it seems like 𝐿 wanted me to make a copy of someone as a child. Given that the android would have no weapons, I figured it would be fine to not look into this any further. After all, this might be a personal matter and I don't want to intrude. Tape 49. They're alive. They may not be up and moving around, but their programs are now sentient on a subconscious level. It's kind of like a baby in the womb after their brain has fully formed. 𝐬𝐭𝐲's program is taking the thoughts and feelings from mine and 𝐵EKUGO's brain waves and using them a foundation to form a new person entirely, with new feelings and new thoughts. 𝐿 android, who he still won't tell me the name of, is much simpler. His program is just taking those memories and emotions and making it so they can continue on as if he was the original person. Also, as much as I didn't want to do it, I added something into her programming, a safety precaution, to make sure that she would never be able to hurt an innocent person. It's about 2 months before the UA entrance exam. I should be able to get her up and running long before then. Tape 52. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day these two will be fully operational. We have already installed the program into their bodies. Now we just have to wait for their subconsciousness to adjust to their bodies and become fully conscious. 𝐿 took the body of his now fully complete android. He congratulated me on my success and thanked me for making him the android. A black portal opened and he told me I could keep the lab before leaving. After that, I was left with 𝐬𝐭𝐲. Her fully completed form looked entirely human. The only thing that looked somewhat robotic was the plugs on the end of her hair, although people would probably just assume that it was her quirk. This will be my last tape. With the project complete and my memories still intact, I don't really have a need for these. Still, I think I'll keep these around. Might be nice to listen through them again one day. End of tapes. Third person. 𝐒𝐿 had stayed at the lab that night. His mother had been working late, so he was sure she went right to sleep that night. He woke up to find he had fallen asleep on the work table in his rolling chair. "Are you awake, father?" asked a sweet and somewhat robotic voice. 𝐒𝐿 froze. He looked up and found 𝐬𝐭𝐲, upright, awake and looking right at him. 𝐒𝐿 backed up, startled by his creation, which caused him to accidentally fall out of his chair and onto the floor. "Oh," 𝐒𝐿 said. 𝐬𝐿 rushed to his side. "Father, are you okay? My sensors tell me that no damage has occurred, but are you in any pain?" 𝐒𝐿 didn't respond. He was too busy looking in amazement at his creation. "Father, is something wrong?" 𝐬𝐿 asked. "You're alive," 𝐒𝐿 said, his tone filled with disbelief. 𝐬𝐿 looked at him confused. "Yes, you made me perfectly. The fact that I am operational should not be a surprise. You're alive. You're alive," 𝐒𝐿 shouted as he leaped up with glee. 𝐒𝐿 started barraging her with questions. "How do you feel? Are you touch sensors working right? Do you still have any of 𝐒𝐽𝐻's or my memories? Can father please slow down?" 𝐬𝐿 said. "If I attempted to answer those all at once, it would be confusing. Izuku realized that he had gotten carried away and apologized. Sorry, it's just, I had doubts. The whole idea of creating life just seems insane, even after all the work was already done. I guess I still didn't believe I could do it. Tsukui was still confused. Father, why did you doubt yourself so much? Izuku didn't know how to answer that question. The numbers told him he would be able to do it, and after all, for one provided him with the resources, it should have been pretty clear that he would succeed. Still, to Izuku it was strange to think he could accomplish anything. After years of being called useless, to achieve something like this was. Tears went down Izuku's face. He had really done it. Father, Tsukui said, alarmed by the tears. Is something wrong? Have I done something to upset you? Izuku tried to wipe the joyful tears from his eyes to no avail. No, it's just, I did it. Tsukui had no idea what was going on. Tears were typically a sign of sadness, so why did her father seem happy? With her sensors not being able to figure out the best solution, she decided that she would just go with what felt right. And so the creation hugged her creator. Izuku's eyes widened as her arms closed around him. It had been so long since he had received a hug. Izuku Midoriya cried in his creation's arms as he was reminded of why he built her in the first place. Finally, he would never be lonely again. Meanwhile, a small boy woke up in a room. This room wasn't familiar to the boy, and he had no idea on how he got here. He looked down to see he was in a bed. Also, something that was unfamiliar to him. I see you're awake. The boy looked to his side and screamed. 𝐻𝐻. To his left was the scariest looking man he had ever seen. Come now. I know I look and sound different from what you remember, but it's still me, little brother. All for one stared at the child form of his long-dead little brother. This time, this will go very differently. 𝐭 Midoriya walked into her house after a long day of work, ready to go to bed. She sighed, looking at her door sadly. I'm so tired I don't think I'll be able to make dinner. I hope Izuku found something to eat. After Izuku's father died, 𝐭 had to work 2 jobs in order to allow her and Izuku to live comfortably. Of course, this resulted in 𝐭 having a lot less time to spend with her son, which tore her apart on the inside. 𝐭 walked up to her door and opened it, walking past the doorway. She walked past the kitchen and she walked past her son sitting next to a girl she didn't know. Wait a minute. 𝐭 backed up to see that the girl was in fact not an illusion. Hello, grandmother, she said, giving her a bright smile. Thud mom, grandmother. The next day, 𝐭 opened her eyes and saw daylight. What a strange dream, she thought. 𝐭 remembered it was Sunday. Her one day off, so she didn't have to be in a hurry. I should make Izuku some breakfast. 𝐭 got out of bed, which she strangely didn't remember climbing onto, and opened the door. Hello, grandmother, are you feeling better? 𝐭's eyes widened as in front of her was the exact same girl from what she thought was her dream. 𝐭 and Tsukui started at each other speechless until Izuku walked up to them. Oh, good morning, mom, he said, looking nervously between the two. 𝐭 looked at Izuku with a baffled expression. Izuku, who is this girl? And why is she calling me grandmother? Her name is Tsukui, and the reason she's calling you grandmother is, well, because you are, Izuku said nervously, trying to figure out the best way to explain this. The realization that Izuku would have to introduce his mother to Tsukui hit him like a brick wall back at the lab. It didn't help that Tsukui insisted on calling him father, which was technically true, and calling his mother grandmother. What do you mean she is? Asked 𝐭, who was now freaking out. Mom, please calm down, Izuku said, also starting to panic. She's an android. I created her, so that technically makes me her father, and that technically makes you her grandmother. The panic on 𝐭's face was replaced by confusion. Izuku, what does any of them mean? Izuku sighed. This might take a while. One explanation later. So, you made a person ... I in a lab, 𝐭 said, trying to come to grips with what Izuku had told her. Well, to put it simply, yes, Izuku verified. It was funny. Only a few days ago 𝐭 had been worrying about never having grandchildren. Now here she was with an already teenage granddaughter right in front of her. Izuku, why didn't you tell me about this? 𝐭 asked, her panic returning. I'm too young to a grandmother. Well, you were so busy I didn't want to bother you. Izuku lied. In truth, he knew his mother would try and stop him, especially if she found out he had been working with such shady people. Tsukui frowned as her built-in lie detector went off, telling her about her father's deception. She wondered why her father would lie about this. The aging, she didn't know anything about her creation herself. She decided she would ask him about it later, as she trusted her father enough not to expose his lie. Still, Izuku, why did you make her in the first place? 𝐭 asked. Well, because I thought it would be fun. Izuku lied once more. He hated lying to his mother, but if she knew the real reason, she would likely blame herself for his loneliness. You thought making me an early grandmother would be fun? 𝐭 asked, now brandishing the trademark Midoriya tears. Grandmother, do you dislike me? Tsukui asked sadly. 𝐭 looked at Tsuki's sad expression and felt her motherly, or in this case grandmotherly, instincts kick in. No, of course not, dear. It's just strange to think I have granddaughter. But you're here, so as your grandmother I try to show you all the care you deserve. 𝐭 said. 𝐂𝐭𝐲's expression immediately brightened, and without hesitation, she hugged 𝐭 tightly. 𝐭 smiled and hugged back. Looks like I have a granddaughter now. She still wasn't used to the idea, and she was probably going to need to talk to 𝐒𝐭 later when 𝐂𝐭𝐲 wasn't around, but for now, she would just enjoy having a new member of the family. 𝐒𝐭 took a sigh of relief. This went better than he had expected. Father, would you like to join us? 𝐂𝐭𝐲 asked, opening her arm to allow 𝐒𝐭 to join the hug. 𝐭 did the same and motioned for 𝐒𝐭 to join them. 𝐒𝐭 did so, and the Midoriya family engaged in a group hug. 𝐒𝐭 smiled as a tear went down his cheek. It was all worth it, just for this. Later that night, 𝐭 had gone to bed. She had to wake up for work the next morning, so she needed the rest. However, 𝐒𝐭 and 𝐂𝐭𝐲 realized that there was a problem. There was only one bed. You see, while 𝐂𝐭𝐲 did not actually need to sleep, it did help her process data by shutting down unneeded functions until she woke up. She was programmed to always sleep for 8 hours unless something triggered her wake-up protocols, like a loud noise, sudden force, or someone calling her name. 𝐒𝐭 was offered the bed in his room to 𝐂𝐭𝐲 as he wanted her to be comfortable. 𝐂𝐭𝐲 could feel things like comfort due to her sensors, which sent information like smell, taste, and feeling to her head and thus allowed her to feel it in the same way normal humans do. However, it was dulled a bit due to the artificial skin, so she could only experience about half as much feeling as a normal human. 𝐒𝐭 also did not program the sensors to detect pain, so she could not feel pain. However, she had a different idea and picked up 𝐒𝐿, threw him into the bed, got in and held 𝐒𝐿 down with a hug, making sure he could not escape. 𝐒𝐿 struggled, trying desperately to escape, but to no avail. Eventually, 𝐒𝐿 stopped and went to bed. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the ruins of the Yakuza's base laid 𝐒𝐽 overhaul. His base in ruins, his followers slaughtered, and his quirk gone. He knew he was done. He should have never allowed that man into his base. He was the stuff of myths, a real-life boogeyman, and he had just allowed him into his home. I must thank you, Overhaul. Overhaul looked up at the man that had ruined him. All for one. The large faceless man stood before him carrying what was his. Hooray. Thanks to you, I now have a way to accomplish my goals without compromise. All for one said, holding up the unconscious girl. Earlier that day, All for One came to the Yakuza saying that he had a proposition that could benefit both of them. It only took one look at All for One's broken, faceless body to figure out what he wanted. The two had gotten into negotiations when suddenly Eri came running into the room in one of her normally fruitless escape attempts. All for One turned his head towards her, and after a few seconds, he smiled. And now Overhaul was here, dying. However, I'm afraid that I no longer have use for you. And when I kill her tormentors, I'm sure the girl will be as trusting of me as I need her to be. He said. What are you planning? Overhaul asked. He might as well learn the reason he was going to die. All for One laughed. My retirement plan, of course. You see, I used to have it all planned out. However, a recent development has caused me to change those plans, and you were going to be an essential part of them. But now that I have this girl, that is no longer the case. It's strange how things have just been going my way recently. They'll never let you, even if you run to the ends of the earth. The heroes will find you, Overhaul said. All for One just laughed once more. I never knew you were such an avid believer in heroes, Overhaul. Or perhaps it's just your wishful thinking. Either way, I think we are done here. All for One aimed his palm at Overhaul. Goodbye. Boom. The next day, Eri opened her eyes. What happened? She thought. She had tried to escape and ran into a room with Overhaul and a strange man. The man smiled at her, and then she woke up here. You're awake. Eri jumped and turned her head to the source of the voice. It was a boy who looked to be around her age, with messy white hair and red eyes. He was sitting on a chair next to her, giving her an excited look. Eri crawled backward on her bed, but when she tried to move, she felt a pain in her back. The boy grabbed the girl and gave her a concerned look. Don't move too much. Your big brother said that'll you'll reopen your wounds, the boy said. Eri looked at the boy confused and scared. Where am I? Who are you? The boy frowned. Don't be scared. My name is Yoi Otoko, but just call me Yoi. You're at my house. My brother saved you from some bad people and took care of your injuries. Saved me from bad people? Does that mean Overhaul is gone? Hope swelled in Eri's chest. She should know better than to hope. After all, hope had only ever led to disappointment for Eri. But if this boy was here, maybe it was true. The feeling of hope started to overwhelm Eri, and she started to cry. Her horn grew and a green glow covered her. Yoi immediately went to comfort the crying girl by hugging her. Eri was shocked at this, the way he held her. It wasn't like anyone else had. It was gentle and kind. Eri let herself lean into the hug, completely forgetting about her quirk, which didn't seem to be affecting the boy. For the first time since Eri could remember, she was allowed to cry. After a few minutes, Eri's tears turned to sniffles. Her horn had receded into her head and the glow was gone. Well, that was touching. Eri and Yoi looked toward the sound of the voice and found All for One staring back at them. Except he looked very different. No longer was he a faceless, with a body ruined by battle. No, now he was a large, well-dressed man, with white hair and red eyes. All for one had been restored to perfect health. Yuri looked at the man and recognized his suit. It was the man who was with 𝗏𝗏. "Aku," Yuri said. "You're back." Yuri ran up to his brother, who bent down to allow his younger sibling to hug him. The two embraced. All for one looked at Yuri, who was giving him a fearful look. "Hello, Yuri, my name is Aku Otoko, but please call me All for one," All for one said, separating from his brother and walking over to the scared child. "I saved you from those awful Yakuza, however in the fight they injured your back." This was a lie. In truth, All for one used his force quirk activation quirk on her in order to restore himself, injuring her back the process. "But you don't need to worry about them anymore," All for one reassured. "The heroes arrested them and they will never be able to hurt you again." "And never?" Yuri asked, her voice trembling with all sorts of emotions. Happiness, disbelief, and hope the most prominent among them. All for one chuckled and patted Yuri on the head. "Never." With this a few more tears fell from Yuri's eyes as she leaned over and hugged All for one. Thank you." Finally, her nightmare had ended. Later at the doctor's lab, All for one emerged from a warp gate into the laboratory to see the doctor looking at the news. "I thought you were going to work with 𝗏𝗏." The doctor said. The unasked question is why he killed the Yakuza. "I was, however, I found a better option," All for one said. "Oh, and what would that be?" the doctor asked. "The Yakuza were keeping a child captive, a young girl named Yuri," All for one explained. "Her quirk allows her to turn back a person's biological clock. It is quite powerful." The doctor laughed. "I can see that. You look better than you have in years." All for one joined in on the laughter. "I suppose so. So what are you going to do with the girl?" the doctor asked. "If you don't have any plans for her, then I wouldn't mind taking her." "The things I could do with a quirk like hers." All for one shook his head. "My apologies. I plan to keep her around. After all, she and Yui have gotten quite attached, and it's a good idea to guarantee that he always has at least one friend. After all, his appearance leaves him a target for social ostracization, and I would rather he not be miserable for the rest of eternity." "Ah yes, children can be quite cruel, can't they?" the doctor said. "Yes, although I suppose I should be thankful for that." All for one pondered. After all, if it weren't for that feeling of loneliness children get when they are alone, then Midoriya may have never started on his project, and I may have never my brother back. "True," the doctor said. "Speaking of Midoriya, what do you plan to do with him?" "He is far too dangerous, so I don't plan on doing anything to him," All for one said, interrupting the doctor. "I need him in case something happens to Yui." "Didn't you take 𝗏𝗏's quirk? Could you not simply repair him with that?" the doctor asked, knowing that if 𝗏𝗏 was dead, then there was no way All for one did not take his quirk. All for one shook his head again. "Yes, however, I have no knowledge of how his body works. If, say, his arm is destroyed, then I will only be able to reattach it to his body rather than making it fully functional." "I see," the doctor responded. "So you need the boy alive." "I will keep that in mind. However, what happens if Tamura goes after him?" All for one grinned. "I have a plan for that. Now shall we get to the reason I'm here?" Yes, that. Are you truly sure you want to retire? Now that you have been restored, you could kill All Might before he All for one cut him off once more." "No, I have tried to kill off the one for all users before they passed on the quirk many times. However, somehow, someway they always persist. As a villain, I've had a good run. Many villains don't even get to retire, and until recently I had planned on being one of those villains. But now that's changed. I have my brother, and I'll just go for my retirement now before something happens to mess it up." The doctor sighed. "Well, are you sure about giving up that many quirks?" All for one nodded. "Once I give All for one to Tamura, my body won't be able to support having all these quirks inside me. However, I will be able to keep the ones I require, so it doesn't matter all that much." "Well, if you're sure," the doctor said sadly. "I'm going to miss you, old friend." All for one gave his signature smirk. "And you." The next day, Tamura looked in horror as his sensei lay dying. In all his years with him, he had never seen him on a bed. But it seemed like the wounds he had gotten from the fight with All Might all those years ago were now too much for him. "Sensei, please, you can't die. Don't leave me," Tamura cried. "Tamura," All for one said in a weak voice. "I'm sorry, but I can't hold on for much longer." All for one coughed and blood came out. "Tamura, I have one last gift for you," All for one said. Before Tamura could ask what it was, he felt All for one's palm around his face. Suddenly a weird sensation filled Tamura as he felt something enter his body. And just like that, it was done. "Sensei, what?" Tamura, All for one said, cutting his protege off. "I have given you my quirk. With it, I know you can achieve your goals." "Sensei," Tamura said in disbelief. All for one coughed up some more blood. "It's almost time," All for one said. "Before I die, I need you to promise me something." Tamura gave his teacher a determined look, one that All for one had rarely seen on him. "Anything. There is a boy with green hair. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He did me a great favor in the past, one I can never repay him for. You must promise me to never bring him harm." All for one explained. "I promise," Tamura said. He had never heard of this boy before, but if his sensei wanted him unharmed, then 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wouldn't lay a finger on him. 𝗓𝗏 smiled. Good. Thank you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. I know you will make me proud. And with those last words, 𝗓𝗏 went limp and the heart monitor he had been attached to flatline. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 held the hand of his master with his pinkies not attached so he didn't disintegrate him. I promise you, sensei, I will make all might pay. A few hours later, after 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had left, the only ones in the room were Kurogiri and the seemingly dead body of 𝗓𝗏, seemingly being the K word. After a few minutes, Kurogiri spoke. I believe he is gone. 𝗓𝗏 rose from the table with a yawn. Finally, I was worried he was going to take my hands with him. It would not be hard to picture, Kurogiri said. 𝗓𝗏 detached himself from the fake life support machines and took off the face mask he had been using to make it look like he was still injured. Have 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 been moved to the location? 𝗓𝗏 asked. Of course, Kurogiri said. Did you send the letter? 𝗓𝗏 asked, reaching into his pocket. All Might should be reading it by morning, Kurogiri answered. Good, replied 𝗓𝗏. Then this is where we part ways, my friend. Kurogiri bowed. It had been an honor. 𝗓𝗏 took out a needle from his pocket and injected Kurogiri with it. Kurogiri reacted violently, his body spasming for a few seconds before he got his bearings. Trigger. The place 𝗓𝗏 needed to go was far past the range Kurogiri was capable of, so the drug was required. And with that, Kurogiri opened a warp gate, far, far away from here. 𝗓𝗏 stepped through the warp gate and found himself in a farmhouse. The warp gate closed behind him, and with that, 𝗓𝗏 was officially retired. Izuku sighed. He had just finished hacking Tsukui into the system. The Midoriyas were not exactly a notable family. As far as the government was concerned, they were just an average family. So it was safe to say no one would notice if they suddenly gained a new family member. Of course, she was registered as his sister 𝗵𝗃. Someone might notice if it was listed that a 15-year-old was listed as the daughter of another 15 years old, which was another problem. Tsukui would not stop calling him father. According to her, calling him anything else felt uncomfortable, which would be a problem if they tried to register the normal way. Hence the hacking. Izuku looked at the clock. It was almost time for school. Tsukui had been registered as being homeschooled, which if anyone actually looked into the Midoriyas, they would be able to figure out something was up, considering 𝐭's work schedule is packed and Izuku's father was dead, so no one would be able to homeschool Tsukui. But once again, no one cared. For once, Izuku was glad he was unnoticeable. Izuku got his book bag and met Tsukui at the door. Father, you are heading to school, yes? Tsukui asked. Yes. Is there something you wanted? Izuku asked, finding it strange she was just standing by the door. I would like to walk with you, Tsukui said. I am aware I cannot enter the school building due to me not being enrolled. However, I would like to accompany you to the building. Izuku smiled. This is exactly what he wanted. He had always looked at pairs and groups of friends walking to and from school, and his feeling of loneliness grew. Of course, Izuku said. Tsukui smiled back. Then it would be best to leave at this time. Tsukui pulled 2 brown bags. I may not have been programmed with the knowledge of cooking, however I believe I have discovered the basics of the sandwich. Izuku honestly found it adorable how excited she was about making a sandwich. Wait, Izuku noticed something. There are 2 bags. Tsukui nodded. Yes, one for your breakfast and one for lunch. Izuku's heart melted. Even if it was just a sandwich, someone made food for him. Father, we had better leave at this time, Tsukui said, using her built-in clock to tell the time. I intend to take the longer route, so if we do not leave within the next few minutes, then you will be late. Oh, sorry, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku was interpreted by Tsukui shoving a sandwich into his mouth. No time, she said before taking Izuku's hand, dragging him out the door. Later, like Tsukui said, she and he had taken the long way to school. And for good reason. The longer route involved them going through a park, which was something Tsukui had wanted to do since her creation. If they were not in such a hurry, it would have been nice to stop and look at all the flowers, trees and birds going by. It was a very pleasant sight. I wonder why I stopped going this route, Izuku thought to himself. I mean, I know it's longer, but 𝗧𝗃𝗃. Oh yeah, that's why. Izuku and Tsukui turned around to see none other than 𝗵𝗃𝗃 Katsuki. What the hell did I tell you about coming this way, Deku? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 snarled, his 2 goons snickering at his side. Deku struggled for an explanation. What exactly is the issue with us going this way? Tsukui asked, cutting Izuku off. Tsukui knew who 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was. However, her memories of him were incomplete. All the memories of him she had been exposed to stopped after they reached the age of 4. The issue, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 snarled. The issue is that I don't want to see Deku's fucking face any longer than I have to. Tsukui was taken aback. She knew that people changed over the years, but this was just so different from what she had seen of him in her father's memories. Why? Tsukui asked, trying to figure out how different he was from the memories she had of him. What the fuck is with all these stupid questions? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 said. Why the hell would anyone want to look at Deku? I already have to put up with having him in the same fucking class. Like hell I'm gonna let him walk the same way I do. Yeah, one of the goons said in the background. Bakugo got closer to Tsukui. Who the hell even are you? Deku's fucking girlfriend. Tsukui glared at him. My name is Tsukui Midoriya. I am his daughter. Everyone was silent. Izuku's face was in his hand as he tried in vain to hide his embarrassment. The two goons were looking rapidly between the two and Bakugo was frozen, his expression stuck in a WTF look. I could explain, Tsukui thought, but it appears that Bakugo Katsuki has turned into what is widely referred to as an asshole. There is a 90% chance that not explaining the situation will make Bakugo Katsuki angry. Path selected. With that, Tsukui picked up her father. Tsukui, what are you doing? Izuku asked, really confused and startled by suddenly being hoisted up. Tsukui gave no answer as she ran off, leaving Bakugo and his goons in the dust. What the fuck just happened? Said one of the goons. Could Deku really have a daughter? Said the other goon. No way, she looks like she's his age. Said the first goon. Yeah, but quirks can do some weird shit, man. Said goon 2. Who knows, maybe Deku had sex with someone with some kind of time quirk. I mean, he has been pretty hard to find recently. Maybe. Shut up. Bakugo screamed. The two goons back away in fear. You stupid assholes. Do you really think anyone would be desperate enough to fuck Deku? Bakugo said. Oh, yeah, that doesn't add up. The first goon said. But then why the hell did she say she was his daughter? The other goon said. Bakugo glared at the two. I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Later, while Izuku's in school, Tsukui walked through the park with a starstruck look on her face. Her father had shown her images and videos of things like birds and trees while her subconsciousness, and had even programmed what they would smell and feel like, but to see them in person, it was just better. Perhaps it was because her consciousness was now fully formed, or perhaps it was something else, but for whatever reason, Tsukui loved looking trees shake in the wind, the birds giving food to their young, and the squirrels scurrying around looking for food. She loved the life around her. Suddenly, Tsukui's sensors picked up the sounds of a little girl in distress. Tsukui headed towards the source of the sound to find a little girl trying to climb a tree, presumably to get the cat that seemed to be stuck. The girl had tears in her eyes as she slid down the tree once more. I see, Tsukui thought. Situation analyzed. Solution found. With that, Tsukui ran at the tree and jumped, grabbing the cat. She then performed a somersault as she landed on her feet, the cat safely in her arms. She turned back to the girl, who was looking at her in amazement. She walked up to the girl and held the cat out toward her. Tsukui leaned down and handed the girl her cat back. Here you go. Wow, the girl said with stars in her eyes. Thank you. The girl heard her parents calling her and ran off, waving goodbye to Tsukui, who waved back with a smile. What is this feeling? Tsukui wondered. Analysis points to the feeling being pride, saving that cat and seeing that girl so happy. It made her feel amazing. What was almost as good was the look the girl had in her eyes. That starry-eyed look made Tsukui feel like she was the coolest person in the world. I mean, if I think about it, I am pretty amazing, Tsukui thought to herself. I am the first fully sentient android made to save lives and kick butt after all. Tsukui put her hands on her hips and smirked. Father truly is the greatest mind on earth, and I am, lady. Tsukui looked to the side to see a young boy looking at her strangely. Are you okay? You're just standing weirdly and yelling things at no one. Yelling? I could have sworn I had kept that monologue exclusive to the confines of my head. Could this be a glitch? She wondered. I will have to ask father about this. I am fine, little boy, Tsukui said. It was simply a possible programming error. The boy tilted his head in confusion. You're a weird lady. Later, after school, Izuku packed up as quickly as he could. Normally, Izuku ended up leaving a little later than everyone else. However, today he was eager to get as far away from Bakugo as he could. He knew that he would be extremely pissed off after what happened in the park, and this idea was enforced by the fact that when Bakugo entered the classroom, he gave Izuku a look that almost made him faint on the spot. However, strangely enough, Bakugo was nowhere to be seen at the end of class. Izuku pondered this as he walked to the exit. I wonder where 𝐭𝐴 and 𝐕. Boom, Izuku flinched. He knew that sound all too well. The sound of an explosion. And he knew better than to hope it was some kind of accident. Despite the fact that it was illegal to use your quirk in public, people tended to do it anyway. No one really got in trouble when they used their quirk in minor or ignorable fashion. It was kind of like jaywalking or speeding. So long as you didn't commit some form of villainy of vigilantism, people would just walk past a person casually using their quirk. Of course, this was not the case for people with powerful quirks. They only ever get reported if a hero is around usually. A guy with a strong quirk could beat a guy up in front of a crowd, and so long as none of them were heroes, then no one would do anything. This was because of three things. 1, they didn't want to be a target. 2, they expect the heroes to do something about it. And 3, they just don't care. This happened in schools too. Teachers and principals wanting to make their schools look better by having some students with strong quirks go on to hero schools. So they ignore a lot of things kids with strong quirks do, like bullying and fighting. Izuku had suffered because of this, and it seems like whoever was unfortunate enough to be noticed by Bakugo was suffering it too. Izuku sighed. He couldn't allow this. Time to get beat up again, Izuku thought to himself as he ran to the main entrance. When Izuku got there, his jaw dropped at what he saw. Tsukuyomi was facing off against Bakugo, who had some scrapes and bruises on him and was kneeling down. "I'm afraid you stand no chance, Katsuki Bakugo," Tsukuyomi said in a surprisingly overdramatic fashion. "Father has given me all of your combat data, including all of your attack and pursuit techniques. Will you stop calling that quirkless bastard your father?" Bakugo screamed. "Who the fuck are you?" Tsukuyomi smirked and put her hand on her hips. "I am the ultimate advancement in human civilization. I am the peak technological achievement. I am the ultimate hero come to save the day from evildoers." She pointed a finger at Bakugo in dramatic fashion. "I am Tsukuyomi Midoriya, future #1 hero." No one said a word as they were all too shocked to even move, partially from the fact that someone actually stood up to Bakugo and partially due to her over-the-top introduction. Where the heck did that come from? Izuku was the most shocked out of anyone here. Bakugo was the first to speak. "All right, that's it." Bakugo burst forward and prepared for his usual method of attack. Just as Tsukuyomi went to counter, Bakugo let off an explosion to change his trajectory. Target has changed course. Analyzing trajectory and comparing it to known methods of attack employed by subject Katsuki Bakugo. Conclusion: the target will attempt to attack from behind, initiating preemptive attack. Just as Bakugo had positioned himself behind her, Tsukuyomi punched him in the face, launching him across the entrance. Bakugo slowly got up and readied himself to attack again. "Kaken, stop!" Izuku yelled, running in between the two. Tsukuyomi smiled. "Father, you're here. Good. I have a few questions I would like to ask you." Later, Izuku said before looking back at Bakugo. "Kaken, I will explain everything. I just need to do it someplace more private." Bakugo glared at him for a minute before saying, "Fine. Extras, fuck off." Almost instantly, all the students that had gathered to watch the fight scattered like they were running for their lives. After everyone left, Izuku spoke. Can we talk at your house? I think I should probably explain this to Aunt Mitsuki too." Bakugo scowled. On one hand, he didn't want to have to deal with the hag and Deku at the same time. But on the other hand, if the hag saw Tsukuyomi call Deku father, then she would probably nag him for an explanation, and fuck that. "Fine," Bakugo said. "But don't walk too close to me. I don't want people thinking I know you." Later at Bakugo's house. "Izuku, it's been a while," said Mitsuki Bakugo. Bakugo, Tsukuyomi, and Izuku were standing on the doorstep of the Bakugo's house with Mitsuki greeting them. "And who's this?" Mitsuki asked, looking at Tsukuyomi. "Izuku, did you get a girlfriend?" Has stopped responding. The poor boy's face turned redder than ever as he emitted a bunch of high-pitched noises that sounded like he was attempting to speak but simply couldn't. "No," Tsukuyomi said simply. "I am his daughter." Mitsuki started at her for half a minute before turning to Izuku. "Explain." "That's what they're here to do," Bakugo said. "Now let us in, it's fucking cold." They all sat down in the living room on the two couches, Izuku and Tsukuyomi on one couch, and Mitsuki and Bakugo on the other. "So," Izuku started, "you know how I have no friends." Mitsuku frowned. "Yeah, assholes can't get over your quirklessness. Fuckers." Analyzation of the situation shows another possible reason for father's lack of friends. Tsukuyomi chimed in. "Katsuki Bakugo seems to have a large amount of influence at the school and seems to bully father to some extent. Therefore, it's possible that because of this, people avoid father in order to make themselves targets." She figured all that out in just one day. Izuku, though, he was completely flabbergasted. "How well did I program her?" "Oh really?" Mitsuki said, glaring at her son. "Smack fuck," Bakugo yelled as he held the back of his head. "When they leave, you and I are gonna talk," Mitsuki said, a dangerously low tone. Bakugo swiftly regretted letting Izuku and Tsukuyomi follow him home. Tsukuyomi smiled. "It seems that my data on Mitsuki Bakugo is not as outdated as her son's." Izuku regained her composure and spoke up. Back to what I was saying. I got really lonely. So I made myself some company. Literally." The two Bakugos gave him confused looks, and Izuku realized he would need to clarify. "Maybe it would be better to show you what I mean," Izuku said before turning to Tsukuyomi. 5798. Suddenly, Tsukuyomi's arm opened up, revealing the metallic part beneath it. Both Mitsuki's and Bakugo's eyes were as wide as dinner plates when they saw this. "Wait, so she's a fucking robot?" Bakugo shouted. "Android," Tsukuyomi corrected. "Well, technically she's a gynoid, but android sounds cooler," Izuku said. Mitsuki got up and took a close look at Tsukuyomi. "She looks so alive, though." "Well, she is alive," Izuku clarified. "She's the world's first fully sentient android. She's just as alive as anyone." "How the fuck did you do that?" Mitsuki asked in shock. Well, it's complicated, but to put it simply, I just took a pair of brain waves and used them as a baseline for her program to make completely new brain waves. Mitsuki gave him another confused look before shaking her head and leaning back on the couch. I have no idea what any of that means, and I have a feeling I'll never understand any of it, but hey, good for you. At least you have a friend now. Or daughter, I guess. Father, I thought only your brainwaves were used in my creation. Yet you said that a pair of brainwaves was used. Who was the other person? Tsukui asked. Crap. Izuku thought to himself. I shouldn't have said that. Izuku stuttered. I'll tell you later. Father, you are aware you gave me a lie detector, right? Tsukui asked. I forgot about that. Izuku was starting to sweat. If he told Tsukui, then she would wonder how he got Bakugo's brainwaves, and then he would have to tell her about All for One. And Izuku really did not want anyone to know about his collaboration with that man. He was basically the embodiment of shady. First we should probably get your arm out of repair mode, Izuku said. Tsukui looked down at her opened-up arm. I didn't even know I had a repair mode. How many things about myself do I not know? 6973, Izuku said, ignoring her question. Tsukui looked down at her arm, but nothing happens. It remained in repair mode. Whoops, Izuku said. I said the wrong code. 7291. In an instant, Tsukui's arm closed up and returned to its normal state. Sorry about that, Izuku said. Really, Tsukui, I will tell you later. Your lie detector must be malfunctioning. Tsukui felt that something was off. It felt like her father was lying, but her lie detector was not going off. So he must be telling the truth. Right. Little did she know that when Izuku accidentally said the wrong code, what he really did was deactivate her lie detector. Izuku had a bunch of codes to deactivate or reactivate certain parts of Tsukui, all of which would only respond to his voice. Of course, there were also certain things Izuku could not deactivate, like her fusion reactor or her brainwave processor. Anyway, Izuku said in a somewhat nervous tone, I just wanted to tell you about her so you didn't get confused. We should be going now after I wouldn't want Mom to get upset. Izuku grabbed Tsukui by the hand and ran out of the Bakugo's house at speeds even Katsuki had never seen him run. After a few minutes, Mitsuki spoke. Something's not right. I don't think I've ever seen him act so shifty. Yeah, it's like he was hiding something. Bakugo added. Mitsuki shook her head. Whatever it is, it's probably best to just let it go. After all, it's Izuku. Whatever he's doing, I'm sure he would never dream of hurting someone. Meanwhile, with All Might, Toshinori Yagi was searching through his mail when he saw something that made his heart stop. A letter with the words from All for One to All Might. All Might immediately dropped all the other papers and shakily opened the letter. Tsukui couldn't be more excited. After 2 months of testing and running simulations, today was finally the day of the UA entrance exam. Are you ready? Izuku asked her as they walked to the gates of UA. Izuku was going to take the support course exam, so of course, the two walked there together, even if Izuku's exam wasn't for another hour after the hero exam. Of course, Father, Tsukui said. All systems are fully operational and ready for combat. All data on the entrance exam has been fully analyzed. Awesomeness level at 1000%. Tsukui stuck a confident pose. I am ready to be number one. Did she really say awesomeness levels? Izuku thought to himself. Unfortunately, this distraction caused him to not see a rock in his path and trip. Tsukui was about to act when she saw someone rush past her. Izuku never hit the ground and instead found himself floating above the ground. Huh, Izuku said. Suddenly he found himself being lifted upright, face to face with a girl. A very pretty girl. Izuku's face turned crimson and his heart started beating at speeds that would put 𝐵 to shame. Are you okay? The girl asked, concern showing on her face. What do I do? Izuku was freaking out hard. The girl then came closer. You look really red. Are you sick? Unfortunately, she had gotten a bit too close for Izuku to handle, and so the boy collapsed onto the floor unconscious. What? Yelled the now extremely confused girl. Father, Tsukui shouted as she ran to her creator's aid. Wait, what? Asked the now even more confused girl. After confirming that her father was all right, Tsukui faced the girl. I apologize, she said. Father is not quite adept at social interactions. He is especially bad at speaking to members of the opposite sex. Okay, the girl said, still not sure what exactly was happening. Why did you call him father though? Because he is my father, Tsukui answered. But he looks like he's 15. The girl said. And you look like you're 15. Yes, Tsukui responded. There was a pause as the girl tried to comprehend the situation. Well, I need to go now. Bye, the girl said, walking away from the two. What an interesting quirk she had, Tsukui thought to herself. Hey. Tsukui turned around to see Bakugo walking up behind them. What the fuck happened to him? He asked, looking at Izuku. He talked to a girl, Tsukui answered. There was a short pause before Bakugo just walked away. I think that may be the nicest interaction I've had with him, Tsukui thought to herself. Suddenly she realized something. The test is going to start soon. I'd better get father to a teacher so they can take him to the nurse or something. With that, Tsukui picked up Izuku and ran off to find a teacher. After a few minutes, she found Midnight directing students to the exam room. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 yelled to get the teacher's attention. Midnight looked over to see 𝐒𝐭𝐲 holding the still unconscious 𝗧𝗑𝐬. She walked over to her and asked, "What happened?" "He talked to a girl," 𝐒𝐭𝐲 answered. Midnight cringed. "Yikes, poor kid probably hasn't talked much to girls." 𝐒𝐭𝐲 shook her head. "He hasn't talked much to anyone really. Other than me, that is." "Oh, are you his friend or sister or something?" Midnight asked. "I am his daughter," 𝐒𝐭𝐲 answered. There was yet another pause as Midnight processed this unexpected answer. "I am sorry, could you repeat that?" Midnight asked, wondering if what she had was correct. "I am his daughter," 𝐒𝐭𝐲 repeated. "He is my creator and therefore my father. It is very simple." Wait. What do you mean creator?" Midnight asked. "Like, are you part of his quirk or did he use his quirk to create you?" 𝐒𝐭𝐲 shook her head. "No, father is quirkless. Perhaps it would be easier if I introduced myself." Suddenly 𝐒𝐭𝐲 put her hands to her hips and gave Midnight a proud smile. "I am 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, the first sentient android. And this is my father, the one who created me, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲." No one said anything as Midnight, as well as every other student around her, gave her strange and confused looks. 𝗧𝗭𝐲 frowned. "Do you not believe me? Here, let me show you." 𝗧𝗭𝐲 reached for the back of her head, specifically for the small slit in her artificial skin, before opening it and revealing her metallic face to everyone around. "Tada," she said. A few hours later, 𝗧𝗑𝐽 slowly and groggily opened his eyes a little. What happened?" "Hello, Midoriya," a voice said. 𝗧𝗑𝐽 looked up to see Principal 𝗧𝗪 himself sitting on the opposite end of a desk. 𝗧𝗑𝗪's eyes shot fully open and he jerked upright. Principal 𝗧𝗪." He nodded. "Yup, that's me. So we heard that you created sentient life." 𝗧𝗪𝗪's eyes somehow got even wider. "How did you?" "She told us," said a man 𝗧𝗪𝗪 didn't recognize. "My name is 𝗬𝗲𝗧 𝗧𝗏𝗂𝐁𝐵. I've been brought in to make sure you're telling the truth. My quirk makes me a human lie detector, so lying won't work." "What is it with me and lie detectors?" 𝗧𝗪𝗪 thought to himself. "And why did 𝗧𝗭𝐲 tell them?" "I specifically told her to keep it a secret." "So, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲," 𝗧𝗪 said, regaining the boy's attention. "Our files say that 𝗧𝗭𝗵𝗵𝗲 was adopted by your mother and was homeschooled. However, looking at your mother's work schedule, that would be impossible. Now she has revealed herself to be an android and says you are her creator. Is this true?" 𝗧𝗪𝗪 had no choice. With 𝗬𝗲𝗧 here, lying was futile. "Yes, he's telling the truth," 𝗬𝗲𝗧 said with wide eyes. He almost didn't believe it. A 15-year-old boy creates life. It just sounded so bizarre. "Well then, first I would like to congratulate you on this amazing scientific achievement," 𝗧𝗪 said. "And next I would like to ask you a few more questions." 𝗧𝗪𝗪 gulped. "Thank you, and I figured as much. First, why did you create her in the first place?" 𝗧𝗪 asked. 𝗧𝗪𝗪 looked away sheepishly and muttered something. "Please speak up," 𝗧𝗪 said. "Because I was lonely," 𝗧𝗪𝗪 admitted. One of the many reasons 𝗧𝗪𝗪 wanted to keep this a secret was because of how pathetic it sounded. He couldn't make friends, so he had to make one himself. 𝗬𝗲𝗧 frowned. It was a pretty sad answer, one that said a lot about 𝗧𝗪𝗪 and the life he lived. The fact that he was quirkless further painting a picture in the mind of the two adults about what his life was like. "I see," 𝗧𝗪𝗪 said. "Next question. Where did you get the resources to create her?" "She allowed us to analyze her, and while we were unable to look at her inner mechanisms, we can tell the materials and parts used in her creation would not have been available to someone who wasn't incredibly wealthy." 𝗧𝗪𝗪 started to sweat. He knew he probably wasn't getting out of here without telling them about All for One, but he had still held hope that he would be able to worm his way out of it. "Well, you see, 𝗧𝗪𝗪 stuttered, trying to think of an answer. "Someone showed up and offered me the resources." 𝗬𝗲𝗧 gave the kid a suspicious look. "You're telling the truth, but you're obviously hiding something. Kid, you know you're not getting out of this, just tell us everything." The pressure was too much. 𝗧𝗪𝗪 cracked. "When I was looking for parts, a portal sucked me up and I met this man. He said his name was All for One." The statement sent shock throughout the room. 𝗧𝗪𝗪 even lost his ever-present smile. 𝗬𝗲𝗧 looked at 𝗧𝗪𝗪 and the two nodded. "Give us a moment," 𝗧𝗪𝗪 said. He and 𝗬𝗲𝗧 walked outside his office. "We need to call All Might," 𝗧𝗪𝗪 said. Half an hour later, 𝗬𝗲𝗧, "You said I was needed for something," All Might said as he walked into the office. Then he spotted 𝗧𝗪𝗪 and freaked out slightly. Hello there, young man." "Hello," 𝗧𝗪𝗪 said. "Yagi, this is 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲," 𝗧𝗪 said, introducing the two. "He is responsible for creating the world's first sentient android." "Oh," All Might said. "That's good. You have no idea what that means, do you?" 𝗬𝗲𝗧 asked. "Not at all," All Might admitted. "He made a robot that's alive," 𝗧𝗪𝗪 simplified. Oh, All Might said, now giving the appropriate reaction. That's amazing." "Yes, it's a miraculous achievement," 𝗧𝗪𝗪 said, praising the boy. "However, it is also a suspicious one. Most suspiciously was how he managed to get his hands on the materials required to pull off such a feat." "Midoriya, would you mind repeating what you said to Yagi?" 𝗧𝗪𝗪 faced the skeleton like a man with fear written across his face. "I was out looking for parts when A portal showed up and swallowed me. After that, I met a man who said he would give me the parts I needed. His name was 𝗲𝗵𝗏. All Might's heart skipped a beat. What? 𝗲𝗵𝗏, Izuku repeated. He was a large man whose face was damaged, to the point where he basically didn't have one. He always had life support machines attached to him and an oxygen mask. He wore a dark suit and never seemed to change out of it. Dread filled All Might at the description. Last time he fought 𝗲𝗵𝗏, he caved the villain's head in. And all that resulted in was him not having a face. And he was still wearing that fucking suit. Were you aware that he was a villain? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. Izuku looked down, uncomfortable at being the center of attention. No, but I did suspect he was. And you continued to work with him despite that? Nezu asked. Tears started rolling down the boy's eyes as the pressure and attention was rapidly overwhelming him. I didn't have a choice. Do you know how impossible it is to make friends when you're quirkless? And my mom has to work 2 jobs so that way we can stay afloat money-wise. It was either work with him and make the androids or be alone for the rest of my life. Izuku was crying now. He really didn't want to work with 𝗲𝗵𝗏, but he justified it to himself by reminding himself that he didn't know if 𝗲𝗵𝗏 was a villain, making excuses for his shifty behavior and evil laugh. But now here he was with all his suspicions confirmed, and Izuku felt guilty as hell. All Might gave the boy a look of pity. He knew exactly how hard it was to make friends when you're quirkless. All Might himself wasn't able to make any friends until Nana passed down one for all onto him. But while the word quirkless caught All Might's attention, there was another word that caught Nezu's attention. But before he could ask questions about it, he would have to calm down the boy first. Nezu pulled out a box of tissues and put them in front of the boy. It's okay, Midoriya. You had no idea that 𝗲𝗵𝗏 was a villain, seeing as he is a government secret and listed as officially dead. You will not be arrested or anything like that. We just want information. This managed to calm Izuku down, if only slightly. He took the tissues and wiped away most of the tears and snot that had run down in his eyes and nose. I'm sorry, Izuku said, but deep down I did know that he was a villain. And legally, since 𝗲𝗵𝗏 is not publicly known, even if you did work with him, you still technically have not broken the law so long as you didn't perform any illegal actions yourself. Did you perform any illegal actions? And not to my knowledge, Izuku stuttered. But then you're fine, Nezu said, cutting him off. You're not in any trouble, kid. But this feels wrong, Izuku yelled. I worked with a villain. I shouldn't just be able to get away with it. He felt a hand on his shoulder and he looked up to see All Might looking down at him. Young Midoriya, by answering our questions you could give us information that could lead to the dismantling of his plans. That is more than enough to make up for working with him. We questioned the young lady you created, Nezu said. She seems like a fine future hero that could save a lot of lives. Even if she is a result of you working with 𝗲𝗵𝗏, it is an undoubtedly positive thing. Izuku didn't know what to say, so he just cried some more. After 15 minutes Izuku managed to stop crying. I want to ask you some more questions, Nezu said. Will you be able to answer them, or do you need a few more minutes? Izuku sniffed. I'm fine, thank you. All right. Now I noticed earlier you said androids, as in plural, Nezu pointed out. Izuku nodded. Yes, 𝗲𝗵𝗏 said he would give me the materials and resources I needed to build Tsukui if I built him an android as well. What? All Might gasped. Can you tell us more about the android you made him? Nezu asked. Izuku nodded. He had a lot of requests for how he wanted it to look. He wanted it to have messy white hair, pale skin, and red eyes. He also wanted it to be a child somewhere between 9 of 11. Messy white hair, pale skin, and red eyes. Why does that sound familiar? All Might wondered. Also, I made Tsukui by using other people's brain waves as a baseline to form new brain waves, making them a whole new person, Izuku explained. But 𝗲𝗵𝗏 wanted something different for his android. He asked me to use just those brainwaves, making it a copy of whoever they got the brainwaves from. But not only that, when I looked at the brainwaves I found that they were cut off at a certain point. So it seems 𝗲𝗵𝗏 wanted you to recreate a person, Nezu theorized. And he wanted that person to only remember up to a certain point, perhaps only up to they were a child. But why? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. Did you give this android any weapons? Izuku shook his head. No, strangely enough, he asked specifically that he have no weapons systems whatsoever. It still has some super strength, but any pro hero would almost certainly be able to beat it. So if I had to guess, whoever he had me build had a strong sentimental connection to him. Suddenly it clicked. His brother, All Might yelled. Now he remembered why that description sounded familiar. The first user of One for All. He had seen him in a vision once and he matched that description exactly. It must be his brother. There isn't anyone else that monster could possibly have a connection to that strong enough to warrant going out of his way and revealing himself. I suppose that makes sense, Nezu said. Midoriya, when did you finish building these androids? About 2 months ago, Izuku answered. That's around the time 𝗲𝗵𝗏 sent you that letter. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 realized. You're right, All Might said. But why would he revive his brother so close to his death? Wait, death? Izuku butt in. Well, I don't think he had much of a choice, 𝗧𝗪 said, ignoring 𝐒𝐫𝐢 completely. I don't think anyone but 𝐒𝐿𝐽 could basically revive the dead. I can't really revive the dead, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 but in again. It's more like I created a copy of that person, like a clone but made of metal. Also, what do you mean by close to his death? Yagi was sent a letter by 𝐒𝐿𝐽 stating that he had just died. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and what you said about his injuries makes that seem more believable. Wait, why did he give Mr. Yagi a letter? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 asked. There was a brief silence in the room before 𝗧𝗪 spoke up. Midoriya, could you wait a moment while we talk outside? The principal said. Sure, 𝗧𝗪 said. He felt like he was in way over his head. The adults left the room once more and stood outside of the office. What are we gonna tell him? All Might asked. Everything, 𝗧𝗪 said. The two looked at him like he was crazy. 𝗧𝗪, do you really want to tell all these important, dangerous secrets to a 15-year-old? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. That could make him a target. He created life. 𝗧𝗪 pointed out. He will never not be a target now. He also already knows about 𝗂𝐿, and I have a plan for him that would require him to know about these things. And what plan is that? All Might asked. Just trust me, 𝗧𝗪 said. The other two sighed. They hated when 𝗧𝗪 tried to be dramatic. Well, you're the one with the intelligence quirk, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. The adults walked back into the room. All right, Midoriya, we have some very important things to tell you, 𝗧𝗪 said. These things are to remain top secret at all times. You are not allowed to tell anyone about what you hear in this room today. Do you understand? 𝗧𝗪 gulped and nodded his head. What have I gotten myself into? What's taking so long? Tsukui wondered as she waited on the couch at home. After she had delivered her brother to the heroes, she had been asked if they could analyze her. She said yes and had to go through hours of testing and questioning. Afterward, they put her through the UA entrance exam, except with just her participating. Then they just told her she was in. No waiting or suspense, they just told her she was in. That honestly didn't sit right with her. It was pretty obvious they were treating her differently because she was an android, which in hindsight it was pretty obvious that something like this would happen. But what else was she supposed to do? Keep it a secret as her father wanted. Tsukui found that hiding her species, I guess you could call it, was a waste of time and effort. If she got significantly burned, then her fake skin was gone and she would be exposed. After the test, they sent her home. She protested, saying that she wanted to wait for her father, but they said it would be a while until they were done with him and insisted that she went home. Many hours later, and her father had still yet to return, and Tsukui was tempted to walk up to UA and bang on the door. Suddenly the door opened and in walked her father. Why did you tell them? He yelled. Tsukui shrugged. Trying to hide it is pointless. The minute my fake skin gets torn or burnt off, then everyone knows anyway. It just seemed like a lot of effort for something that ultimately won't matter. Oh, 𝗧𝗪 deflated. When she put it like that, it made what she did seem somewhat logical. Tsukui noticed a briefcase in her father's hand. What's that? 𝗧𝗪 looked at the briefcase. This is a bunch of papers that me and Mom have to go through. Also my diploma. Wait, what? Tsukui yelled in shock. 𝗧𝗪 sighed. 𝗧𝗪 said that me going through the support course would be a waste of everyone's time, seeing as I'm already so smart. So he put me in the support course and then immediately graduated me. Wow, Tsukui said. I see why people say 𝗧𝗪 is so smart. It's about time you got the recognition you deserve. 𝗧𝗪 blushed. Asked Tsukui. I didn't really do anything worth recognition until I made you. The door opened again and 𝐭𝐽 walked in. Oh, hi Mom, 𝗧𝗪 said. 𝗭𝐽 gave an exhausted smile. Hello 𝗧𝗪, Tsukui. Hello, grandmother, Tsukui said. Mom, we need to talk, 𝗧𝗪 said. 𝗭𝐽 yawned. 𝗧𝗪, I'm really tired. Can't this wait until later? 𝗧𝗪 shook his head rapidly. No Mom, this is really, really important. Does it have to do with those papers you were talking about? Tsukui asked. Yes, 𝗧𝗪 said, opening up the briefcase. These are government papers that you and I need to sign so I can work for UAO, is that all? 𝗭𝐽 said. She tiredly walked up to the table, pulled out a pen and signed the spots on the paper that said parent sign here. Good night, 𝗭𝐽 said as she walked away. Mom, do you know what you just signed? 𝗧𝗪 asked. 𝗭𝐽 didn't respond and just walked into her room. 𝗧𝗪 sighed. We'll just explain it to her in the morning. The next morning, after one explanation, I signed what? 𝗭𝐽 screeched. It was a waiver allowing me to work at UA, 𝗧𝗪 repeated. Because I'm still only 15 UA and the government wanted your permission before I could officially work at UA, but 𝗭𝐽 stuttered. You're too young to be Mom, I know you're concerned, but if you look right here, 𝗧𝗪 said, pointing to a spot on the contract, you'll see how much I'd be getting paid. 𝗭𝐽 looked, and after seeing the number her eyes widened. Oh my god. After this, you won't have to work 2 jobs, 𝗧𝗪 said excitedly. You won't have to work any job. But, 𝗧𝗪, the contract says you'll be an engineer. What does that involve? 𝗭𝐽 asked. 𝗧𝗪 cringed. I can't tell you. Well, why? 𝗭𝐽 asked. Because it involves a lot of top secret things that I will never be allowed to tell you, 𝗧𝗪 explained. But let me just say this. I will be building stuff. That's really vague, 𝗭𝐽 said. Are you really sure about this? 𝗧𝗪 nodded. Yes, and besides I'm a graduate now, so I need to find a job anyway. 𝐭 looked hesitant, but she saw the determined look in her son's eye and knew she only had one choice. 𝐭 sighed. Well, I already signed the paper. Izuku jumped for joy and then hugged his mother. Thank you. 𝐭 smiled and hugged her son back. I have to go to work, honey. After all, I feel like I should quit in person. Izuku smiled as a few tears of joy dropped from his eyes. I have to go to UA and give them the papers. After the two separated, 𝐭 left for work and Izuku was at the door. Father, Tsukui said, getting his attention. Let me come with you. Izuku smiled. Okay, I don't think my job is gonna start today, so it should be fine. Later at UA, Izuku and Tsukui walked to the gates and found that 𝐬𝐳 was waiting for them. Good morning, Midoriya, 𝐬𝐳 said. Good morning, Principal 𝐬𝐳, Izuku said. 𝐬𝐳 turned to Tsukui. And good morning to you, Tsukui. Hello, Tsukui said. I hope your mother signed those papers, 𝐬𝐳 said. Izuku handed 𝐬𝐳 the briefcase. She did, and I added the list of materials and other things I'll need for the project. 𝐬𝐳 opened the case and looked through a bunch of papers. Good. We'll order the supplies immediately. Izuku smiled. Thank you. The sooner we get this done, the better. That's right, 𝐬𝐳 said. If you know who is alive, God knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, with you know who, all for one side. Another easy day of farming. For most people, working a huge farm by yourself would be an almost impossible task. But for All for One, this was simple. He went back to the farmhouse. Hyoi and Eri were at school, so the only sounds in the large barn were the sounds of the farm animals and the wind. All for One sighed. To think, after all these years I would get a happy ending. I almost can't believe it. I half expect All Might to burst through the wall and ruin everything. The thought of All Might made All for One chuckle. I wish I could have seen the look on his face when he read that letter. The former villain used his telekinesis quirk to push Bucket underneath the cows and milk them using the same quirk. While he was doing that, the duplicates that he created that morning were planting seeds in the fields. All this while All for One was collecting eggs from the chickens. You know, this is a nice change of pace, he thought to himself. Doing one thing for so long gets boring after all. I wonder what I'll do after All Might and his compatriots have died and everyone forgets about me. Maybe I'll be a teacher or a doctor, or perhaps I'll go into the hero business myself. All for One had to keep himself from bursting into hysterical laughter so he wouldn't drop the eggs. As funny as that would be if I did that, I have no doubt Yoi would put on a cape and insist to be my sidekick. And like hell I'm allowing that. All for One had told his brother that he did indeed develop a quirk. He called it Metal Body, which made him stronger and more durable while also making him immortal. Unsurprisingly, he had bought it, and spent the rest of the week making him regret telling him he had increased durability and strength. He would do stupid things like banging his head against walls, jumping off the top of the barn, and other things that made his older brother want to rip his hair out. Thank God for Eri though. After Yoi almost set himself on fire, it only took one look at Eri crying hysterically for him to cut out his testing. I wonder if I could keep her alive forever. She has been rather useful. All for One pondered. Her quirk doesn't seem to work on herself, but perhaps I can find a way around that. She and Yoi are quite attached. It would be strange if they developed romantic feelings for each other only for Eri to grow into an adult and Yoi to stay a child. All for One shivered at the thought. Maybe I can have Midoriya turn her into a robot or something. Although if he doesn't know about me already, he certainly will soon. There's no way that walking bundle of nerves is keeping his collaboration with me a secret. Hopefully, Tamura will distract them so they don't pay me any attention. And even if they don't, I have this town to keep me protected. The town of Hidajichi was a nice little town. Small enough to the point where everyone knew each other's name, but big enough to be comfortable spacing-wise. While it was pretty remote, but it was still up-to-date technology-wise. It was a pleasant town with pleasant people, innocent people, people who the heroes would want to keep safe. And if any heroes tried to pull any funny business, they would get one warning before he reduced the town to a crater. Yoi should be durable enough to survive the blast so long as he wasn't directly hit by it, and he was sure that regardless of Midoriya's opinion of him, the boy would never allow someone as innocent as Yoi to die and wound repair him. Her would lose Eri, but what could you do? Maybe her head would survive and he could convince Midoriya to make a robot duplicate of her. Although All for One was sure he wouldn't need to think about that. Any hero worth their salt would never risk that many lives, and any heroes that would All for One could take out without needing to blow up the town. All in all, it was a foolproof requirement plan. He had nothing to fear. A few hours later, All for One was slightly afraid. It had been 3 hours since school let out, but Yoi and Eri had yet to return. All for One had a scanner quirk that allowed him to know the location of everyone in town. Everyone but Yoi, most likely due to the fact that he is a machine. Eri had been running around the town, but All for One had no idea why or if Yoi was with her. He sensed her coming back and crossed his fingers that Yoi was with her. The two children walked through the barn door, and All for One breathed a sigh of relief. Where have you two been? All for One demanded. You're 3 hours late. Do you have any idea how concerned I was? The two hung their heads, 𝐬𝐽 in shame and 𝗂𝐽 in fear. Sorry, bro, 𝐬𝐽 said. I was helping out around the town and it took longer than I thought. All for one side. Oh, of course, how could I forget that heroic nature of his? This same heroic nature had gotten the original 𝐬𝐽 in plenty of trouble and didn't look like Midoriya programmed that out of him. Sorry, 𝗂𝐽 strutted. The girl was always on guard around him. She knew that he was evil. He just eliminated this sinister aura that 𝗂𝐽 knew she couldn't trust. She didn't dislike him. After all, he did save her from overhaul, but she always got the feeling that at any moment he was going to eat her. All for one shook his head. It's fine. Next time just tell me before you do something like this again. Of course, 𝐬𝐽 exclaimed. Why yeah, 𝗂𝐽 said. The former villain smiled. Well, you two go upstairs. I'll call you when dinner is ready. 𝐬𝐽 and 𝗂𝐽 ran upstairs to their shared room. Hey, 𝗂𝐽, 𝐬𝐽 said. You seemed kind of nervous. You okay? Why yeah, 𝗂𝐽 stuttered. 𝗬𝐽 frowned and walked over to her. Hey, it's okay. Big bro might be scary sometimes, but he's cool. You don't need to worry. And if he gets angry, I'll take all the blame for whatever happens. 𝗬𝐽 gave her a determined smile. 𝗂𝐽 teared up a little bit. She still wasn't used to this, to someone being so nice to her. She hugged 𝗬𝐽 and 𝗬𝐽 hugged back. I'll never let anyone hurt you again, 𝗂𝐽. I promise. Back with Izuku and Tsukui. The two of them were preparing for bed. 𝐭 had offered to get Tsukui her own bed, but Tsukui said she would just sleep with her father, much to his embarrassment. Tsukui, Izuku said, gaining her attention. There is something I need to tell you. Tsukui smiled. At last some answers. The other half of your brain waves. They come from Kaken, Izuku revealed. Tsukui's smile dropped. What? Why? Well, Kaken had a lot of determination, and I admired that a lot. So when it came time to make your brainwaves, I figured I might as well use some of his too. Izuku explained. Tsukui was dumbstruck. She had no real expectation of who he got those brainwaves from, but she didn't think it would be that asshole. How? She yelled. How did you even get his brainwaves? I doubt he would agree to something like that. Izuku started looking around nervously, avoiding eye contact. Well, you see, I can't tell you that. Basically, all the information on your creation is top secret, even to you. But that's bullshit, Tsukui said. Why can't I know how I was created? Izuku sighed. Maybe because you're really bad at keeping secrets. Tsukui wanted to protest, but she couldn't really argue with that. Literally the only secret she had been asked to keep, she had told to basically everyone. The internet had exploded with news of a robot girl with green hair. There weren't any pictures, but she doubted that anyone wouldn't recognize her as the one everyone was talking about. 𝐻𝐻, Tsukui groaned. All of this was so frustrating. I'm sorry for all the complicated stuff, Izuku said. It's pretty hard for me to comprehend. But it's important. Really important. Tsukui just pouted, but suddenly she realized something. Does that mean that he's my mom? Izuku went pale. No. He is like an uncle or something. His contribution was really minor and could have been kept out for the most part. Please never call him that. Tsukui gave a sigh of relief. Good. I would rather have literally anyone else be my mom. Then again, seeing how you are with girls, I doubt that will ever happen. Izuku turned red with embarrassment. Asked Tsukui. She rolled her eyes and went up to Izuku. Well, time for bed. Izuku found himself being picked up and thrown into the bed. Why didn't I see this coming? Tsukui jumped in bed and wrapped her arms around her father's neck, making him struggle to breathe. Good night, father, Tsukui said with a smug grin on her face. Well, it's still better than being alone. Tsukui was bursting with energy. Figuratively, of course. If her power source was overloading, then Izuku would have had her stay home. Today would be her first day at UA. She would get to meet her classmates, learn about their quirks, and if she was lucky, she might even get to spar with them. You're really not nervous at all? Izuku asked. The two had been walking to UA together and were nearly there. Only about a mile away. The two were already familiar with the route, as Izuku had been working there for a little while now, and Tsukui always walked with him. Of course not, Tsukui said. I get to make new friends, see new quirks, train to become a hero. What could I be nervous about? Izuku gave her a surprised look for a moment before smiling. I guess when you put it like that, you really do have nothing to fear. You're you after all. Tsukui grinned. And you built me this way, so you have to take credit for my amazingness too. Izuku turned red. Suddenly Izuku found himself getting hoisted over Tsukui's shoulder. I want to get there early, so we need to go, she said before speeding off. Tsukui, Izuku yelled as his already red face turned crimson from being carried. Later, Tsukui scanned the halls looking for her classroom. It didn't take her long, as the entrance was a large door with one eye on it. She stood in front of the door with a large grin on her face. All right, this is it. My class for the next 3 years, Tsukui said to herself. She opened the door. Take your feet off the desk, shouted a blue-haired boy. It is disrespectful to the students who previously used them. Bakugo glared at him. Who the fuck cares? Fuck, Tsukui said. All the joy she had was gone after seeing Bakugo. He may have been part of her creation process, but he was still an asshole. Language, the boy said, marching up to her. Future heroes should not use such deplorable language. Tsukui shook her head. I apologize. It's just me and him don't have a good history. How long have you known him? About 2 minutes, the boy said. And you already have a grasp on his personality, Tsukui said, shooting Bakugo a smug look. In response, Bakugo flipped her off and said nothing. Tsukui gasped. That's the nicest thing he's said to me. Bakugo was about to curse at her when a large green caterpillar appeared in the doorway. Everyone turned to look at it. No one saying anything when suddenly something started coming out of it. Turns out it was a sleeping bag containing Eraserhead. If you're done acting like preschoolers, I would like to start class, he said. Most of the students were wondering who exactly this was, but Tsukui already knew. Eraserhead, she squealed. So cool. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow, surprised that somebody recognized him. Then he realized that this was the android that he had been told about. He decided to ignore it and move on. Get changed and meet me outside in the field, he said, getting right to the point. This shocked the class, who was not used to such an approach. But what about orientation? Uraraka said. Waste of time, Eraserhead said. Before anyone could say anything else, he walked out of the room, leaving them all speechless, except for Tsukui, who stood up and started walking out before realizing her class was in shock. Judging from the data I have on Eraserhead's teaching style, we are all in for a very interesting year, she said to everyone before turning and leaving. Later, in the girls' locker room, Momoye Urazu felt very uncomfortable. She was somewhat used to getting stared at by both men and females alike, but something about Tsukui's gaze was unusual. The girl's gaze was fixed on her chest, but unlike most people who looked at her with envy or perviness, she seemed to be looking at her with curiosity. Could you stop looking at my chest? She asked uncomfortably. Tsukui's eyes shot up to Momo's eyes. Sorry. She then looked up at the ceiling for a few moments before getting a determined look in her eye and saying, for science. She then walked right out of the girls' locker room. I have a bad feeling about what's about to happen next, Ochako said. Later, outside, all the students had gathered outside waiting for their teacher. The boys were giving Tsukui some strange looks, though, ranging from glares to winks. Midoriya, Ada yelled at Tsukui. Bursting into the men's locker room is against the rules. It is also shameful behavior for a student of UA. You did what? Yelled most of the girls, except for Mina, who snickered. I wished to test my sexuality, Tsukui explained. I had no particular attraction towards the females, so I tried the males. There was no attraction there either. Wait, so you're asexual? Toru asked. Tsukui shrugged. No clue. I'll have to ask father. Ask me what? Everyone looked in front of them to see Eraserhead and Izuku walking toward them. Izuku was now in a white lab coat and green shirt with blue jeans. Deku, Bakugo yelled. The fuck are you doing here? Language, Ida yelled, chopping the air. Shove it, glasses. Bakugo snarled. White, Eraserhead yelled, activating his quirk. Bakugo grumbled but didn't say anything. Good, Eraserhead said, deactivating his quirk. This is Izuku Midoriya. He is an engineer at UA. What? Yelled everyone but Tsukui and Todoroki. The latter just looked at him with wide eyes. But he's the same age as us, Mina shouted. Shouldn't he graduate first before getting a job? Kaminari asked. He did graduate, Tsukui said. He graduated on the same day of the entrance exam. WHHAAT, yelled most of the class again. How the hell did Deku graduate before me? Bakugo yelled. Well, when you're smart enough to create life, high school just seems unnecessary, Eraserhead said. WHHHAAT, yelled the class again. This time even Todoroki joined in. Wait, Kaminari said. His name's Midoriya. And, can I call you Tsukui? Tsukui nodded. Tsukui's name is Midoriya. Kaminari continued. And when Tsuku said she needed to ask her dad, that guy said that he was her father. Plus there are those rumors about that robot girl. Oh my god, Tsukui's a robot. Mina yelled. Momo spoke up. That seems a little far-fetched, correct? Eraserhead said Izuku was the one who built Tsukui, and as such UA allowed his to graduate immediately. Afterward, he was offered a job at UA as an engineer. Now that's dealt with, let's move on. If you have more questions you can ask him after the lesson. But I have so many questions, Mina said, saying what most of the class was thinking. Moving on, Eraserhead said more forcefully. I was going to have a quirk apprehension test, but Nezu and Midoriya had other ideas. Before anyone could ask anything, Izuku pulled out a big red button from his coat and then pressed it. Suddenly the ground started shaking, and All Might came out, bursting out of the ground. What the fuck? Bakugo yelled. Combat test. Go, Eraserhead said. Before any of them could react, All Might charged at the class and was about to punch Mina. Just before she got hit, Kirishima stepped in front of her and hardened his arms, blocking the hit. Holy crap, holy shit, we have to fight freaking All Might. 𝐼𝐧𝐭𝐚𝐲 yelled. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 blasted All Might with her laser eyes, knocking him back, and 𝗧𝗏 followed up by eating a bunch of sugar, then landing a right hook on him. All Might recovered and charged 𝗧𝗏, tackling him and throwing him aside. Before he could do anything else, however, he was fully encased in a huge chunk of ice. That won't hold him for long, Todoroki said. We need a plan fast. The pressure increased as the students could hear the sounds of ice breaking, knowing that soon All Might would be free. This is not All Might, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 said, causing everyone to look at her in confusion. All Might is much stronger and faster than this, and my sensors detect that our foe is not holding back. And given that my father is here, our opponent is most likely a robot. So we're not fighting All Might? Minato asked hopefully. 𝗧𝗬𝐽 shook her head. No, Todoroki grunted as he added another layer of ice to stall the fake All Might. While that's useful to know, we still need a plan. Just blast him, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 said. A combined assault from all of us should be able to destroy this thing. TT, I don't need your fucking help. I could beat this fake by myself, 𝗵𝘃𝐽 yelled. 𝗧𝗬𝐽 rolled her eyes. While 𝗵𝘃𝐽 could probably beat this thing by himself, it would not be easy. At that moment, the fake All Might broke free of ice. Although it was not undamaged, the ice seemed to have done a number on it, and its fake skin was torn in several places, including its eye. 𝗧𝗏, Kirishima, can you hold it in place? 𝗧𝗬𝐽 asked. The two nodded and charged at the robot. I can help, Uraraka said, running off with them. The fake All Might charged at Uraraka, but Kirishima blocked its punch. 𝗧𝗏 took this opportunity to grab its arms, holding it in place. Uraraka then touched the automaton, causing it to float. 𝗧𝗏 threw it up in the air, making it completely vulnerable. Unfortunately, it started floating out of range. It's going out of range, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 yelled. Not on my watch, 𝗧𝗏 said, using his tape to wrap it up and keep it from floating any further. Now, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 signaled, letting off a full-power eye blast. Don't tell me what to do, 𝗵𝘃𝐽 shouted while sending a high-power blast at the fake. Momo shot a cannonball from the cannon she made, and Aoyama unleashed his naval laser. These attacks all landed and blew the machine to bits. Once the smoke from the attack cleared, there was nothing but a bunch of floating bits of metal. Release, Uraraka said, making the metal fall to the ground. We did it, Minato cheered. You didn't really do anything, 𝗧𝗏 muttered. 𝗧𝗬𝐽 crossed her arms in a proud stance, with a smug grin on her face. And it was all thanks to my plan. You're welcome. Like I said, I could have destroyed that thing on my own, 𝗵𝘃𝐽 snarled. Is he always an asshole? Kaminari asked. Congratulations, Eraserhead said sarcastically. You finished the warm-up. Now on to the real test. Wait, what? Mina said. Izuku pulled out another button from his other pocket and pressed it. Suddenly the ground started shaking again, this time much more violently. Then 10 more All Might robots popped out of the ground. Oh, come on, Mina shouted. AHHH, Minato screamed in terror. The fake All Mights charged them all, scattering them and splitting them up. One of the robots was about to punch 𝗧𝗏, but 𝗧𝗬𝐽 blasted them with a full-power blast, knocking it to the side. 𝗧𝗬𝐽 kept blasting the robot, destroying its fake flesh and burning the metal. Then the beam stopped. Optic beams reaching overheating level. Need to go on cooldown. Damn it, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 thought as the robot charged her. Just before it reached, it suddenly started floating. 𝗧𝗬𝐽 took this opportunity to punch the robot into the air. 𝗧𝗬𝐽 looked at 𝗧𝗏, who let out a sigh of relief. Made it. Thank you, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 said, smiling at the girl. You saved me first. 𝗧𝗏 smiled back. 𝗧𝗬𝐽 looked up at the now flying robot. In 5 seconds I'll be able to unleash another blast. I'm going to go into overcharge mode and destroy him in one go. 𝗧𝗏 nodded. 5, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 said. 4, 𝗧𝗏 said. 3, 2, 1, release. 𝗧𝗏 yelled, bring her fingertips together. Gravity returned to the robot and it fell down to earth. Izuku stood underneath the robot and looked up. Nova blast, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 yelled as she unleashed a massive blast from her eyes, up at the robot. The fake All Might was consumed by the blast and was obliterated. 𝗧𝗏 looked up at the blast with wide eyes, before looking back at 𝗧𝗬𝐽, whose eyes were smoking. 𝗧𝗬𝐽 looked back and was delighted by the shocked expression 𝗧𝗏 was wearing. Cool, huh? 𝗧𝗬𝐽 said. Yeah, 𝗧𝗏 said excitedly. Why didn't you do that earlier? Oh, simple. If I use it, then I won't be able to use my optic blast for an hour, 𝗧𝗬𝐽 answered. Oh, 𝗧𝗏 said. Meanwhile, Kirishima held off one of the fake All Mights, protecting Mina, who was behind him, and Minato, who was behind her. The fake punched him again, chipping away at Kirishima's defense. A little help here, Kirishima grunted as the robot whittled away at his quirk. Mina turned to Minato. What does your quirk do? I have sticky balls, Minato said nervously. Mina would have laughed if it wasn't for the situation she was in. All right, you stick him, I'll melt him. What? Minato yelled. I can't. Kirishima was knocked back a little as he tried to hold back the robot. AHHH, Minato yelled. He threw his balls right behind the robot in a panicked fashion. Kirishima saw this opportunity and took the offense. Red Gauntlet. He punched the robot at full power, putting a small dent in its chest and knocking it onto Minato's balls. The robot struggled, trying to free itself but to no avail. Mina smiled. By turn, she then doused the robot in acid, melting it down until it exploded. Yes, Mina cheered. She looked at Kirishima and Mineta. High five. Kirishima and Mina high-fived while Mineta tried in vain to jump up and join. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 narrowly dodged another punch. The robot was no fighter, it just swung randomly at the tailed boy. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 used this to his advantage and managed to block or deflect the fake's blows. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami yelled. Bind him. Dark Shadow shot out from Tokoyami's body and wrapped around the robot's body. Unfortunately, one of its arms was free. It was about to punch Dark Shadow, but Tsuyu's tongue wrapped around it and kept it in place. Gyro now. Send him to the void. Tokoyami yelled. Gyro ran up next to the barely contained robot and shoved one of her earphone jacks in the thing's ear. She let off a full-volume blast of sound in the thing's head, making it explode and its body to fall to the ground. Yes, Gyro cheered. Meanwhile, Sato was holding off one of the robots, but he could only so much damage and his quirk was starting to take its toll on him. Hey, said Toru, close your eyes. Me and the French dude have a plan. Sato nodded and shut his eyes. Toru unleashed a flash of bright light, causing the robot's optic center to go into overload. Grab him from behind, Toru yelled. Sato opened his eyes and saw that the robot was blinded. He went behind him and put him into a hold. Now, Toru said, prepare to be dazzled. Aoyama said, unleashing a powerful blast at the robot's head, destroying it. Wahoo! Toru cheered, doing a victory dance no one could see. We did it. Aoyama smiled as he silently hoped this would be over soon so he could use the bathroom. Meanwhile, one of the robots was rapidly attempting to swat away a flock of birds summoned by Koda to distract the machine. Then Zero took this chance to wrap the thing in tape, leaving it defenseless. Kaminari smirked and ran up to the huge robot, before jumping on top of it. Get the birds out, Kaminari said. Koda nodded. Fly away, my friends. The birds dispersed and Kaminari grinned. Indiscriminate discharge 1,300,000 volts. He yelled, unleashing a massive burst of electricity causing the machine to explode, and Kaminari was knocked into the air. Luckily, he was caught by Dark Shadow, who brought him down safely. You okay, dude? Zero asked. Way. Kaminari responded with a stupid look on his face. Probably just quirk kickback, Zero said. Hopefully. Meanwhile, Shoji held the struggling robot in place, using his quirk to wrap his tentacle-like arms around it, while Ida ran in wide circles around them. Ida had said it would take him a while to get into full gear, so Shoji had to hold him off while he got there. After a few more seconds, Ida reached his top speed and ran full force at the two. Recipro burst. He yelled as he kicked the robot's head off. Shoji let go of the robot's limp body and gave Ida a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Bakugo was getting his ass kicked. Perhaps taking on two of these things at once wasn't the best idea, but like hell, he was going to let anything Deku made beat him. He hit one of them with an explosion, knocking it back, only for the other one to punch him in the face, causing him to go flying and land on his back. The robot tried to stomp Bakugo, but he rolled out of the way and was about to retaliate when the other robot kicked him. Bakugo rolled across the ground using his explosions to stop himself. He got up and the robots ran at him. Just as he was about to unleash a strong explosion at the both of them, 2 EMPs were thrown on both the robots' heads, causing them to shake and malfunction until they just both deactivated. Bakugo looked back to see that it was Momo who had done them in. I didn't need your fucking help, Bakugo yelled. Momo ignored that. We need to help Todoroki. He also took on 2 of them and Bakugo rolled his eyes. Look behind you, dumbass. Momo looked behind her and saw that Todoroki had impaled both the robots on ice spikes. Oh, Momo said. All the robots were defeated as many of the students cheered and celebrated. Izuku looked at Eraserhead. So do they have potential? Eraserhead sighed. These robots were tough. Even he would have a difficult time taking them out. For these kids to take down 10 of them proved that they had what it took to be heroes, which meant that Eraserhead would actually have to do his job this time. Yeah, all right, Eraserhead shouted, getting the students' attention. You all proved you had at least some semblance of skill, so none of you are getting expelled. For now, go change, then you're dismissed. The students ran off, leaving a smiling Izuku and a grumpy Eraserhead. Later in the girls' locker room. So are you really a robot? Mina asked Tsukui, looking all over her body for any robotic parts. Yup, Tsukui said, happy to have another chance to talk about herself. The world's first fully sentient android. I dunno, you look human to me, Gyro said skeptically. In response, Tsukui reached for the opening in her artificial skin and took it off, revealing her metallic face. I take it back, you're definitely a robot, Gyro said. That explains why you called that guy father when we met, Ochako said. I was so confused when that happened. I thought you guys were just weird. Well, I would hardly call a teenager making a scientific breakthrough that's leaps and bounds above anything else in his field normal, Momo said. Suddenly the door slammed open and a pink-haired girl rushed in. Where is she? The girl yelled before her eyes landed on 𝗧𝗫𝐻. It's true, she said in a whispery tone as she walked right up to 𝗧𝗫𝐻. You're real. The marvel of technology I've dreamed about for years is real. The girl looked all around her body, not caring where her hands went, making all the other girls go wide-eyed as their classmate was being felt up. Ooh, I get amazing, but slow down a bit, 𝗧𝗫𝐻 said. She didn't mind the girl was doing she was doing. She was just really confused. Oh, my name is 𝗵𝗲. Please let me see inside you, she said, phrasing. Mina yelled. Sure, 𝗧𝗫𝐻 said. Huh, responded most of the girls. My father will probably want to do a rundown on my systems after I get changed, 𝗧𝗫𝐻 explained. You can come if want. Yes, May said, drooling slightly. Later at 𝗧𝗑𝐲's new lab. 𝗧𝗑𝐲's new lab was a small building on UAS campus that was made recently for him. It was large and filled with all sorts of machines to do various things. 𝗧𝗑𝐻 opened the door and 𝗧𝗑, who was working on something, looked at her. Oh, 𝗧𝗑𝐻, 𝗧𝗑 said, smiling. You're just in time, for suddenly he was tackled by a pink streak and fell to the floor with something on top of him. Something very soft. He looked up to see May on top of him with her boobs right in his face. All the color drained from his face. You're the person who made her, May said, not caring about his age. That's incredible. Please let me help you make your babies. It was that day 𝗧𝗑 had a near-death experience at the hands of boobs and poorly phrased sentences. 𝗧𝗑𝐻 sighed. Her coding must have a glitch if she didn't see this coming. What happened? Toru asked, looking ahead of her to see 𝗧𝗑 knocked out with May shaking his body. Father is very shy around girls, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 explained. If a girl so much as gets too close to him for too long. And 𝗬𝗵 just said she wanted to have his babies. Fucking lucky, Minta yelled. Oh, right, I remember he passed out after I met him, 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐽 said. Meanwhile, Mina rubbed her hands in glee. She was gonna have so much fun. So if a chick rubs her boobs on him, he conks out? Kaminari asked. Yup. The only females, he's not a complete nervous wreck around me and his mother, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 said. That's a little pathetic, 𝗧𝗏 said. Well, if people avoid you like the plague, then it's logical that you would be shy and socially awkward, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 defended, glaring slightly at 𝗧𝗏. Why would people avoid him? Momo asked. He is clearly very intelligent, so why would people stay away from him? 𝗧𝗑𝐻 sighed. This is where she got to see what classmates she could get along with and which ones she would hate. He's quirkless. Everyone seemed surprised by this. Wait, you mean he doesn't have a quirk? Kaminari asked. No, she meant the type of quirkless where you still have a quirk, Gyro said sarcastically. Well, I mean, it's just weird, Kaminari said. I mean, I knew they existed, but I never met one until now. I agree, it is rather surprising, Momo said. I was sure he had some sort of intelligence quirk. I was too, Shoji said. However, this does make his creation of 𝗧𝗑𝐻 more impressive. Agreed, Ada said. So, no one wanted to be around him because he's quirkless? 𝗂𝗏𝗏 said. That's terrible. Indeed, 𝗂𝗏𝗏 said. He had been teased a few times for not having a very impressive quirk, so he can only imagine what would happen to someone without a quirk at all. Wait, so none of you have a problem with him being quirkless? 𝗧𝗑𝐻 asked, slightly bewildered by how accepting they were. Of course not, Mina said. Judging someone for that would be stupid and highly unheroic, Ada added. Everyone seemed to be in agreement, which surprised 𝗧𝗑𝐻 a lot. From what she knew of people, she had expected at least one person here to be an asshole. Maybe Bakugo had enough asshole energy for two people, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 thought. Come on, wake up, May yelled as she continued to shake 𝗧𝗑. 𝗧𝗑𝐻 sighed. Can any of you wake him up? Allow me, Momo said, holding up some smelling salts she made. 𝗧𝗑𝐻 smiled. I'm gonna ask you some questions about your quirk later, but for now. 𝗧𝗑𝐻 walked up to May and using all her strength she managed to pry May off of her creator. Let me go, May yelled, struggling to escape 𝗧𝗑𝐻's grip. I need to know how to make babies like him. You're never gonna find that out if you don't stop making him pass out, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 pointed out. And just like that, May stopped, with a look of realization on her face. Oh yeah, how do I do that? Don't get too close to him and stop talking for 5 minutes, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 said. Okay, May said. She didn't like having to wait, but she would if it meant learning a whole new way to make her babies. All right now, Momo, if you would please, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 said. Momo looked at her strangely, clearly not used to the nickname. What? Your name is too freaking long and I don't want to call you by your first name yet, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 explained. Momo nodded, still unsure about it, but not against it. She walked up to 𝗧𝗑 and slipped the smelling salts under his nose. Instantly 𝗧𝗑's eyes opened and he jumped into an upright sitting position. Huh, 𝗧𝗑 said. What happened? Girls, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 said. 𝗧𝗑 looked at 𝗧𝗑𝐻 to see that May and the rest of class 1 had followed her. 𝗧𝗑 quickly crawled back, somewhat frightened by the number of people in front of him. Sure, he had seen them all before, but they were focusing on the robots rather than him at that time. Class 1A, 𝗧𝗑 said in shock before looking at May. And you are? Her name is 𝗵𝗲𝗄. She's a machine nut who seems to refer to her creations as her babies, 𝗧𝗑𝐻 explained before May could get a word in. Oh, I see, 𝗧𝗑 said, feeling embarrassed. That explains a lot. But why did the rest of your class come? We wanted to see the person who made our classmate, Todoroki said. I for one was curious about how you managed to accomplish such a task with little to no resources. That's top secret, Izuku answered nervously. As I suspected, Todoroki said. So you made Tsukue? Gyro asked, still having a hard time believing that. Why yeah, Izuku said, looking away from them. That's so cool, Toru said. So you can just make people anytime you want. Well, it takes a while, but so long as I have the resources then yes, Izuku said. So can you make a robot me? Mina asked. I mean, I could make a robot duplicate of you. I could even make it think like you to the point where no one would even know the difference. Even the duplicate, Izuku said. There was a pause as Izuku slowly realized how scary and creepy that sounds. I mean, I would never do that though. Izuku quickly clearfield. And even if I wanted to, which I don't, you would have to know about it and would probably never approve of it. Probably, Gyro asked. Well, Izuku stuttered, quickly getting overwhelmed by all the attention. Hey, slow down, Kirishima said, getting in front of everyone. The guy doesn't have much experience with people, and it's not mainly to walk into someone's place and make them uncomfortable. Thank you, Kirishima, Tsukui said. I should have run through the possibilities a bit before I agreed to bring you all here at once. Sorry, Toru said. Yeah, me too, should have toned it down a bit, Mina said. It's fine. Just not used to so much attention. Or any attention, Izuku said. Now that things were significantly uncomfortable, Tsukui thought for a few moments before coming up with an idea. So father, can we do the rundown diagnostic later? I would like to get to know some of my new classmates. Sure, Izuku said, frowning a little. Cool, and while I do that you can talk to Hatsum, Tsukui said. What? Izuku said as Hatsum's eyes gleamed and she had to force herself even harder to not say anything. Now just remember to stay at least a foot away from him and not to say anything suggestive, Tsukui said. Have fun. Tsukui let go of Mei and immediately she ran in front of Izuku, asking questions rapid fire. All right, let's go, Tsukui said, leading the class out of the building. When they got out, Kirishima asked a question. Don't you think that Hatsune chick is gonna overwhelm him or make him pass out? Tsukui shook her head. The questions she's asking are purely about robotics. So with no way to mess up the conversation, father will eventually forget that he's talking to a member of the opposite sex and be able to talk comfortably. You seem to have thought that through, Todoroki said. Your level of thoughtfulness appears to be inconsistent, as you didn't think twice about bringing us to him. Tsukui shrugged. Father explained that actually, you see, my brain can process things and run them through scenarios that will show me what effects my actions will have. It's basically a cheat code that lets me become the world's best strategist. However, this has some drawbacks. I have to think to activate it. It's not a natural thing, otherwise I would see the possibilities of everything at once and my head would explode. Literally. Whoa, Mina said. So you can be either super smart or super dumb, Kaminari said. There was a pause as Tsukui gave him a deadly glare, her eyes glowing red. Did you just call me dumb? She said. Well, Kaminari's dead. Mind a thought. No, Kaminari tried to figure out an explanation. Tsukui's eyes turned back to green and the glare was gone. PFFD ha. Tsukui laughed. You should have seen the look on your faces. Wait, she was joking. Minda yelled. Tsukui walked up to Kaminari. Yeah, I'm not really mad per day. I'm insulted and I'm gonna beat you within an inch of your life first chance I get, but I'm not mad. Tsukui said. Is she mad or not? Kaminari frantically wondered. Anyway, you said you wanted to hang out, right? Mina asked. Oh yeah, that, Tsukui said. Actually, I wanted to see if you girls wanted to hang out. I haven't really been around girls other than my grandmother. That sounds great, Mina said. I've been wanting to get to know my new classmates better. Ditto, Toru said. I have nothing better to do. Gyro shrugged. I also have no plans and would like to participate, Momo said. Me too, Ochako said. Just not someplace too expensive, please. I've got nothing better to do. Ribbit. Suyu said. Great. Tsukui said. I already know where to go. But we better leave before the teachers kick us out. Follow me. With that, the girls left. Suo, Kaminari said. Any of you guys wanna hang out? No, said Todoroki, Takoyami, and Shoji. The first two just walked away, but Shoji stayed behind to explain. I have things I need to do, he said before leaving with the others. Well, I think bonding would be a great idea, Ida said. Well then let's do this, Kaminari said. Well, do it quickly and get off campus. If you're not seeing Midoriya, then get out, Eraserhead said, surprising everyone. AHHH, they shouted. Many hours later, Nezu walked into Izuku's lab. Progress, he asked. Things are progressing steadily, Izuku said. The data I got from All Might is just starting to make sense. I've been able to start designing. Suddenly something caught Nezu's attention. A snore. He looked to the side to see Mei, sleeping there soundly on the floor. Nezu looked back to Izuku for an explanation. Tsukui came by and brought her along, Izuku said. She wanted to talk about machines and she and I talked for so long that she eventually just passed out. 𝗵𝗲 responded. I was under the impression you were terrified of women. Why did you not call the guards to escort her out? Well, she was so interested in my work and I got so into the conversation. Izuku stammered. Well now, how interesting. 𝗵𝗲 was her name correct? 𝗵𝗲 said. Oh yes, Izuku said. Interesting. Well, we should call her parents first. We can continue talking about the project another time. Izuku nodded and called one of his robots to carry Mei and the three left the building. So how do you eat? Ochako asked. The girls had decided to hang out at a restaurant and they were all shocked when she ordered food. Well, I didn't understand a lot of father's explanation, but from what I understand, when food or anything really goes into my mouth, it gets destroyed by my power source and then blown back out as a burp, Tsukui answered. Oh, said Ochako. But how do you even taste it? Father said something about sensors allowing me to experience sensations like taste, smell, and touch, Tsukui said. I honestly don't know how most of my systems work, at least not in detail. You would have to ask my father about that. Why is that? Momo asked. If you are an eye, shouldn't you be able to process information like a computer? If that's the case, then there should be no reason for you not to know that. Tsukui shrugged. Father said that there is a limit to how smart he can make me. Which makes sense, I guess. You guys have a whole brain that makes you function. I have a small chip. Yeah, when you put it like that it makes sense, Mina said. So why do you call him father? Toru asked. Because he's my father, Tsukui answered. Yeah, but doesn't that seem a little formal? Gyro said. You don't seem like the rich fancy type. No offense, Momo. None taken, Momo said. Tsukui paused. She had never really thought about that. Hi, Papa, Dad. Yeah, that last one. I like that one, Tsukui said out loud. Hello, Gyro said. Tsukui snapped her head back to the girls. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Out loud, Ochako asked. Did I do that again? Tsukui said. Sorry about that. I think it's a glitch. Wait, you can have glitches, Momo said. Wouldn't that be potentially dangerous? No, Dad said I shouldn't be able to get any major glitches. Just minor ones, Tsukui reassured. Well, I guess if the professional said so, Mina said with a slight giggle. It feels weird to call someone my age a professional. Yeah, no offense, but your father is weird, Toru said. Not in a bad way, but in a weird way. Yeah, Tsukui sighed. That's why I left him with 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He needs to interact with people more. Yeah, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 isn't exactly normal herself, Gyro said. That's what makes her right for the job. Tsukui said. As much as I love talking about me, I would like to talk a little about you guys. Sure, let's start with me, Mina said. Okay, Tsukui said. So from what I've seen, you can make acid, right? Yep, pretty neat, huh? Mina said proudly. Yeah, but why is your skin and hair pink and why do you have horns? Tsukui asked. Mina shrugged. I dunno. You know, from what I've seen about quirks, sometimes people will gain random traits that have nothing to do with their quirks. I wonder why that is, Tsukui said. Yeah, like that Takoyami guy and his bird head, Toru said. There probably is a reason for it, Momo said. Perhaps the thing that makes your skin immune to your acid has also turned it pink. Well, I'm not immune to acid, only resistant, Mina corrected. So I'm guessing you can only use your acid so much then, Tsukui said. Ding ding ding. Correct, Mina said. Yeah, it kinda stinks, but that's quirks for you. Yeah, I don't even really have a quirk, but if I use my heat vision too much then I can't use it for a while, my head cools down, Tsukui said. So even though you don't technically have a quirk, your heat vision still acts a lot like a quirk, Momo said. Yeah, but you're also super strong and fast, right? Toru asked. Yeah, which is weird to me. I mean, being strong makes sense, but how did Dad make me so fast when I probably weigh a ton? Tsukui said. Wait a minute, we made the conversation about me again. To be fair, you're an android, it's hard not to be interested in you, Gyro said. Fair, but I still want to talk about the rest of you, Tsukui said. My scanners can only tell me so much. You have scanners. What do they do? Toru asked. 𝐒𝐩𝐻, Tsukui screamed in frustration. The next day in the UA meeting room, thanks to Midoriya, 𝗵𝗲, and Power Loader, we have finished installing 25% of the new security system, 𝗧𝗫 announced to all of the staff. It was lunchtime, and so 𝗧𝗫 had called in the staff for a meeting, much to their dismay. 25%, Power Loader said. All that, and we're only a quarter of the way through. Power Loader took care of a lot of physical work that couldn't be done by robots, and as such he was exhausted. Well, yes, and much of the work only gets harder and takes longer to do from here, Izuku said. But I have good news. The construction bots are done, so you no longer need to assist me. Thank God, Power Loader said. I'll still need your help on a few things, 𝗵𝗲. Your quirk is just too useful. Sorry, Izuku said. It's fine, 𝗵𝗲 said. Now I would also like to encourage you to use Izuku's talents to further your lessons, 𝗧𝗫 said. Are you sure the kid is gonna have time for that? Eraserhead asked. Yeah, sounds like he has a lot on his plate, Present Mike said. It's fine, Izuku said. The construction bots are taking care of all of the physical work, so all I have to do is work out the blueprint, double-check the design, and supervise the construction. I'll have time to take care of any of your requests. That's good and all, but make sure to take some time for yourself, Eraserhead said. You seem like the type to overwork yourself. Well, if that's all, then you can all leave, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, except for Yagi and Midoriya. You two stay. Everyone else left the room, leaving the three alone. After waiting for a few seconds, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 spoke. How is Project Yusha coming along? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. The first part of the project is about halfway done, Izuku said. It should be done before the sports festival. Good, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. However, I think I know a way you can work faster. Faster, Izuku said. Yes, you see, you can accomplish so much on your own. So I was thinking about giving you an assistant, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 suggested. Assistant? Izuku said nervously. Yes, I was thinking about having a competition among the support course students. Whoever wins gets to become your permanent assistant, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. Well then, what do you mean by permanent? Izuku asked, noticing his choice of word. Well, I was thinking about things and I figured that the support course could also go through temporary internships, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. And you want me to be one of the people they intern with? Izuku asked, hoping he was wrong. That's correct, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. Let's face it, you're the best in your field, so it would make sense for people to want to learn from you. Well, Izuku said, twiddling his thumbs. It's true, All Might said. I've actually talked to Dave about you and he was very interested in your work. Dave? Izuku questioned. Who's? Wait a minute, Izuku thought. The only Dave that All Might ever worked with was David Shield, Izuku shouted. Yes, him, All Might confirmed. He said that we should visit Island sometime. Izuku almost fainted. Well, on to the next topic, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. How is the project the government gave us? That's actually progressing quite quickly, Izuku said. Turns out after doing it once it becomes much easier the subsequent times. I'll be ready for mass production soon. Now all I need is a little more time and the bodies. Good. I will inform the government. I'm sure they will be very pleased, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. I still don't like this, All Might said. It feels wrong. The people Izuku creates aren't the same as the ones who died. Just copies, perfect copies, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. And we informed them of this and they insisted anyway. Besides, if you had a chance to make a copy of her, talking with all her thoughts and feelings, would you? All Might didn't respond. I'm sorry, but who is her? Izuku asked. An old friend, All Might said. Someone who died a long time ago. Oh, Izuku said. I'm sorry. It's fine, young Midoriya, All Might said. Well, if we're done here, then I suggest that we get back to work, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. You have to teach soon after All Might. Right, All Might sighed. He was not looking forward to it. I'll get back to work then, Izuku said. Just don't forget about your contractual breaks and day off, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. Izuku sighed. When he had signed the contract, he failed to notice that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 has put in clauses that required him to take at least an hour off of work each day and 1 day off per week, to make sure he didn't overwork himself. Yes, sir, Izuku groaned. Later with class 1, most of the class had gathered in the surveillance room already in their hero costumes, waiting for the rest of their classmates. What the fuck is taking them so long? Bakugo yelled. Do you ever stop cursing? Everyone turned to see that Ochako and Tsukui had arrived. I really like your costume, Tsukui, Ochako said. Thanks, Dad designed it when he was little, Tsukui explained. He wanted it to be his hero costume, but, well, you know, Ochako cringed slightly. Yeah, it must have been hard on him. Ochako had decided that she would become both the Midoriya's best friends, to make up for thinking they were weirdos when they first met, even though Tsukui had already told her that it was fine. Dad put all his hopes of being a hero into me, Tsukui said. I'm gonna be the best hero that ever lived, for both of us. 𝗧𝗏. Yeah, right, Bakugo said. Over my dead body. Nothing Deku makes will ever beat me. And it makes sense that Deku designed that. It looks fucking stupid. Well, I think it looks cute, Mina said, walking in. Thank you, Mina, Tsukui said. Well, I did make a few changes. The original design was, well, it's what you would expect from a 4-year-old with a green crayon. And Grandma did a great job sewing. Well, as far as I'm concerned, your dad has a knack for making cute things, Mina teased. Yup, Tsukui said with a smirk. Do you like the smirk? I just perfected it this morning. You look even smugger than Bakugo, Kaminari said. What was that dunce face? Bakugo shouted. Have you seen Bakugo's smug face? Gyro snorted. I don't think Midoriya could design a more smug face if he tried. Fuck you, earlobes, Bakugo snarled. It's true, Bakugo's smugness is incalculable. Being even smugger than him is scientifically impossible, Tsukui said. Bakugo was fuming as everyone else laughed. Come on guys, aren't you being a little bit cruel? Kirishima said. I don't need your fucking help, shitty hair, Bakugo shouted. All right, is everyone here? All Might said, gathering everyone's attention. It seems like everyone is accounted for, Momo said. All Might looked at her and cringed slightly. He knew that a revealing costume was kinda mandatory due to her quirk, but it did not bode well for what was coming next. Good, All Might said. Well, I would like to welcome our guest, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked in nervously. Hello, I'm here to test out the new camera system, and Izuku spotted Momo. His face went pale. Izuku turned around at speeds Ida would be impressed by. Well, what, why, huh? Ha. Mina burst into laughter. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't be laughing, but PFT haha. Momo turned red. She really hated her costume. Well, my quirk requires that my skin be exposed, so this is unfortunately necessary. Oh, right. Why your quirk? That makes sense. Izuku stuttered, still looking at the wall. Wait. You're probably really uncomfortable about your costume too. And I probably made you feel worse about it. Oh god, I'm sorry. It's fine, Momo said. I'm just glad you're not staring. Unlike some other people. Everyone but Izuku looked at 𝗵𝗲. What? 𝗵𝗲 said. I'm a pervert. What did you expect me to do? Wow, no shame whatsoever. All Might though. Mina had a mischievous smirk on her face. Geez, if he reacted that way to Momo, then what do you think he'll do when he finds out Toru is Tsukui? Covered Mina's mouth. Are you trying to kill him? Izuku turned around. Wait, I didn't see Toru when I walked in. I thought she was absent. Nope, right here, said the pair of shoes and floating gloves. Oh, I thought that Uraraka had just made a pair of gloves float with her quirk for some reason, Izuku said. That's so cool. What kind of material did you use to make your clothes invisible? And why didn't you use it for the gloves? Everyone in the room cringed. No one tell him, Gyro whispered, just loud enough to be heard by her class but not Izuku. Everyone nodded, Tsukui making Mina nod. We'll talk about that later, All Might said. For now, let's move on to the assignment. Oh right, Izuku said. I am just here to test the new camera system and analyze your quirks. I'm not a teacher, but I am responsible for making obstacles for you to overcome. As if you could make anything I couldn't beat, Bakugo grumbled. Now let me explain today's task, All Might said. One explanation later. A light, Tsukui said, giving Ochako a high five. After the teams were announced, the students moved into their teams. The matches were also selected randomly earlier today. All Might said, pulling out a paper with the matches on them. Sir, is it wise to leave all of this to chance? Ida asked. Life can be very random, Izuku said. Unexpected things can happen quickly, and you won't always get what you want. Everyone cringed once more. All Might more than anyone. I see, Ida said. Good point, Midoriya. All Might spoke. Well, with that out of the way, the first match is Tsukui and Uraraka as heroes versus Bakugo and Ida as villains. Bakugo looked at Tsukui and smirked. You're going down tin can. Tsukui smirked right back at him. That's funny. You know I have all your moves downloaded into my head, right? So what? I'll just come up with something Deku hasn't seen. Bakugo yelled. Well, you better make your attacks count, Tsukui said, because guess what? My lasers are heat-based. What the hell does that realization hit Bakugo? Heat plus nitroglycerin equal boom. Bakugo looked at Izuku, who gave him an apologetic look. Fuck you, Deku, Bakugo said. Bakugo was not in a good mood. He sat in the bomb room, impatiently waiting for the match to start. We need to come up with a plan, Ida said. We don't need a fucking plan, Bakugo snarled. I beat them. We win. I don't believe you can beat Midoriya, Ida said. She has every advantage over you, as well as tools we don't know about. Do you shut it? Bakugo snarled. Nothing Deku makes can ever beat me. I don't know what grudge you have against Midoriya. Her father, that is, but your anger is blinding you to the facts, Ida said. I said shut it, Bakugo growled. Meanwhile, Tsukui and Ochako stood outside of the building. Ochako looking slightly nervous while Tsukui had a massive smirk on her face. So do you want to come up with a plan? Ochako asked. No need, Tsukui said. We've already won. I know you're strong and all, but so are they, Ochako said. If they work together, we could be in serious trouble. Tsukui just smirked at her. Them, work together? Yeah, no, they are already arguing. Wait, how do you know that? Ochako asked. Earlier I taped into the camera system. I've been watching both of them since they got in there, Tsukui said. Is that allowed? Ochako asked. It's not. Not allowed, Tsukui said. I'm just using the skills given to me, I guess, Ochako said, still not fully sure about this. So what are they saying? Well, Ida is just saying, Bakugo, we need to work together or we won't stand a chance, Tsukui said, mocking Ida's voice while mimicking his arm movements. And Bakugo is going. Nay, nothing stupid Deku can make will ever beat me. Look at my massive ego, Tsukui said, trying to make Bakugo sound as stupid as possible. Ochako giggled a little bit. Why does he call you Dad Deku anyway? Tsukui scowled. It's an insult. It means someone who can't do anything. Oh, Ochako said. I kinda liked it. I thought it meant someone who could do anything. Which kinda fits your dad. Oh, Tsukui said, her smirk returning. What do you think of my dad? Well, Ochako said. He's a bit strange. But that's not really his fault. He's just a victim of something he can't control. I feel bad for him, but at the same time, I admire him for not giving up. When people say you're worthless, it becomes really easy to believe them. So it's really impressive that he still managed to accomplish so much despite that. Sukui snickered. Hear that, Dad? She thinks you're impressive. Wait, he can hear us. Ochako shouted. Every word. All Might said. Young Midoriya, your father is currently unable to answer as he is close to passing out. You tricked me, Ochako said with a pout. Yup, Sukui said, sticking out her tongue. You're cute when you're mad. Ochako blushed intensely. You're just as bad as Mina. I'll take that as a compliment, Sukui said. Let the match begin. All Might said. Hero team, you may enter. Alright, so do we just walk in there? Ochako asked. Nope, I have a plan, Sukui said, her smirk turning into a grin. This is gonna be so much fun. Back with Bakugo and Ada. I'm going, Bakugo said. To find Midoriya, I suppose. Ada sighed. What else would I be doing, glasses? Bakugo snarled. Could you at least attempt to surprise attack her? Ada said. Well, that's not very heroic now, is it? Sukui's voice said from the earpieces Bakugo and Ada had. What? Ada said. Midoriya, how did you? I plugged myself into the system before we got here, Sukui explained. I have access to the communicators, cameras, and basically everything else. That means you're watching us, Ada said. I've been watching you, Sukui said. I do feel sorry for you, Ada. Not having a partner must suck. See this tin can? Bakugo said, holding up his middle finger. Anyway, as much as I would love to watch Bakugo act like a jackass all day, I have better things to do, so let's just this over with, Sukui said. Kaken, I'm 2 floors below you on the opposite side of the building. When you're ready to get your ass kicked, come and see me. Ruh. Bakugo roared in rage. That bitch. Bakugo ran out of the room before Ada could try and stop him. No, Bakugo, it's a trap, Ada said. Come on, Ada. Do you really think I would go through all the effort to trap him? Sukui said. That's like using a bazooka to kill a fly. RAHHH. Bakugo roared. I'm gonna fucking dismantle you. You hear me, you oversized microwave. You fucking also, just so know, I'm filtering what the communicators are letting me hear. And I'm only listening to Ada, Sukui said. So while I'm sure Bakugo is spitting out insults by the dozen, I can't hear any of them. Ha ha ha. JHHH. Bakugo was now using his explosions to make himself go faster towards the 2nd floor. Come on, Bakugo. Why are you making a lady wait? Sukui said. Come on, are you actually going to fight me? Well, not really fight, more like flailing angrily. Boom. Bakugo had enough and decided instead of using the stairs to just blow a hole to get to the floor beneath him. So how do you plan on beating me? Sukui asked. Do you just plan on unleashing your emotions at me, hoping that I give up out of pity? Because I don't deal in emotions. I deal in facts. And here's a fact for you. By the end of this, you are going to be crying. He ran into the room Sukui said she was in. Where the fuck are you? He shouted. Like a little bitch. Sukui finished. Kaboom. Back in the surveillance room. Half the cameras went out as a little less than half the building blew up. What the hell? Mina said. Is Bakugo dead? Kirishima asked. No, Kaken has resistance to his own explosions, and most of the force was directed outward, away from his body. Izuku explained. That being said, the recoil from an explosion that large is more than enough to put him out of commission. If I had to guess, Sukui likely lured Bakugo to that side of the building so she wouldn't get caught in the blast. Momo guessed. Oh, that's smart, Mina said. That's why she was taunting him so much. He was so mad he didn't think twice about running into a trap. But the cameras are down. How are we gonna see what happened on that side of the building? Kirishima asked. No worries, Izuku said, pressing a button on the terminal, activating Hawk Cam. Suddenly one of the screens that turned to static turned on again with the image moving toward the crater that was once half the building. Whoa, how did you do that? Toru asked. Oh, I made a bunch of bird robots that can be used as mobile cameras, Izuku explained. Now we should be able to see everything, and oh my god. Sensor mode. Sensor mode. Back with Bakugo. Bakugo laid on the ground, bruised, beaten, and naked. He was also heavily dehydrated. All of his body fluids had been detonated, meaning he couldn't even use his quirk. And even if he could, his broken bones make fighting a futile effort. Of course, that didn't really mean much to Bakugo, so he slowly tried to get up anyway, using the rubble to help himself stand. You're still awake. Bakugo looked up to see Sukui standing in the non-destroyed part of the building above him. She jumped down into the crater and walked towards the struggling Bakugo. That's impressive, I'll admit, Sukui said. And you somehow managed to stand. Also impressive. Bakugo walked slowly towards her, pain rushing through him, his body screaming at him to just pass out already, but his mind refused. You know, I can't feel pain, but according to my sensors you're in a lot of it, Sukui said. Like, oh boy, you really shouldn't be walking right now. Shut up, Bakugo snarled, trying to sound menacing but his exhaustion making him sound pathetic. You fucking liar. It's a fight, Sukui said. What, did you accept a one-on-one duel? How stupid are you? Oh yeah, come over here to this specific part of the building. It's definitely not a trap. 𝐵𝑃𝗃𝐲 stood in front of her, summoning the nastiest glare he could. So what's your plan here? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked. Are you gonna try and stare me to death? Or before 𝐒𝐭𝐲 could finish, 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 summoned his strength and punched her right in the face. 𝐻𝐻, 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 said as he pulled back his now bleeding hand. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was dumbfounded. She just stood there in a stupor as 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 repeated punched her. I will beat you, he shouted in a broken voice. Well, just wow, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said. 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 went in for another blow, but 𝐒𝐭𝐲 grabbed his arm, stopping him from doing anything. 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 tried to punch her with his other arm, but she grabbed that as well. 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 struggled to try and escape her grip, but to no avail, tears brimming down his face as the futility of his actions started to sink in. Oh my god, you actually are crying. I actually feel kind of bad now, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 let go, causing 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 to stumble back, and before he could do anything, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was in front of him, her fingers on his forehead. With a flick, 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 was knocked onto the ground, and before he could even try to get up, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 sat down on top of him. Hey, you wanna hear something cool? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked. Suddenly 𝐒𝐭𝐲's voice changed, sounding exactly like 𝐒𝐴LMIGHT's. It's my voice modifier, she said. 𝐒𝐴LMIGHT𝐸 is getting to the bomb now, so all I need to do is wait, and then when she gets there I'll tell 𝐒𝐴 that he's out. Knowing our rule-abiding 𝐒𝐴, he'll fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Hey, let's see if I can make him do a little dance too. 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲 said nothing, still struggling not to keep his eyes open. You want to know something? Katsuki 𝗵𝑃𝗃𝐲, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said. I feel bad that 𝐒𝐴 was stuck with you. Because honestly, I think that just about any team could have beaten you too. Not because of him, because of you. Because you are a self-righteous, entitled douchebag. You were praised for your quirk, something you got with pure luck, and was told the world is yours. Well, it's not. Point is, your partner would have lost because he got stuck with you. You're worse than useless. You're dead weight. 𝐒𝐭𝐲, I'm outside the room. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 whisped through her communicator. Got it. Wait for me to say go, she said. Got it, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. With 𝐒𝐴, came 𝗎𝐿MIGHT's voice on his communicator. Your team is disqualified. What? 𝐒𝐴 said. Sir, may I ask why? Why? You failed from keeping your partner from heavily damaging the building and potentially causing serious damage to the other students. 𝗎𝐿MIGHT's voice said. You are to return to the surveillance room immediately. Why, yes, sir, 𝐒𝐴 said in a depressed tone. But first, you must perform the 𝐒𝐴 dance of failure, said 𝗎𝐿MIGHT's voice. What? 𝐒𝐴 said. It is a 𝐒𝐴 tradition. It teaches humbleness. You wouldn't go against a tradition, would you? 𝗎𝐿MIGHT's voice said. Of course not, sir. I will give it my all. 𝐒𝐴 said. How do I do it? Just dance, my boy. 𝗎𝐿MIGHT's voice said. Of course, by having the students attempt the dance on their own, it encourages them to try their best regardless of the situation. 𝐒𝐴 said. Yes, 𝗎𝐿MIGHT's voice said. Right then, I shall try my best. 𝐒𝐴 said. What happened next was too ridiculous to fully describe. As 𝐒𝐴 in his full armor attempted to pull off dance moves he had only ever seen on TV back in the surveillance room, it was a laugh riot in there. Everyone but Momo, Izuku, Shoji, Shoto, Takoyami, and Koda were laughing their asses off. 𝐒𝐭𝐲, haha, you fucking genius, Mina said. Oh, poor 𝗂𝐴, Momo cringed. I can't believe he fell for that. Kaminari said. This is ridiculous, Todoroki said. 𝗎𝐿MIGHT tried his hardest not to laugh and was failing miserably. 𝗂𝐴, my boy, I am so sorry. Back with 𝗂𝐴 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲. All right, you can go in, 𝗧𝗭𝐲 said over the communicator. Enjoy the show. What? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. She got no response, so she just sighed and walked into the room. And then she froze. Uraraka, congratulations on your victory, 𝗂𝐴 said while he attempted to dance. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 just looked at him with a dumbfounded expression for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Laugh while you can, 𝗂𝐴 said. Next time you'll be doing the dance of shame. This made 𝗧𝗵𝗲 laugh harder. Slowly 𝗧𝗵𝗲 walked past 𝗂𝐴 while trying not to choke on her own laughter. The battle is over. Why are you still going toward the bomb? 𝗂𝐴 asked. No reason, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 touched the bomb, and a few seconds afterward 𝗎𝐿MIGHT announced the result. Hero team wins, he said. Wait, what? 𝗂𝐴 said, stopping his attempt at dancing. Sorry, 𝗂𝐴, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. Sorry for making you dance. 𝗧𝗭𝐲 apologized over the communicator. How did you like my voice modifier? 𝗂𝐴 fell to his knees and screamed at the sky. I've been duped. Later, back at the surveillance room, after confirming that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had made it to the medical wing safely, they continued class. Can anyone tell me who was the most important player in this battle? 𝗎𝐿MIGHT asked. Momo raised her hand. Young Yaoyorozu, 𝗎𝐿MIGHT called. As much as I hesitate to say it. Midoriya, Momo said. Ouch, 𝗧𝗭𝐲 said. While Midoriya did several things that were completely unnecessary, she was also the only person who actually managed to do anything, Momo said. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was dead set on fighting Midoriya, and his only chance of actually winning an encounter with her was a surprise attack. Once Midoriya took control of the cameras, there was no chance of that ever happened, essentially taking him out of the fight before it even began. Same goes for 𝐻𝐸. Due to his rule-abiding nature, all 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 needed was a reasonable excuse to get 𝐻𝐸 out of the fight. In other words, they stood no chance. Shoto said. Still, Midoriya could have won without causing that much property damage. She also didn't need to confront Bakugo after he had already been taken out of the fight. Momo said. But her method was still foolproof. To think that following the rules would have led me astray. Ada said. Sorry about that, Ida. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 chuckled. It's fine. Ada said. I will simply need to improve my awareness and your dance skills. Mina said. Well, if that's all, then we can move on to the next match. All Might said. All Might, Izuku said. Can I have a word with 𝐒𝐭𝐴? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked at Izuku, and judging by his expression, he was not happy. Oh, so this is what dread feels like, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 thought. Outside. Izuku brought 𝐒𝐭𝐴 outside the surveillance room. Suo, what's wrong? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked. Cause you look upset. Izuku sighed. I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed. 𝐒𝐭𝐴's eyes widened. What? Why? I know I caused a little too much collateral damage, but that's not what I'm disappointed about. Izuku cut her off. I'm disappointed because of what you did to Kaken. But why? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked frantically. There must be something wrong with her processors because she was not supposed to able to stutter. I took him down. That's what I was supposed to do. You weren't supposed to humiliate him, Izuku shouted. First of all, the taunting was cruel and mostly unnecessary. I will admit some taunting might have been required to get him to fall into a trap like that, but that was excessive. And then you could ambushed him and used your strength to knock him out instantly. Instead, you choose to detonate his whole body, not only causing a lot of damage to the building and Kaken. At this point, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 felt so small. Never had Izuku scolded her before. And that's not even the worst part. Izuku shouted. All that other stuff was excessive. But what you said and did to him in the crater was downright cruel. But 𝐒𝐭𝐴 tried to say something, but Izuku was not having it. He was beaten and naked, and for no good reason you went down there and humiliated him even more, Izuku said. And you called him entitled. 𝐒𝐭𝐴, you were born with numerous abilities and knowledge on how to use them. You of all people should not be calling anyone entitled. But he hurt you, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shouted. I know you tried to hide it from me, but I figured it out. He hurt you and he's been hurting you for years. He's an asshole, a bully. He got what he deserved. Izuku sighed and shook his head. Yes, he hurt me, but humiliating him, stooping to his level, won't fix that. As your creator, no, as your father, I expected better from you. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked down at the floor, ashamed. I know that I used some of his brain waves to make you, but I only used them as a baseline. Izuku said. I don't want you ever doing something like that again. Yes, Dad, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said. There was a short pause before Izuku spoke again. I'm not going to ask you to apologize, because that would just make him angrier. But I want you to know this. The reason I used some of his brain waves is because I admire his will. Even after he was heavily injured, he refused to give up. He didn't let himself pass out until he was halfway to the medical wing. Kaken has the drive to become a hero I've never seen in anyone else. That's the part of him I wanted to give to you. Izuku walked back into the room. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stood there until suddenly she legs failed her. An unpleasant sensation filled her, one that was completely new to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. And then a realization hit her. Oh, I guess I can feel pain. Hey, are you okay? Ochako asked. School had ended a while ago and the two had decided to hang out at a ramen shop. However, the whole time 𝐒𝐿𝐴 seemed down. I fucked up. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed. Was it about what you did to Bakugo during class? Ochako asked, having a strong feeling that was the case. Cause you kinda went a little too far. Well, actually you went way too far. I know. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 groaned. Dad said he was disappointed in me. Ochako cringed. There were very few times she ever disappointed her parents, but when she did, she felt like the worst person in the world. Yeah, that sucks. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed. I still hate him, but looking back I should have stopped after blowing him up. I think you should have stopped before that, but whatever. Ochako thought. Why do you hate him so much? Ochako asked. I mean, I know he's kind of a jerk, but I don't think it's because of that. It's because he's an asshole. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shouted. He's been picking on my dad for years. He's the reason Dad made me. Because that fucker has been making sure people won't go anywhere near him. Wait, he's been bullying him? Ochako asked. Since he was fucking 5. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shouted. But Dad doesn't care. He still defends him and says he can be a great hero, despite the fact that he's been beating him up with his quirk for years. There was a short pause before Ochako spoke. Why didn't you tell the teachers? Dad doesn't want me to, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said. He said it would hurt his career as a hero. So instead you thought that he would rather you humiliate him in front of the entire class. Ochako pointed out. I know it was dumb, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 admitted, but he just pissed me off, and I was tired of him just getting away scot-free. I had to do something. She felt a hand on her back and looked at Ochako. It's okay, Ochako said. Honestly, if I was in your position, I would probably just have told the teachers. You ignored him when he asked you not to tell anyone about you being a robot. Android, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 corrected. And the reason I didn't is because of how Dad works. He always cares more about others way more than himself. If I do something that just affects us, then he won't be that mad, especially because it's something that probably would end well for us. But with Bakugo, it negatively affects someone else, meaning that Dad would probably hate me if I went through with it. Trust me, I wanted to. But I ran the idea through my processors and decided it was a bad idea. Why didn't you run humiliating Bakugo through your processors? Ochako asked. I did. Tsukui sighed. Once. At first I just wanted to blow him up. I ran that through my processors and figured that Dad would only be a little upset. But then I kept thinking of new ways to humiliate him, and I didn't think to run those through my processors. I have a program in my head that tells me what my actions will do, and yet I somehow still suck at decision making. Tsukui slammed her head onto the table. I am a fucking failure. No, you're not, Ochako said. You might be an android, but you're basically human. You walk like one, talk like one, and act like one. And humans make mistakes. We have all sorts of things to help us not make mistakes, but we still do. No one's perfect. Tsukui sighed. Thanks, Ochako. You're welcome, Ochako said, giving her a bright smile. Now let's eat. Our food is getting cold. Don't worry about it. I'll heat him up, Tsukui said, looking at Ochako's bowl while her eyes glowed red. Please don't laser my noodles, Ochako said. Tsukui pouted and her eyes went back to green. Fine. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Nezu sat in his office doing what he always did, plotting and drinking tea, when suddenly he heard a knock at his door. Come in, Nezu said. Izuku slowly walked into his office before giving Nezu a nervous look. Ah, Izuku. Good, good, Nezu said. I wanted to talk about Tsukui's. Well, calling it a fight would be horribly inaccurate. I wanted to talk about Tsukui's humiliation of Bakugo and Ida. I am so sorry about that. Izuku rapidly apologized. I don't know what she was thinking when she did that. I swear I will make sure this never happens again. What did Bakugo do to you? Nezu asked, making Izuku freeze. What? Izuku said quietly. Tsukui has existed for less than a year, meaning that unless Bakugo did something incredibly horrible to her within that time, then Tsukui's hatred of him stems from you. Nezu explained. Bakugo is also known to act extremely aggressively towards you, and you tend to act even more meek and fearful whenever he is around. So my question to you is, what did Bakugo do to you that would make Tsukui act in such a vicious and slightly amusing manner? Well, Izuku was sweating nervously as he desperately tried to find a way to answer this question. Was he perhaps one of the people who bullied you? Nezu asked. And no, Izuku lied. Kaken would never do something like that. There was a short pause before Nezu shook his head and spoke again. Izuku, you and I are both aware of my abilities, so I don't know why you would think it was a good idea to lie to me. Izuku stayed silent. How about this? You're going to tell me everything. And if you lie 3 times, then Bakugo will be expelled. Nezu said. What? Izuku shouted in shock. That's not fair. Yes, it would be incredibly unfair for you to get him expelled because you don't want to do something as simple as telling me the truth, Nezu said, his upbeat tone never changing. Now I'll ask you again. Did he bully you? Well, he may have said some mean things and accidentally used his quirk on me a few times. Izuku lied. That's another lie, Nezu pointed out. 2 more of those and Bakugo is out. Izuku panicked. Okay, maybe it wasn't accidental. But I'm sure he just wanted to practice his quirk and needed something to use it on. That's another lie, Nezu said. But I wasn't lying, Izuku said. Really, I'm sure that's why. I said that if you lie 3 times then Bakugo is expelled, Nezu repeated. I never said those lies have to be directed at me. Izuku stopped talking as what Nezu said sunk in. We both know that he doesn't need to use a person to practice his quirk on. And even if he did, that will still be both cruel and illegal, Nezu told him. You have one last chance, Izuku. Tell me the truth. Bakugo's future is in your hands. Izuku hung his head in defeat. He had no choice. He had to tell him everything. The next day. Thank you for coming, Mrs. Bakugo, Nezu said, greeting his guest as they entered his office. No problem. Now, what the fuck did my son do now? Mitsuki asked. I didn't do shit, Bakugo said. Aunt Mitsuki, Izuku said, shocked at just how upfront she was. Oh hey, Izuku. Oh, Tsukui's here too, Mitsuki said before turning her head to her son. And I doubt we got called here for something either of them did, so it must have been you. Actually it might have been me, Tsukui said nervously. She knew where this was going and she would accept her punishment with dignity. Not really, Nezu said. Wait, what? Tsukui said in slight shock. Never mind, guess I don't know where this was going. We will talk about it when our last guest arrives, Nezu explained. Last guest? Izuku asked. Who's sorry, I'm late. The traffic was really bad, I hope you can forgive me. Izuku froze as he immediately recognized the voice of the person who just came into the room. He turned around and his fears were confirmed. Mom, he shouted in shock before turning to Nezu. Why, you called my mom? But I'm not a student. True, but you are still a minor and therefore I am still obligated to tell her what you told me. 𝐂𝐬 explained. So I invited her over and she said yes. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, what is this about? 𝐒𝐭 asked as she took a seat next to her son. Allow me to explain, 𝐂𝐬 said. Yesterday the students were having 2-on-2 matches against each other. Yeah, and he fucking lost, Mitsuki said. I'm guessing that was why he was crying yesterday. Hag, Bakugo growled at his mother. Tsukui snickered, but Izuku gave her a look, making her cut it out immediately. Yes, he did in fact lose, 𝐂𝐬 confirmed. But there's more to it than that. 𝐂𝐬 coughed to clear his throat before speaking again. She hacked into the communications and used them to taunt Bakugo into a trap before using her heat vision to detonate all of the nitroglycerin on his body, blowing up half of the building they were in and doing horrible damage to Bakugo's body and destroying all of his clothes. Then she went up to him and taunted him some more while he attempted to punch her metal body, doing more damage to himself. She then proceeded to knock him down, sit on him and humiliate his partner, all the while blaming him for their loss. The fight was being monitored, so this all happened in front. Izuku and Tsukui cringed as both Mitsuki and 𝐭 had shocked looks on their faces. Mitsuki recovered first before looking at Tsukui and saying, "That was a little bit much." "Yeah, I know," Tsukui sighed. Normally this would call for a suspension at the very least. However, I decided to ask Izuku what Bakugo could have done to deserve such humiliation, and the response I got was very enlightening, 𝐂𝐬 said. Bakugo raised an eyebrow in confusion. He had a bad feeling about this. What are you talking about? You see, after forcing the truth out of Izuku, I found out that Bakugo had been bullying Izuku for the last 10 years, 𝐂𝐬 said. I fucking knew it, Mitsuki shouted. I always knew you were being a fucking asshole to him this whole time. But whenever I asked Izuku, he would always make excuses for you. But not this fucking time. Katsuki, 𝐭 said, giving him a betrayed look. I just put the nerd in his goddamn place. It's not fucking bully, old hag, Bakugo shouted back. You're right, it's not bullying, 𝐂𝐬 said, getting everyone's attention. It's more along the lines of serious physical and mental abuse. Mitsuki turned to 𝐂𝐬, eyes wide with disbelief. What? Apparently Bakugo has been physically beating Izuku using his quirk, which, may I remind you, is illegal, for long periods of time, quite frequently, all the while saying horrible things to him. In fact, his nickname, Deku, translates to useless, meaning he literally addresses him as useless each time he sees him. This almost surely the cause for Izuku's extremely low self-esteem, 𝐂𝐬 said. This repeated targeting combined with Izuku's quirklessness is almost certainly the reason Izuku was ostracized by all of his fellow students, meaning that he is responsible for socially isolating him as well. This behavior continued into his teens to the point where he literally told him to jump off the school roof. The room was silent for a moment as 𝐂𝐬 let his words sink in. Everyone but Izuku was shocked. 𝐭 had a look of horror etched on her face as tears slid down her cheeks. Tsukui, who had already known about the bullying but didn't know just how bad it was glaring at Bakugo, her eyes glowing red. Izuku just had his head down, ashamed that he may have ruined Katsuki's chances at becoming a hero. Bakugo was glaring at 𝐂𝐬 for saying all this unimportant shit that was sure to piss off his mother and Mitsuki. No one could see her expression as she stood there frozen in place. Apparently the teachers and staff of those schools just lied in order to not harm Bakugo's chances of becoming a hero just because of a quirkless child, 𝐂𝐬 explained. Please be reassured that we'll be investigating those schools for discrimination and child endangerment. There was another long pause before Mitsuki finally unfroze. Suddenly the room was filled with a dangerous aura emanating off of her. She turned around to face her child and Bakugo felt fear course through him. How fucking dare you, she said with barely contained fury. You want to be a fucking hero, and you do shit like that. Izuku butt in. Aunt Mitsuki. Mitsuki turned to him and Izuku instantly closed his mouth in fear. I don't want to hear any more of your excuses, so sit down and shut the fuck up. Anything Izuku could have said was drowned out by mind-numbing terror. I'm not going to punish you here, Mitsuki said, turning back to Bakugo. But when we get home, I don't even fucking know what I'm going to do to you. Why? Everyone looked back at 𝐭, who was now actively sobbing. Why? Why would you do such a thing? 𝐭 asked. I thought you were friends. Why? I don't understand. Mitsuki quickly moved to comfort her crying friend, wrapping her arms around her all the while glaring at her son, telling him without words that this was his fault. Bakugo actually felt a bit of guilt, but he quickly, Mom, Izuku said quietly. You told me you fell, 𝐭 said to her son, or that it was an accident. Or, why did you lie to me, Izuku? Even more shame filled Izuku as he couldn't even find the will to look his mother in the eye. Now, Mrs. Bakugo, your son has committed several illegal acts that in any other scenario would not only result in his immediate expulsion but would also likely land him in a juvenile detention center, 𝐂𝐬 said. Mitsuki was seething with rage, her eyes fixed on her son, who was now beginning to realize how fucked he was. However, 𝐂𝐬 said, after looking things over and after Izuku begged me for 5 hours non-stop, I have decided to leave the decision of Bakugo's expulsions in the hand of Mrs. Midori. In truth, 𝐬𝐳 didn't really have much choice. Expelling 𝗵𝘃𝐻 would cause 𝐒𝐿 to have a mental crisis bigger than the one he is currently having. That would mean 𝐒𝐿 might not even be able to work, and if he did work it would likely be at dramatically slower speeds. This would displease the government, who had a lot to ask of the young man, and they would most likely force 𝐬𝐳 to take 𝗵𝘃𝐻 back anyway. However, neither him nor the government could stop 𝐒𝐭 from suing the 𝗵𝘃𝐻s, which, given the fact that it would be a case involving 2 US students, would inevitably catch the media's attention, and after that 𝐬𝐳 would have no choice but to expel 𝗵𝘃𝐻. And the government couldn't do anything about that without seriously harming 𝐂𝐴's reputation. So, in the end, it was all in 𝐒𝐭's hands. 𝐒𝐭, Mitsuki said to her friend, "I won't blame you, no matter what you do. You're my friend, and I let my son do something terrible to yours. Whatever you want to do, I won't hate you for it." 𝗵𝘃𝐻 balled his fist. This whole part of his day sheds a different light on his actions. Seeing 𝗒𝐭 and Mitsuki's reactions actually managed to make the boy feel a little bad. But still, they were talking about his future as a hero. If 𝗒𝐿 wanted to, she could put an end to all his hopes and dreams in one fell swoop. 𝗒𝐿 sniffed. "It's not your fault, Mitsuki. Those teachers who let him get away with it and encouraged him are the ones responsible. I won't press charges." 𝗒𝐿 looked at 𝗵𝘃𝐻. "I don't know why you would do something like that to 𝗧𝗑. But I really hope that you can improve and become a better hero." Well, that felt like getting blown up all over again. Fuck, why does hurt? 𝗵𝘃𝐻 wondered as he avoided eye contact with anyone in the room. "And why the fuck does this feel familiar? Are you fucking kidding me?" 𝗧𝗍 shouted. "You mean he just gets away with this?" She wanted to punch something, 𝗵𝘃𝐻 in particular, but her programming wouldn't allow her, so all she could do is scream. "Oh heavens no," 𝗬𝐳 said. "While we will be keeping 𝗵𝘃𝐻 enrolled here, there will be consequences for his actions. Firstly, 𝗵𝘃𝐻 will have to attend several therapy and anger management sessions. He will be excluded from all extracurricular events, including the sports festival, and if he is caught breaking the rules, he can be subject to immediate expulsion." 𝗵𝘃𝐻's eyes widened. If he couldn't participate in the sports festival, then how the hell was he supposed to get exposure? 𝗵𝘃𝐻 was about to speak up when his mother saw him open his mouth and glared at him, telling him without words to shut his mouth. That didn't do much to calm 𝗧𝗍, who was still enraged. Collecting herself, 𝗧𝗍 spoke. "Can I leave for a little bit?" "Yes. In fact, I would like to speak to Mrs. Midoriya and Mrs. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 alone, please," 𝗬𝐳 said. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 didn't say a word as he got up and left the room, slamming the door behind him. 𝗧𝗍 grabbed her father by the wrist and dragged him out of the room. There was a short pause before 𝗬𝐳 spoke again. "Now, let's talk about 𝗧𝗑. As I said earlier, I had to force information out of him while he tried to defend 𝗵𝘃𝐻. Why the hell would he do that?" Mitsuki asked. "He has to know that what Katsuki was doing to him was wrong." "He did," 𝗬𝐳 said. "At least on some level. The fact that he hid his abuse for 𝗵𝘃𝐻's sake shows that deep down he knows that what 𝗵𝘃𝐻 did was wrong and therefore could get him in trouble. However, he most likely did not want to confront that fact. He made up excuses in his head, trying to justify or explain away 𝗵𝘃𝐻's abuse. This is likely because he still desperately wishes to be friends with 𝗵𝘃𝐻 like they were when they were young, so he just endures the abuse and hopes that it ends." "Oh, 𝗧𝗑," 𝗒𝐿 said sadly. "The only exception to this seems to be when 𝗵𝘃𝐻 targeted other children. Then he would attempt to stop him." 𝗬𝐳 explained. "I think it goes without saying that 𝗧𝗑 will need to go to therapy as well. As his employer, I can't force him to, but since you're his mother, you can." "Oh, of course," 𝗒𝐿 stuttered. "My poor 𝗧𝗑." "Good, now one last thing," 𝗬𝐳 said. "This desire to be friends with 𝗵𝘃𝐻 again was likely a result of his loneliness. The fact that you had to work most of the time not helping this, although that was not your fault. Now that you have much more free time, I would like to suggest that you move on campus. This would allow you and 𝗧𝗍 to spend much more time with him and would allow us to protect you." "He protect me?" 𝗒𝐿 questioned. "Yes. You see, right now most people only know about a rumor saying that a robot girl is a US student. They don't know who she is, what she looks like, or who made her," 𝗬𝐳 explained. "But when they do, I have no doubt people will want to get their hands on him, whether it be to kill him to try and stop the new technological advancements or to try and use him for their own purposes. And there is a large chance that they would try to use you to get to him." 𝗒𝐿's eyes went wide. She had never really considered such a thing, but when 𝗬𝐳 said it, it sounded so obvious. "I'll do it," 𝗒𝐿 said shakily. "Even if I wasn't in danger, I want to help my son." 𝗬𝐳's smile grew a little bigger. "Well then, let's get the paperwork sorted out." Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗍 dragged 𝗧𝗑 outside further and further away from 𝗬𝐳's office. "𝗧𝗍," 𝗧𝗑 said. 𝗧𝗍 stopped, letting go of his wrist and turning to meet his eyes. "Why?" 𝗧𝗍 shouted. "Why do you keep defending that asshole? And don't give me that crap about him not giving up. He gave up on you pretty fucking fast." 𝗧𝗑 tried to say something, but 𝗧𝗍 cut him off. "He has caused you nothing but pain, and yet you still want to be friends with him?" 𝗧𝗍 shouted. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 cut him off again. "I looked through my processors over and over again, but even they can't find a reason for why you would do this to yourself. 𝐬𝐭𝐲 shouted. Because it was better than being alone, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said. There was a short pause as what 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said sunk in. Because the explosions and insults always hurt less than whenever I was sitting there with no one to talk to, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, tears starting to roll down his cheeks. He was the closest thing to a friend I ever had. I really wanted to be friends with him again. I wanted to pretend like those things didn't happen. There was another short pause before 𝐒𝐬𝐽 spoke again. I'm sorry, 𝐬𝐭𝐲, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said to his creation. I programmed you to care about me and then got upset when you did. I am not okay. I shouldn't act like I know better. I have failed you as a father. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was going to say more when he felt two arms wrap around him. Dad, I'm sorry for yelling. 𝐬𝐭𝐽 apologized. You haven't failed me. You just made mistakes. And from what I'm told, that's just part of being human. 𝐬𝐭𝐽, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said. I could have handled this situation better too, 𝐬𝐭𝐽 admitted. So now that we've apologized, can we just put this behind us? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked at her for a moment before smiling. That sounds good. Thank you, 𝐬𝐭𝐽. You're welcome, Dad. 𝐬𝐭𝐽 smiled back. The Midoriyas moved into one of UAS buildings with no difficulty. 𝐭𝐞 mostly stayed inside and did things like watching TV, knitting, etc. 𝐬𝐭𝐽 went out a lot more, mainly with 𝐒𝐴𝐴𝐾o, but Tsuyu would join in sometimes. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, however, was walking into his lab with 𝐒𝐳u and All Might. Are you sure you want to do this? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked again. I have my doubts, but I made peace with them some time ago. All Might said. 𝐒𝐳u has convinced me that this is the way to go about things, and I'm not about to back out now. Yes, and the sooner we get this done, the sooner we can move on and start with the next phase, 𝐒𝐳u said. We need to move quickly. After all, we are creating the next symbol of peace. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 sighed. Project Kaiu. What would probably be the biggest project in 𝐒𝐽𝐽's life. He still remembers when 𝐒𝐳u had assigned him this Herculean task. Flashback, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was in shock. One for all. A quirk that could be transferred from person to person, gaining power each time. All Might's quirk, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 muttered. Why are you telling me this? Yes, I am confused as well. All Might said. Why, it's quite simple. Midoriya, do you think that you could give one for all to a machine? 𝐒𝐳u asked. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 thought about that for a second before answering. Well, from the sound of it, one for all is an energy-based quirk. It doesn't make you stronger by altering your body's muscles, otherwise you wouldn't grow weaker after losing it. And if it's energy, then it's possible that the biological energy that is one for all could be converted into regular energy. So it's possible, 𝐒𝐳u asked again. Possibly, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said. Wait. All Might said. I'm confused. Are you saying I should give the quirk to young 𝐬𝐽𝐽? 𝐒𝐳u shook his head. No. This is a perfect opportunity. Why spend time searching for the perfect successor, when we can just make the perfect successor? All Might realized what 𝐒𝐳u was talking about, as did 𝐒𝐽𝐽. You want me to make a new android to wield one for all? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked, slightly freaked out by how important the task sounded. Yes, now you're getting it, 𝐒𝐳u exclaimed in an excited tone. If we go this route, we will have complete control over the personality and traits of the ninth wielder. No risk of them secretly being a spy. Neither All Might nor 𝐒𝐽𝐽 knew what to say. They couldn't deny the appeal of the option, but All Might was unsure about giving one for all to a machine, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was unsure he could build something like that. I will need to consider this, All Might said. Of course, 𝐒𝐳u said before looking at 𝐒𝐽𝐽. I'm sure you will do the same. Right, Midoriya? Why, yes, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stuttered. Back to the present, All Might ultimately said yes, leaving 𝐒𝐽𝐽 with little choice but to accept. The three walked up to the back wall of the lab, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 placed his hand on it. Recognized. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, Midoriya, said a robotic voice. Suddenly the wall sealed back and opened up, revealing a hidden elevator. The three entered and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 pressed a button. The doors closed and the elevator descended, down into 𝐒𝐽𝐽's secret underground lab. This huge lab, dug out by power loader and many robots, was built so 𝐒𝐽𝐽 could make bigger things in both quantity and quality. It also functions as a way for 𝐒𝐽𝐽 to work on top secret projects away from the public eye. After a little over a minute, they had reached the lowest level. The doors slid open once more, revealing the largest section of 𝐒𝐽𝐽's lab. It was a few stories tall and about as wide as a third of a football field. In the back was a huge cylinder, hooked up to a few machines. All Might looked in awe at the lab. This place is huge. Indeed, Power Loader worked very hard to dig out this amount of space. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said. I say that his raise was well earned. All Might, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said. The time is here. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 pointed to a metal pod that was hooked up to the cylinder. Please enter the pod. All Might looked at it for a few seconds, his hesitation clear in his eyes. He swiftly steeled his resolve and walked into the tube. Once All Might was inside, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 went to strap him in. Sorry, this is just meant to keep you in place. The process won't do any damage to you, but I can't promise it will be pleasant. It's fine. I have endured much worse, All Might said, taking a look at his stomach. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 gave the hero a concerned look before walking to the control panel. Once he reached the control panel, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 put his hand on a switch. All Might, I'm starting the machine now. All Might nodded and braced himself for the worst. Izuku flipped the switch and the machine came to life. All Might grit his teeth. He could feel the strength slowly being sucked from him. It was extremely unpleasant but not all that painful. That swiftly changed. The machine started beeping and Izuku's face twisted in alarm. "Something's wrong," Izuku said. "The machine is having difficulties removing the quirk. Should we stop it?" Nezu asked. "No, I've prepared for this," Izuku said, flipping another switch. The machine got louder and All Might could feel the power draining from him faster. But not only that, he could feel One for All, resisting, attempting to stay inside him, fighting the machine. And it hurt like hell. Small grunts of pain came from the hero as he tried his hardest to endure it. The beeping didn't stop and Izuku could tell something was wrong. "It looks like I'll have to increase the power again," he thought nervously. This time Izuku flipped to switches and the machine became extremely loud. 𝐻𝐻. The pain became too much to bear and All Might started to scream. "All Might," Izuku shouted. "Something's wrong. It's like the quirk is resisting the machine." "Perhaps you should turn it off," Nezu suggested. "I can't. We're too far into the process. If I stop it now I have no clue how it could affect All Might," Izuku said, completely panicking. 𝐻𝐻. All Might continued to scream, and sparks started to come out of the machine. "The machine is overloading," Izuku shouted. "We need to boom." Suddenly the machine exploded. Multicolored lights filled the room and enveloped most of the people inside. Nezu, who was standing further from the machine, had to look away from the blinding rando lights covering his beady eyes. When the light and explosion died down, Nezu looked back at the lab. The pod was destroyed, but All Might only seemed to be slightly injured and was passed out. Izuku was also unconscious but seemed to be completely uninjured. The cylinder in the back had lit up like a rainbow, colors emitting from it like a disco ball. Nezu wasted no time and pulled out his phone. "I need medical assistance now." Meanwhile, with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝐒𝐴CHAKO were at an arcade, 𝗂𝐴CHAKO holding an absolutely enormous amount of tickets while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was playing skee-ball. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 held up the ball before rolling it up the track and into the 10,000-point hole. "Isn't using targeting systems cheating?" 𝗂𝐴CHAKO asked. "There aren't any rules against it," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, taking the tickets from the machine. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 didn't have a phone, per se. Rather, calls just went directly to her head. "Hello," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. "What? I'm heading there now." "What happened?" 𝗂𝐴CHAKO asked. "Something's wrong with Dad. I have to go." "Take all the tickets," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, running out of the arcade at max speed. Later at the UA medical wing, Izuku and All Might were laid out in hospital beds. All Might was behind a curtain on the opposite side of the room so no one could see his true form. Izuku had an oxygen mask over his mouth and nose, and a few other machines attached to him. "Where is my baby?" 𝐭 said, running into the room. "What happened to Dad?" 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, running in alongside her grandmother. "Please quiet down," Recovery Girl said. "Yelling won't help anyone." The two Midoriyas looked at Izuku with a mix of concern and dread. "An experiment went wrong," Nezu explained. "Somehow, Izuku's strength was drained from him. His muscles, his bones, his eyesight, even his immune system. And he appears to be in some kind of coma as well." 𝗧𝗵𝗲 scanned Izuku's body and found that everything they were saying was true. Izuku's body was substantially weaker than this morning. "What's going to happen to him?" 𝗏 asked fearfully, tears sliding down her face. "He should be fine for the most part," Recovery Girl said. "He should still be able to walk and move, although I wouldn't suggest running. I can't tell without an eye test. But he will likely need glasses. Also, he's going to have to take some medication to strengthen his immune system." "And what about the coma?" 𝗏 asked. "When is he gonna wake up?" "I don't know, but from the brain scans, it shouldn't take too long. A few weeks at the longest." "How did this happen?" 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. "What kind of experiments were you guys doing?" Nezu spoke up. "I'm afraid that's classified information." "Of fucking course it is," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. "What does Dad do that's not classified?" "I realize that you must be tired of hearing that. But to be fair, you have a very poor track record when it comes to keeping secrets," Nezu said. 𝗏 sat on a chair next to Izuku, holding his hand and crying. "My baby, my poor, poor baby." 𝗧𝗵𝗲 walked behind her and put a hand on her back. "It's okay, Grandma. He's gonna be okay. Recovery Girl told us so. Dad wouldn't want you to cry." This did very little to stop the tears, but she did feel a little bit better. The next day in class, "Man, those press guys are so pushy," Mina complained. "Yeah, and very are rude too. So unmanly," Kirishima added. "Midoriya, you're so lucky you didn't have to deal with them since you live on campus," Toru said. "Yeah, lucky," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said in a depressed tone. 𝗂𝐴CHAKO gave her friend a concerned look. "Midoriya, are you okay?" Kaminari asked. "Yeah, you've been gloomy since we got here," Siro added. "Midoriya's father is in a coma," Aizawa said, walking into the room. "His body has been weakened and he likely won't wake up for the rest of the month." "What?" shouted the entire class, except Todoroki. "Doc's in a coma," Mina shouted. "Doc?" Gyro questioned. Yeah, it's his nickname, Mina said. But enough about that. What happened to him? An experiment went wrong, the details of which are none of your business. Aizawa said, the only thing you need to know is that after he wakes up, don't overwhelm him. In his current state, it might actually give him a heart attack. Most of the class looked concerned, with many of them sending sympathetic looks towards Tsukuyomi, except for Bakugo. He was just angry. Later, outside the UA gates, a blue-haired man in a hoodie looked at the press, swarming outside the gates. The man, Tamura Shigaraki, smiled with glee as he walked off to the side. How rude of them to ignore the people like this, he said. I'll just have to let them in. He walked over to the side, where no one was looking, and pressed his hand against the wall. The wall started breaking apart, and Tamura grinned. Warning, defenses under attack. Subduing attacker, shouted a robotic voice. Shit, Tamura said. Better speed this up before the heroes come. Before Tamura could finish that sentence, a turret sprung out from the top of the wall and shot him with a tranquilizer dart. Fuck, Tamura said, looking at the dart that was now launched in his arm. Had it not been for an endurance and stamina quirk he stole, he would be on the ground. Tamura decided to abandon his plan and escape, and the turret decided he didn't have enough darts in him. After being hit by about 6 more darts, Tamura managed to escape the range of the turret. Trying not to lose consciousness, Tamura called Kirigiri with his phone. Get me. Now, Tamura demanded. I'm in an alley not far away from you. Get me out of here. After about a minute, a black portal opened below Tamura, bringing him back to the bar. Tamura hit the wooden floor with a thud. They upgraded their security. I can see that, Kirigiri said, picking up the phone and dialing the doctor. Should we postpone our attack? No, as long as we have that guy with the electric quirk. The security shouldn't be a problem, Tamura said tiredly. I'm going to take a nap now. Not because of these darts. I just happened to be tired. And with that, Tamura fell into a deep sleep. Izuku opened his eyes slowly. Everything seemed blurry to him for some reason. The lab. What happened? Izuku thought. Need to get back to the lab. Figure out what went wrong. Izuku tried to sit up but found it was significantly harder than normal. With enough effort, he did manage to sit himself up. And he looked around at his surroundings. I'm in the medical wing. That's right, the explosion. Izuku remembered. I need to see if All Might's okay. Izuku moved his legs over the bed and tried to stand. The minute Izuku was out of bed, he noticed his legs felt weaker. He was shaking from just standing. He tried to walk, and after a few steps, he fell over. Oh, Izuku said, what's going on? Why do I feel so weak? How long was I in that bed? Izuku tried to stand up again, but he kept falling down. After a couple of minutes, Recovery Girl walked in and saw what Izuku was attempting to do. What are you doing? Recovery Girl scolded. Get back in bed. You shouldn't be moving yet. Recovery Girl. What happened? How long was I out? Izuku asked. We can talk about that later. Get back in bed, Recovery Girl ordered. After Recovery Girl helped Izuku back into his bed, she explained. Your lab exploded. However, luckily neither you or All Might were killed or even particularly injured, she said. Izuku sighed with relief. Both of you were knocked out and weakened, Recovery Girl said. Weakened? Izuku asked in a concerned tone. What do you mean? Well, All Might can still use his power up from. He can't use it for as long, and he's not as strong as he was before, Recovery Girl said. Yes, that's what we expected would happen. But, what do you mean by I was weakened? Izuku asked. I was just about to explain that. Have some patience, Recovery Girl complained. Your body is much weaker than it was before. Your muscles, your bones, your eyes, your immune system, basically everything but your brain. Oh, Izuku said with wide eyes. That's it. That's all you're going to say after hearing something like that, Recovery Girl said. Well, I wasn't really using anything but my brain all too much anyway, Izuku said optimistically. Will I still be able to walk and use my arms right? After some physical therapy, yes, although don't expect too much out of your stamina, Recovery Girl said. Also, you'll need to take pills to strengthen your immune system. Speaking of which, Recovery Girl took out a bottle of pills and a bottle of water from her pocket and handed them to Izuku. Take 2 every 6 hours. When you run out, make sure to come back to me immediately. Understood? Yes, ma'am, Izuku said, before opening up the bottle and taking 2 pills. Lastly, you're going to need these, Recovery Girl said, handing Izuku a pair of glasses. Izuku took the glasses, looking at them for a bit before putting them on. He blinked repeatedly as the world suddenly became less blurry. I'll inform the principal that you've woken up, but first I'll inform your family, Recovery Girl said. They've been very worried about you. You've been out for about a week after all. Izuku felt as if a knife made of guilt stabbed him in the stomach. He could only imagine how they must feel. His mother was most likely drowning in tears. And Tsukuyomi? Well, Izuku had a feeling he knew how she would react. 5 minutes later, you idiot, Tsukuyomi shouted, giving her father a light slap to the back of the head. Oh, Izuku responded. How could you do something so stupid and reckless? I don't even know what you did. but I know it was stupid, Tsukui yelled. Wahhh. Izuku, I'm so happy you're okay, 𝐭 cried as she embraced her son. This is about what I expected, Izuku thought, unable to keep the smile off of his face. I'm sorry for worrying you too, Izuku apologized. You better be, Tsukui pouted. I had half a mind to shake you out of your coma. Luckily my logic sensors told me that would do more harm than good. You shouldn't need your logic sensors to tell you that, but I'm glad you're using them at least, Izuku thought. Suddenly Izuku felt Tsukui envelop him into a tight hug. Tsukui, Izuku cried. This is what you get for making us worry. Accept your punishment, Tsukui said. She wasn't even hugging him all that tight, but his weakened body made it feel a whole lot more forceful than it really was. After a few seconds, Izuku managed to find comfort in the twin embraces of his mother and daughter. Izuku struggled his arms out from the hug and wrapped them around the two of them. Thank you, he said sincerely. Recovery Girl smiled as she watched the Midoriya family embrace each other. A few hours later it took a while for Nezu to convince Tsukui and 𝐭 to leave, but after much insistence from both himself and Izuku, now Nezu and Izuku were alone. This is quite troubling, Nezu said. With your body in such a weakened state, it will surely slow down the progress of your work. No, it's fine, Izuku said. My brain was unaffected, so I should be able to work just as well as before. You and I both know that's not true, Nezu replied. While your work doesn't require much physical strain, use of your arms and legs are still required, and with how your body is, walking and lifting things for any extended period of time would be problematic. Izuku couldn't say he was wrong, but he didn't want to admit he was right. We will have to have that competition sooner so we can get you an assistant as soon as possible, Nezu said. On top of learning from you and assisting in minor projects, they will have to look after your health and perform various tasks for you. Izuku didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. Having someone help him with every little thing. It made him feel useless. Like a Deku. Is that really necessary? Izuku asked. And what are we gonna do about the secret projects? If my assistant is a student, then they can't know about those projects, let alone help me with them. Yes, that will be a problem. Perhaps you could build yourself an assistant in addition to the contest winner, Nezu said, before shaking his head. Well, we can worry about that later, I suppose. For now, you'll be taking a few days off so you can recover, and no, this is not optional. Recovery Girl will bring you a wheelchair so you can move around. Please don't overexert yourself. Yes, sir, Izuku said. Nezu nodded and walked out of the room, leaving Izuku to think. Build an assistant, Izuku muttered before his eyes widened with realization. Later that night, Nezu walked into Izuku's workshop to see Izuku doing exactly what he expected him to be doing. Working, hunched over a table trying to draw up some blueprints, although due to his weakened body the sketches were not very good. Midoriya, I told you that your days off were not optional. Nezu reminded, this is a personal project, Izuku said, not turning away from his work. You said I could build my own assistant. So I am, in a manner of speaking. Nezu walked up to Izuku's table and hopped up on it so he could see what was on the blueprints. I see, Nezu said, before hopping back down. Very clever, Midoriya. Please continue. Thank you, sir, Izuku said, before going back to focusing on his blueprints. A day later, after classes were done, a good amount of students gathered around Tsukui with one question on their minds. Did your dad wake up yet? Ochako asked her friend with concern. Yup, he's fully awake and out of the medical wing, Tsukui happily reported. Yeah, all right, said Mina and Kaminari. I am glad to hear that your father is well, Ada said. Same, Todoroki said from his seat. Hey, we should pay him a visit, Mina suggested. That sounds great, but not all of us should go at once, Tsukui suggested. Dad's body was weakened after the accident. He can't even really walk right now. Ugh, poor duck, Kaminari said. What happened that left him in such a condition? Ida asked. I don't know, Tsukui said, her tone showing her frustration. Everyone keeps telling me it's top secret and that I can't know. What? At such bull, Toru said. Well, to be fair, Midoriya is probably the last person you should tell a secret to, Gyro added. Hey, Tsukui said. No offense, but you literally gave away that you were a robot before the first day of school, Gyro pointed out. HMPH, Tsukui pouted. Anyway, who's going to see Doc right now? Toru asked. I can wait. I'll probably see him around at some point, Gyro said. Give him my good wishes, Tokoyami said. Same, Todoroki said before exiting the class. Soon it was narrowed down to Tsukui, Ochako, Ida, Mina, Kaminari, and Momo. Alrighty then, let's go, Tsukui said to her group of friends. At Izuku's lab, Tsukui and her friends stood outside of Izuku's lab, in front of the door. It's locked, Tsukui said. That's weird. Normally it's not locked. She shrugged and pressed the doorbell. After about half a minute, the door unlocked. There we go. Come on, guys, Tsukui said. She opened the door and walked into the workshop. Hey, Dad, I bought some friends. The door was locked for Tsukui stopped when she saw her father. What the hell? Kaminari said. Well, Mina said. Ochako, Momo, and Ida were too shocked to say anything. Oh, hi, sorry about the door. I've been busy, Izuku said. Attached to Izuku were 4 mechanical arms, 2 of which he was using to hold himself up, and the other 2 were free in the air. Dad, mind explaining why you look like something out of Mina's special books? Tsukui asked. Hey, Mina said. Well, is she wrong? Kaminari asked. While Kaminari was getting slapped, Izuku just looked at them confused. Special books, Tsukui sighed. Her dad was too innocent. How is it that your daughter knows about this before you do? Mina asked. This is a highly inappropriate discussion, Ida said. Mina's personal taste is such things should not be discussed in a public conversation. Why does everyone assume I'm into tentacles? Mina muttered. I think what she meant to ask was, why exactly do you have 4 metal appendages attached to your body? Momo asked. Oh, these. Well, since my body is significantly weaker than before, I needed something to help me move and do my work, so I created these arms to help me. I call them the Octo Arms, because I got the idea from an old comic book, Izuku explained. They are fully functional robot appendages that can handle everything from precise, delicate tasks to combat. You can fight with those things? Tsukui asked. In response to that question, 2 of Izuku's arms shot out at amazing speeds and picked up an heavy-looking machine and ripped it apart before smashing it into the ground and crumpling it. Whoa, Kaminari said. That's so cool, Mina said. Impressive as always, Midoriya. Ida applauded. How does it work? It doesn't look like there are any manual controls, Momo asked. Ah yes, you see it actually receives orders directly from my brain, via needles in my spine, Izuku explained. Needles in your what now? Tsukui, Ochako, and Mina asked. Well, it takes the messages coming from my Izuku was interrupted. You put needles in your spine, Tsukui said, bluntly. You did something stupid and reckless. Again, well, I made sure it would work beforehand via some simulations, Izuku weakly defended. Tsukui didn't look impressed and walked up to Izuku, before motioning for him to come down. Izuku lowered himself to the point where his feet almost touched the ground, and he was face to face with Tsukui. Tsukui then flicked his forehead. Oh, Izuku reacted. Stop messing with your body, Tsukui ordered. But Izuku got another flick. Oh, no buts. I want you to promise me you won't mess with your body anymore, Tsukui said. But Izuku got yet another flick. Okay, I promise. What is this family dynamic? Everyone else wondered. Well, I was going to ask for one of those things, but I think I'll pass on the needles in the spine, Mina said. Well, I probably wouldn't have been able to make you one, Izuku said. The transceiver that allows this to take orders from your brain is made of rather rare materials, and each set of arms would only be able to take commands from the person it was made for, so it can only be used by one person, Ochako asked. Yes, Izuku confirmed. Well, Mina, it looks like if you want your real-life tentacle hentai, you're gonna have to come to Doc, Kaminari teased, before getting elbowed by Mina. What is tentacle hentai? Izuku asked. Anyway, Momo said, desperately trying to change the subject. Are you feeling okay, Midoriya? You just got out of the medical wing, so is it wise to be working right now? Yeah, shouldn't you take it easy after that? Kaminari asked. I agree. After being in a coma you should be resting, Ida said, with Ochako nodding in agreement. Happiness surged in Izuku's chest. Never in his life had this many people cared about him. It just warmed his heart, and made his face scrunch up. Why did your face get all gross? Ochako asked. I'm fine, Izuku sniffed. I was just finishing these arms today. After that, Nezu is making me take a mandatory day off. It's a good thing you have a boss like him. Any other boss would be happy to let you work yourself to death, Ochako said. Yeah, Izuku said. But, thank you for coming, and thank you for being friends with Tsukui. I worried that due to her differences, that she wouldn't be able to make any friends. Thank you so much for proving me wrong. No problem, Mina said. And don't forget we're your friends too. Yeah, both of you are really fun. Weird but fun, Kaminari said. It is a pleasure to be friends with both of you, Ida said. Indeed, Momo said politely. I'm glad I met you too, even if you seemed a bit odd at first, Ochako said. Izuku was crying now with how heartwarming this moment was for him. Thank you so much. The US students then spent the rest of their visit trying to get Izuku to stop crying, their concern for him only making him cry more. All Might simply couldn't help but stare, as anyone would if they saw a teenager being held up by 4 mechanical arms. So are those comfortable? The arms? Yes, actually, Izuku answered. I put padding on the inside so the metal wouldn't dig into my flesh or break my spine. It's actually pretty comfortable. Nezu, All Might, and Izuku were riding down the elevator back down to Izuku's secret lab, which was now fully rebuilt. Actually, how are you feeling, All Might? Izuku asked. Any possible long-term effects of the power draining? Besides the obvious loss in power, I find myself feeling a little sore from time to time. All Might said, but other than that I'm fine. I'm glad that both of you were able to recover as well as you did, 𝗫𝗠 said, disregarding Midoriya's current state of course. Honestly, I think my condition isn't all that bad, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. I've been told that these glasses suit me pretty well actually, and to be honest, that's the only compliment I've ever gotten on my looks. On that somewhat depressing note, the elevator dinged and they made it to the bottom floor. Ah, perfect, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. Exiting the elevator, this is what I needed to show you. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 gestured to the enormous tube-shaped container that was glowing with multicolored energy. All Might looked at it in awe, as he got a strangely familiar feeling from the tube. Is that yes, this is one for all, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. All the power that was obtained many generations of heroes is now stirring in this container. It's actually a little overwhelming to think about. All Might kept staring at the tube, feeling as if the energy was beckoning to him. He walked over to the container and slowly placed his hand on it. He could feel the energy already. It was warm, familiar, like an old friend. Nana, All Might muttered. What was that? 𝗧𝗍𝗂 asked. Not hearing what the hero had said. Nothing, All Might lied. It's just this energy, it feels alive almost. Well, that's because it is, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. Both All Might and 𝗫𝗠 gave 𝗧𝗍𝗂 a shocked expression, although it was hard to tell with 𝗫𝗠. Well, it's not alive in a human or 𝗫𝗠 sense, but rather in a robotic sense, and not like 𝐒𝐭𝐲 robotic, but more like an eye in a movie, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. It even has something like programming and directives. Would you mind explaining a little more about those? 𝗫𝗠 asked. Well, I haven't figured out everything since I only just figured out how to look into One for All's biodata, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 explained. But there are a few things I have looked into. Firstly, the reason for the lab accident is because One for All was actively resisting the extraction. But One for All has never resisted transfer before, All Might pointed out. Yes, but this wasn't a transfer into an organic host. This was an extraction into a mechanical container, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 clarified. The quirk's semi-sentience fought against the unnatural transfer into an artificial vessel, and so it not only attempted to cling onto All Might, but it also made a last-ditch effort to jump into another vessel. You're referring to yourself, 𝗫𝗠 said. What? All Might said, barely understanding any of this. You are correct, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. I was, for a few seconds, the 9th wielder of One for All. Or rather, the 8.5 wielder. What? All Might shouted, now very bewildered. Interesting, 𝗫𝗠 said. Does this happen to have to do with your body's weakened state? Well, I don't have any confirmation of that, but that's probably the case, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. Although I do have a theory on why that happened. Please explain, 𝗫𝗠 urged. Well, you know how All Might deflated after his fight with All for One? 𝗧𝗍𝗂 asked, getting a nod from the two heroes. And you know how we explained that by saying that it was because of the surgery even though that didn't make any sense? What do you mean it doesn't make any sense? All Might asked. Yagi, you can't just lose muscle mass like that after a couple of surgeries. And even if you could, you would have lost a lot of things within that muscle mass, like nerve endings and veins. Also, your bones might not even fit in your body, 𝗫𝗠 said. By all means, what happened to you is a complete mystery. We just shrugged it off and said it was the surgery because we didn't have any explanation for it. Yes, that is correct. I also found it curious how he manages to regain his buff form. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 continued. Oh, that's easy. It's just like those people you see at the pool who try to make their fat look like muscle. All Might explained. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 raised an eyebrow. Well, firstly, I'm not even sure if that works. And secondly, that would be a redistribution of weight. You don't have any weight to redistribute. You're literally creating muscle out of nothing, which should be impossible unless you have a quirk that allows you to do that. Oh, All Might said. I feel really dumb right now. So all these questions lead me to another question, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. Where does One for All get its power? There was a short pause as both 𝗫𝗠 and All Might considered the question. They both knew that One for All gained its power after transferring from user to user, but neither of them knew exactly where that power came from. 𝗫𝗠 had wondered about it a few times, but could never come up with an answer. Seeing as the two were stumped, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 continued. One for All gains power as it goes from user to user, meaning that either the users are somehow generating power for the quirk, or it's stealing power from them. Interesting, 𝗫𝗠 said, finally starting to get it. So you think that One for All is taking power from each user and giving it to the next user? Yes, I theorized that during the process of giving One for All to the next user, One for All's stockpiling aspect takes hold and leeches power from that person's body, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 explained. But I didn't pass One for All on when I became like this, All Might pointed out. Yes, but you were very, very close to death, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. It's possible that One for All viewed you as a lost cause and tried to take as much power from your body while you were still alive. That would explain the deflation. One for All sucked so much nutrients and energy out of Yagi that his muscles deteriorate at an accelerated rate, 𝗫𝗠 said. This had to be the most bewildering day of All Might's life. Not only were these two on a level of understanding that he was simply not on, but he was also learning that everything he had learned about his condition was wrong. Yes, exactly, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 confirmed. And so when One for All jumped into me, it made me a user, and much like with all users, when One for All leaves you, it takes some of your body's energy, hence my weakened body. And it's possible that due to the artificial nature of the transfer, and the quickness of it moving from your body to the machine, it's possible that it took more from you than intended, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 theorized. Thank you, Midoriya. These mysteries had been bothering me for years. Well, they are still just theories, 𝐒𝐽 reminded him. Ones that we'll find out more on as I analyze One for All. But for now, I think we should move on to the project. Yes, I suppose we should, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said. Please tell how much progress you've made on the new symbol of peace. I understand if you haven't been able to progress much, considering that you've only just gotten your hands on the quirk, and you've been busy with your arms and figuring out the nature of One for All. Well, 𝐒𝐽 paused as he tried to figure out how to phrase what he was about to say. I wouldn't say I've made a lot of progress, but I haven't made significant progress. Come look. 𝐒𝐽 brought 𝐬𝐽 and All Might over to a table that contained a bunch of tools as well as 2 sheets of metal. 𝐒𝐽 grabbed one of the sheets with his metal arms and showed it to the 2 heroes. This is ultraninium, 𝐒𝐽 said. It's a new metal I've created that's rather weak. It's maybe about as strong as iron, 𝐒𝐽 said, before crushing the metal with his arms. While it may be rather weak by itself, it serves an important function. 𝐒𝐽 picked up the other sheet of metal and once again attempted to crush it. However, this time it was much harder, as the metal proved much more resilient, taking much longer to crush. You see, according to my calculations, if I created a new android using a significant amount of One for All energy, it would simply explode, no matter what type of metal I used, 𝐒𝐽 explained. So I had to create a new metal that was strong enough to handle all that power, which would not necessarily be impossible, but it would take a long, long time. So I thought that since One for All can empower people, that perhaps I could make a special metal that could absorb the power of One for All and use it to strengthen itself. When the metal is empowered with One for All, I call it plus ultraninium. Clever, 𝐒𝐽 said. But should you have crushed like that? It had valuable energy inside it after all. Oh, you don't need to worry about it all that much, 𝐒𝐽 said. The energy won't leave its vessel until it's either transferred or its vessel is completely destroyed. And even if its vessel is completely destroyed, the energy won't disperse. Rather, it will just jump onto the next closest vessel, most likely a living thing. That's good, All Might said. We won't have to worry about losing energy permanently. Yes, but that news also has some negative connotations, 𝐒𝐽 said, using his serious voice. If what Midoriya says is correct, then what we previously thought about One for All being unable to be stolen is incorrect. And if you managed to completely destroy a user, then you would gain their power. A thoughtful expression crossed 𝐒𝐽's face as he pondered what 𝐒𝐽 just said. Well, I wouldn't worry too much about that, as even if someone gained One for All's energy, that doesn't mean they would be able to necessarily use it. While I can't confirm it, I have a theory that if anyone were to use One for All with ill intent, One for All would not activate due to its own programming. Well, until you can confirm that theory, we will have to be extra careful about who hears anything about this project, 𝐒𝐽 said. No one says anything about this project to anyone. Even if someone already knows about One for All, you can't tell them about any of this. Understood. 𝐒𝐽 nodded, but All Might seemed hesitant. What about Recovery Girl or Gran Torino? All Might asked. Or Yagi, 𝐒𝐽 said sharply. I don't need to tell you how much damage a villain could do with even just half of One for All. You need to promise me that you won't tell anyone about this project, no matter what. All Might hesitated for a moment. I guess I have no choice. Good. Now, is there anything else you need to report on Midoriya? 𝐒𝐽 asked. Yes, 𝐒𝐽 said. There is one more, very important thing I need to tell you about. It doesn't relate to the Symbol of Peace project necessarily, but in my opinion, it could be even more important. More important than creating the next Symbol of Peace? 𝐒𝐽 asked. I'm curious about what that could possibly be. All Might didn't say anything but gave 𝐒𝐽 a curious look. Well, while I was wondering how exactly One for All gained its energy, I also ran some experiments to see if I could feed it energy, 𝐒𝐽 revealed. And I can. All Might's eyes widened and 𝐒𝐽 seemed to be visibly excited. Are you saying what I think you're saying? 𝐒𝐽 asked. Yes, I can increase the amount of power in One for All, 𝐒𝐽 confirmed. And given the nature One for All's energy, I can use the energy in multiple projects. And due to how friendly One for All's energy is with organic matter, I can even make machines that can be used on humans. Maybe I could save people from some serious injuries or diseases. That's great. All Might cheered. Indeed, that is fantastic news. 𝐒𝐽's tone did not match his words, leading 𝐒𝐽 to believe that there was a but coming. But I believe for now you should focus on fully figuring out how One for All works before we move on with any projects. Why? 𝐒𝐽 asked. I think I have enough of an understanding to we can't approach this with only enough of an understanding. We need to have a complete understanding of what we are dealing with before we do anything important or dangerous. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 interrupted. If we can get a full understanding of what we are dealing with, then we need to take that opportunity. When it comes to something this powerful and important, then we need to take steps to make sure we don't have any more incidents. Because the next time something explodes, you may not be as lucky as you were last time. There was a short pause as what 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said sunk in. Now, is that all you wanted to show us, Midoriya? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. Yes, sir, 𝐒𝐽𝐼ZUKU said. Good. You've made good progress, Midoriya. Please learn more about One for All and then report back to me. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said. Yes, sir, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 repeated. Also, shipment C has arrived. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 announced. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 cringed. He personally hated this project in particular. It wasn't that he hated the thought of bringing back the dead. It's the fact that he wasn't bringing back the dead, but rather making replicas of them is what he hated. What's worse is just how desperate some of the government officials were to have their loved ones returned to them, even after he told them that he couldn't restore the ones without intact the brains. They just handed him a list of personality traits and memories that they knew that loved one to have and sent him on his way, fully disregarding the fact that what they gave him was not enough to make a full android. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 sighed. Even so, I need to start production. When I get the bodies, I can just get them into the automatic system and then I don't have to look at them again. Just need to start production. Thank you, sir. I'll begin production as soon as I can, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. What's shipment C? All Might asked. Nothing you need to be concerned about. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 dismissed. Now, 𝗧𝗍𝗂, I have one last thing to inform you of. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 gained a curious expression. What? It's about a contest to see who would be your assistant, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. A winner has been selected and they will be seeing you tomorrow. Oh, I see, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. Well, it would be nice to have some help with the school's projects. They do have a bit of an eccentric personality. Are you sure you can handle it? 𝗧𝗍𝗂 asked. Well, I've handled Kaken for all these years. I'm sure whoever this person is can't be too bad, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said. Right. The next day. Wrong. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 was wrong. Very, very wrong. When he came back to the lab the next morning, he found a girl sleeping on the floor of his lab. Oh, good morning, Midoriya, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said, walking up behind the young scientist. Yes, sir. What is this? 𝗧𝗍𝗂 asked him, going up to inspect the girl on the floor. Wait a minute. I know this girl. Suddenly the girl yawned and began to open her eyes. Wano, Midoriya. The girl known as 𝗵𝗲 shouted, immediately getting to her feet and looking at 𝗧𝗍𝗂's new arms. Those arms are amazing. And they don't seem to require any manual controls either. As May gushed over 𝗧𝗍𝗂's robotic appendages, 𝗧𝗍 and 𝗧𝗍𝗂 spoke. I see you are familiar with. 𝗧𝗍 said. Good. After all, she is your new assistant. Her. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 shouted. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. When we talked, she was so passionate about making things. And she did show a level of understanding that far exceeds that of most people our age. Well, I guess it's fine. She's straddling my arms. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 suddenly shouted. May had begun trying to take a closer at the arms and started climbing on them, putting her in a very provocative position. Suddenly that arm began to malfunction, whipping around until it eventually sent May flying off. Ouch, May said as she landed on her butt. Man, those things are strong. How much can they lift? What's their grip strength? I'm sure that having 𝗧𝗵𝗲 here will teach you both very important lessons. After all, you do need some more exposure to the opposite gender besides your mother and daughter. 𝗧𝗍 said. This will be especially effective considering that she will also be living here. What? 𝗧𝗍𝗂 shouted in shock. Yeah, I got here early to unpack my stuff, May said, gesturing to a mattress on the floor with a toolbox next to it. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, we asked you to move into the dorm we set up for you, not the laboratory, 𝗧𝗍 said. But I want to land on something soft when I pass out, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 protested. How am I supposed to land on my bed when it's not even in the same building? But you didn't even fall on the bed, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 pointed out. And why is she moving into the dorm anyway? Well, she asked permission to do so and I thought it was a good idea, 𝗧𝗍 explained. So we got her parents' permission and moved her luggage to the school. 𝗧𝗍𝗂's face was bright red and he was gasping for words. He didn't dislike May in the slightest, but she was far too non-caring about her modesty for 𝗧𝗍𝗂's liking. It didn't help that she was incredibly developed for someone their age. But still, I guess it's good to have an assistant as competent as her, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 thought. After regaining his composure, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 turned to May, having his arms put him lower to the ground as to not accidentally look at her chest. Well, it's a pleasure to work with you, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 said, extending his arm for a handshake. The pleasure is all mine, May said eagerly, shaking 𝗧𝗍𝗂's hand. Also, can you take off your clothes? 𝗧𝗍𝗂 promptly regretted his existence. 𝗧𝗍 smiled as he watched May try to explain the purely scientific reason she wanted 𝗧𝗍𝗂 to strip. all while 𝐒𝐫𝐿 tried not to pass out from the sheer amount of blood rushing to his face. While on paper putting these two together may not seem like the best idea, 𝐬𝐴 knew better. Firstly, 𝐒𝐫𝐿 needed to learn to be around females that weren't related to him or robots, and 𝗵𝗲 needed to learn modesty and restraint. After dealing with 𝗵𝗲, any other woman would be easy to handle, with the possible exception of Midnight, and 𝗵𝗲 would eventually learn that if she wanted to get anything out of 𝐒𝐫𝐿, then she would need to stop causing him to pass out, and thus would need to start changing her behavior. Secondly, both 𝗧𝗑 and 𝗵𝗲 tend to neglect their health in favor of work, and while on paper it might sound bad to put those two together as they would only encourage their workaholic behavior, there was one factor that made this work. 𝗧𝗑 was a massive hypocrite. While he didn't care much about his own well-being most of the time, he did care immensely about others. If 𝗵𝗲 kept overworking, 𝗧𝗑 would stop her, and if he wanted her to stop working, then he would need to stop working. Plus 𝐭𝐴 would also help in that effort. All in all, 𝗬𝐴 was happy with this result. Who knows, maybe after learning from each other, these two could one day become something close to normal human beings. Now that will probably never happen. Entry 1. My name is 𝗧𝗑 Midoriya. I'm writing this down to catalog my research. The subject of my research is the quirk known as One for All. One for All is a quirk that can be passed from one user to the next, increasing in power through each user. I have managed to extract the quirk from his most recent user, Toshinori Yagi All Might. I still can't believe I did that. The energy from One for All is very unique, unlike anything else that exists on Earth, and it also appears to be at least somewhat sentient. One for All's energy has two states, a dormant state and an active state. Switching between the two requires some sort of input from the user. However, it seems that the semi-sentience of the quirk can bring it to an active state at any time. If One for All is inhabiting a vessel that either can't handle its power or a vessel that is incompatible with the energy, the vessel will explode. One for All requires a vessel in order to act. It much prefers to inhabit organic hosts, it seems, as metals have been very ineffective as hosts for the energy, typically exploding with even very little of the energy being contained within it. In light of this, I have constructed a metal that acts as a perfect host for the energy. I call it ultraninium. On its own, the metal is quite weak. When combined with One for All's energy, it becomes extremely strong. Depending on the amount of energy stored in it, it can become stronger than any other metal or even any other material on Earth. Also, I should probably call it something other than One for All energy. How about hyper-erratic reusable omni-purpose energy, or HERO energy? Oh, I like that. Wait, that sounds like an energy drink. Okay, I looked it up and apparently hero energy isn't a drink, but mighty energy is. I'm gonna have to see if I can get some of that. Back to the point at hand. One for All seems to drain energy from the user, probably over a long period of time normally. The evidence of this exists in both All Might's depowered state and my current state, although I have no other wielders to use as examples, as all the other wielders died soon after passing over the quirk. Side note, it's possible that anything possessing HERO energy could be targeted by All for One and his people, although I doubt All for One would do anything to harm or kill me. After all, if anything happens to his brother, I'm the only one who can fix him. Anyway, when a vessel for One for All is destroyed completely, the energy will disperse into the air and immediately fly into the closest living being. Note, this is only possible when the vessel is completely destroyed. It is theorized that one could steal One for All energy like this, although it is unknown whether or not that would work. Either way, it is critical to keep this all a secret. Otherwise, vessels would be targeted by people wanting to take their power for their own. I've also learned I can convert other types of energy into HERO energy. However, the conversion rate is very low. To put it simply, if you try to convert a battery's power into HERO energy, you'll get approximately an eighth of the power that was in the battery. It's possible that converting power from organic materials or living beings would produce better results. That is all I know currently. I must learn more about this before I'm allowed to continue on with any projects using the energy. Right now, this is my top priority. Entry 2. So after procuring some lab rats, I've been able to further my test. Firstly, I can confirm the HERO energy's sentience. When I was destroying some plus ultranium to release the energy, I put a rat in front of the PU and some ultraninium behind the rat. And when the PU was destroyed, rather than going into the rat, it went into the ultraninium. Rats make a poor host for HERO energy on their own, exploding if they receive above 2% energy. At first, I believed this was the reason it chose to go into the metal rather than the rat, despite it seeming to prefer living beings. However, even after destroying some PU that only contained 2%, it still went into ultraninium rather than the rat. My theory is that the energy decided that a rat would be a poor host in general, and choose the metal instead, meaning that the energy possesses a sentience complex enough to judge its user's suitability. If this is true, then maybe we won't need to worry about it being stolen after all. Although I can't fully test this without having a human test subject, I've also constructed a device that can test how much 𝐸 energy something can take before exploding. It should be a useful tool for the future. Lastly, I've also confirmed 2 more things about where One for All draws its power. After removing the 𝐒𝐻𝐸 energy from the rats, they were significantly weaker, getting sick and dying soon after due to a weaker immune system. So it seems my theory about One for All drawing energy from its user is correct. Another thing that confirmed my theory, as well as confirming another theory I had, is my experiments on cadavers. You see, due to some of my other assignments, I have had to deal with a large number of dead bodies. Most of the bodies are sent back to where they came from after I'm done with them. However, there are some that we have been ordered to dispose of. My superiors have given me permission to use the bodies in my experiments, so I converted their bodies into 𝐸𝐸 energy and found that after they were done, even the most recently dead corpses were reduced to skin and bone after the draining was finished, looking very similar to All Might's deflated form. These corpses have also provided a significant amount of energy. Overall, one body produces about a car battery's worth of energy, confirming that organic energy converts much better into 𝐸𝐸 energy. I have now been ordered to turn all the bodies we've been asked to dispose of into 𝐸𝐸 energy before disposing of them. This feels wrong, but this energy can be used to do so much. I'm sorry. Entry 3. So I've already completed the biomechanical 𝐒𝐸 energy improvements. I've replaced some of the rats' body parts with cybernetics made of plus ultraninium. This increased their capacity for 𝐸𝐸 energy by 5%. While it's not much, I suspect that doing this to a human would increase their 𝐸𝐸 energy capacity by a far more impressive number. I've also been attempting to use 𝐸𝐸 energy on a purely robotic host, making small robots using plus ultraninium. The first few times I tried it, I couldn't get it to go into its active state. The next few times they exploded immediately. However, after a few more attempts, I managed to get it to work. Controlling it, on the other hand, was far more difficult. It seemed like it didn't want to exist, as it tried its best to destroy itself before eventually exploding. My guess is that the energy dislikes being inside artificial vessels. I think my next priority is to try and find a way to interact with the consciousness of One for All. Entry 6. I've had a breakthrough. I've finally managed to break into the inner consciousness of One for All, and it is amazing. It's like a whole other cognitive world in there, filled with memories, thoughts, and feelings of their previous users. All Might, Nana Shimura, and all the other wielders' memories are stored here. Even some of the rats' memories are in here. It seems that One for All has used these memories as a kind of basis for its sentence, trying to fulfill the will of its wielders. To clarify, it's not alive. It's like a robot using the wishes and desires of its dead wielders as programming. This opens up so much. The possibilities with this alone are seemingly endless. In theory, you could connect someone's mind to this network and look through their memories. And if it's possible to tamper with the programming, then you could potentially change a person's memories or even their personality. That's a scary thought. Another reason we can't let get out. Anyways, I'm going to explore this. Perhaps I can get rid of its hatred of artificial hosts. Entry 9. My research has progressed quickly. Maybe a bit too quickly. Principal Nezu has already ordered us to begin human testing. Apparently, the higher-ups are very adamant about it after all the research I've done. Of course, we have to find a willing test subject, one that's worthy of having the power these experiments will bring. Nezu had started discreetly searching for candidates and has tasked me with a way of sorting them. Entry 10. I didn't think that Nezu would find someone so quickly. It's only been a few days since they started searching and they've already found someone. His name is Hitoshi Shinso. He's a general ed student at UA. He tried out for the hero course but failed. Perhaps that's why he was so eager to sign up for secretive and potentially dangerous experiments. I thought that convincing his parents would be hard, but apparently they signed the agreement papers without much of a fight. Of course, right now we still have to see if he is eligible. He's cleared all of Nezu's background checks. Now all he has to do is clear my SH test. It's a special test I've created using the One for All matrix, or just the matrix for short, but that will have to wait for a later date. I've decided to take the day off tomorrow. Tsukui wants to do something in the park, so I have no choice. I wonder what exactly she wants to do. Tsukui, why did you drag me out of my lab? Izuku asked his daughter. The robot girl had insisted Izuku follow her, and now the two of them were walking through the park, where many people stopped and stared at Izuku's robot arms. We are going to play catch, Tsukui declared. My robo arms versus yours. Let's see who wins. The two made it to a grassy hill where Ochako was waiting for them. Hello, Uraraka. Izuku stuttered. I didn't expect to see you here. 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 asked me to be the ref. 𝐒𝐭 smiled at the pair of them brightly. I'm not sure that a game of catch needs a ref, but it sounded like fun, so I decided to come. Alright, that's enough chit-chat, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 said while she took out the ball. The rules are simple. You throw the ball at the other person, and if they fail to catch it, you get a point. No throwing the ball too far away from the other person, and no throwing it directly at the ground. Got it? Izuku and 𝐒𝐭 nodded. Alright now, Dad, step back, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 said. Izuku went back a good distance before having his arms set him down. 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 smirked and started activating her scanners. Not enough information. I need to get a scope of his speed and reaction time. Let's try a curvy ball. 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 threw the ball with all her robotic strength, sending it curving to Izuku's side. In less than a second, Izuku's arms reacted and caught it right out of the air. Looks like his arms can react pretty fast, probably working off of some kind of self-preservation programming, rather than Dad's reaction time, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 surmised. But there's a gap. The ball entered Dad's range for half a second before he caught it. Izuku threw the ball at 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝, who caught it perfectly. She is taking this way too seriously, isn't she? Izuku thought. 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 threw a high ball, aiming a few feet over Izuku's head. Izuku's arms caught it, although the ball made it a bit farther into Izuku's range than last time. Okay, it looks like aiming above him is better than aiming at his sides, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 analyzed. Izuku and 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 threw the ball back and forth, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 trying to analyze Izuku's weaknesses, and Izuku just casually throwing the ball. This is gonna take a while. 𝐒𝐿 sighed as she realized that neither of the two could get tired. 2 hours later, 𝐒𝐿 had fallen asleep, with Izuku trying not to do the same, as both he and 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 had been repeating the same process over and over again. Then, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 threw the ball, and just as Izuku's arms were about to catch it, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 shot it with her laser vision, causing it to rocket past Izuku and fall into the dirt. Yes, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 jumped up in excitement. Izuku sighed in relief. Finally, it was over. He could have just let the ball go past him on purpose, but he knew 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 wouldn't let him do that and would likely have given him an earful. Well, there wasn't any rule saying you couldn't do that, Izuku said. I guess you win. Izuku sent one of his arms to shake 𝐒𝐿 awake. Why is this over? 𝐒𝐿 jumped. Oh, thank goodness. Over. That was just the first point. 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 readied herself to throw the ball again. We're going up to 10. Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 stared at her for a moment, before they looked at each other, and then back at her. Nope, they said in unison. Izuku picked 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 up with his arms. Hey, 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 protested, I'm so sorry about this, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿. Izuku apologized. I swear I'll make it up to you. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐿 was about to say don't worry about it when an idea entered her mind. Well, how about we all go for matcha? 𝐒𝐿 knew that the Midoriyas desperately needed social interaction, and if she could give them that while also getting some delicious matcha, then she could call this a good day. Oh, okay, Izuku said. I have more than enough money on me to get some for everyone. Oh, you don't have to pay for me, 𝐒𝐿 said. No, it's fine. My pay is rather generous and most of my family's living expenses are taken care of by the school, Izuku said. So please, let me make up for 𝐂𝐭𝐲𝐝 wasting your time. Well, I had fun. 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝 pouted. Well, 𝐒𝐿 wasn't one to have other people pay for her, but Izuku did say they were well off, and she was kinda hurting for cash. I guess it's fine. Alright, fine, let's go, 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝 said. I'm starving. 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝, you can't get hungry, Izuku reminded her, wondering if 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝 was glitching. Later, the three had found some place that served matcha, and the three of them sat down. So why did you want to play catch today, 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝? Izuku asked his daughter. I just wanted to spend some time with you, 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝 said, looking kinda embarrassed. Well, as embarrassed as an android who couldn't blush and had limited facial expressions could look. I was made to get rid of your loneliness and I feel like I haven't been doing my job. Izuku gave her a soft smile. 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝, just by existing you've made my life 1,000,000 times better. Well, I'm not satisfied with that. 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝 crossed her arms. I want to make sure you never have to spend another day crying into your All Might pillow again. 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝 had said that loud enough that some people were giving Izuku looks, varying from confused to pitiful, much to Izuku's dismay. Maybe I put in too much kaken, Izuku thought, before shaking his head. No, she's perfect the way she is. So hey, Doc, 𝐒𝐿 said. Is that what everyone is going to call me now? Izuku sighed. Well, you're both Midoriya, and it feels weird to call Mr. Midoriya, so we came up with that nickname, 𝐒𝐿 said. Well, I guess that's fine. While Izuku wasn't sure about this new nickname, he also didn't want to be called Mr. Midoriya. Well, I had a question, 𝐒𝐿 said. So you know how you're super shy around girls? Why, yeah. Izuku blushed slightly. Well, it must have been really uncomfortable to make 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝. You know, 𝐒𝐿 blushed as well. Yeah, Izuku blushed harder as he remembered his time constructing her. So my question is, why did you decide to make her a girl? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Izuku stiffened and started to sweat nervously, something that 𝐂𝐿𝐴𝐝 took notice of. Well, you see, Izuku couldn't tell her the real reason. That he was already making a male android and wanted to branch out. If he did, then Tsukui would never stop hounding him for details about her brother. Well, that's kinda top secret, Izuku said while twiddling his thumbs and looking away. Oh come on, Tsukui groaned. Even the reason for my fucking gender is a secret. Yeah, why would that be a secret? Ochako asked. All of Tsukui's creation process is a secret, Izuku explained. And for a good reason. And that reason is, Tsukui asked. Also a secret, Izuku said. Sorry. Tsukui sat back and pouted with her arms crossed. She hated not knowing how she was made, especially considering just how many things didn't seem to make sense about it. Namely where Izuku got the resources to do it. Well, let's talk about something else, Izuku said nervously. How has Tsukui been acting during school? What a dad question to ask. Ochako thought with a slight smile. She's fine. She's always so bright and peppy. She makes it feel good, despite her ego. An ego isn't bad if you can back it up, Tsukui defended. Besides, I'm not like a certain blonde Pomeranian. He thinks he's the best and everyone else is an extra. I know that everyone is great and that I'm just better. Yeah, I need to do something about that ego, Izuku thought to himself. It was good for her to have confidence. That's why he gave her Bakugo's brain waves. But this was a bit much. Hey, Acha, I've been wondering, do you have any recommendations for any shows to watch? The only thing Dad recommended to me are All Might shows and Grandma just watches cooking shows and the news, Tsukui said. Hey, I haven't really watched too much TV, Ochako admitted. Honestly, we just never had the time or money. But I started watching this anime called Konosuba recently and it's really funny. Oh, I've watched that, Izuku said. I thought the characters were a bit mean-spirited at first, but they still seem to be really good friends. My favorite character is Union. Oh, Ochako said, giving Izuku a pitying look. That makes too much sense. My sensors indicate a 79% chance that I am missing a joke, Tsukui said. And I didn't know you watched shows about things other than All Might. Well, I watched a lot of things. I read a lot of books too. I spent most of my time tinkering though. I didn't have a lot else to do, Izuku admitted. Although now I'm plenty busy. I've been working on my projects from the government, from Nezu, and I've been making a few things for your class. Like, Tsukui and Ochako looked at him with interest. I can't say what it is, but I can say that it's going to be used to help you guys work on your weaknesses, Izuku revealed. What weaknesses? Tsukui asked. Your lack of aerial mobility, your tendency to overdramatic, and your lack of stealth, Izuku pointed out. Tsukui pouted, looking slightly offended. Well, I'm sure I can work around those. And besides, can't you just modify my body to adjust for those? Can you really just take Tsukui apart and upgrade her? Ochako asked. Well, the only part of Tsukui that can't be taken apart is a few parts in her head, Izuku revealed. All her other hardware is replaceable. So as long as my head is okay, then I can survive anything is what you're telling me, Tsukui asked. I have a feeling I shouldn't have said that, Izuku sighed, before looking at Ochako. Thank you. Ochako gave him a confused look. For what? Doing this? Being friends with us? Izuku suddenly started sweating nervously. I assume we're friends. I'm sorry if I was too presumptuous. We're friends, Ochako confirmed. All of us are. I don't normally become friends with the dads of my other friends, but I'll make an exception this time. The three of them laughed, Izuku more awkwardly than anyone else, as he was simply unused to it. Overall, Izuku was happy he didn't have to be forced to take a day off this time. The class was on the bus heading towards the USJ facility, and the class decided now would be the best time to get to know each other. Hey, so if Kaminari's derping out after using his quirk, would he go back to normal if we turned him on and off again? Tsukui asked. How do you turn someone on and off? Kaminari asked. Minda opened his mouth to say something, but Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue before he could speak. By knocking him out and kicking him awake, Gyro smirked. That sounds like it might work. Let's try it when we get the chance, Tsukui teased. Can we not? Kaminari objected. Better question. If Kaminari absorbs too much electricity, does he explode or does he get fat? Mina asked. A bunch of people laughed at the thought of Kaminari getting struck by lightning and suddenly gaining weight. Why is it suddenly pick on Kaminari Day? Kaminari objected. Because we got tired of picking on Minta, Tsukui said. For now. Come on guys, give the guy a break, Kirishima said. It's not manly to go after someone just because they're an easy target. Thanks, dude, Kaminari said. Wait, what do you mean by easy target? You know when you say it like that it does sound kinda bad, Tsukui said. And unlike Minta, I guess Kaminari hasn't done much to deserve it. But it's so much fun, Gyro said. Did someone say fun? Aizawa said, walking up to them. Because if you did then you better cut it out. We're here. Under their teacher's instructions, the students filed out of the bus and into the building, looking around in awe as they enter. It really is like Universal Studios Japan, Mina said. It's 13. Ochako pointed out the space-themed hero. Aizawa went up to 13. Where's All Might? He ran out of time. 13 whispered to him. Idiot, Aizawa muttered. All the students started talking amongst each other, excited about their lesson today. However, Tsukui was staring at the water fountain. Midoriya, what are you looking at? Zero asked. My sensors are detecting something. Some sort of anomaly. Tsukui said. Wait, something's coming. Almost immediately after she said that, a dark portal opened up, and from it came an objectively evil-looking young man, covered in disembodied hands, Tamura Shigaraki. And behind him came many more villains funneling out of the portal. Whoa, they even got fake villains. Kaminari said. Are these more of your dad's bots, Midoriya? These aren't robots, and they probably aren't fake. Tsukui said. That portal is being made by the villain Kurogiri. Aizawa stood in front of the students, grabbing his scarf and getting ready to fight. Midoriya, you know who they are. Only the Misty guy. And I don't even know how. I've never met him before, but it's like some kind of warning is going off in my head. Tsukui explained. He's called Kurogiri. He can turn some parts of his body into mist that can open portals. Noted. 13, get everyone out of here. Aizawa ordered. Wait, are you going to try and take them on by yourself? Minda freaked out. You can't take on that many by yourself. Zero said. They are not a problem, Tsukui said, a serious expression on her face. BRRRRR. BRRRRR. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Engaging defenses. The entire facility was bathed in red light. As the alarms and sirens went off, Tamura looked surprised. What? I thought that guy's quirk could keep us from getting detected. They must have upgraded their security. Kurogiri closed the portal and stood beside Tamura. Then he spotted Tsukui, and his eyes widened. That's before Kurogiri could finish his sentence. Turrets popped out of the ground, and security drones started gathering in front of and behind the large group of villains. What the heba? The turrets opened fire on the villains, trapping them in a gooey, sticky substance that kept them from moving. Some of the other villains attacked the robots, making some dents but overall not doing much. In retaliation, the robots fought back, attacking them with tasers, tranq darts, and nets. HMPH. Looks like having Midoriya improve the security was a good idea after all. Eraserhead said. Oh yeah, go Doc. Mina cheered. Tsukui, your dad is awesome. Minda cried tears of joy, thinking they were safe. Well, you're right, but we're not out of danger just yet, Tsukui said. Why? What are your sensors telling you? 13 asked. That the guy with the hands in is seriously dangerous. Tsukui's sensors scanned over Tamura. Normally when Tsukui scanned something, she got a detailed report of every relevant thing about the person. However, this time all her scanners said, multiple quirks detected, danger level high. Tamura scratched his neck roughly, irritation growing within him as he watched his minions get taken down by the school's defenses. One of the turrets aimed at Tamura and fired one of the goop balls at high speeds. Just as the ball was about to hit him, Shigaraki disappeared. Suddenly, with a gust of wind, the turrets and robots were smashed apart, reduced to scrap. The students and heroes were stunned. What the Kaminari spoke up. Watch out, Tsukui interrupted him, firing her laser vision in front of Kaminari just as Tamura appeared in front of him. The lasers hit Shigaraki in the arm, who, not expecting the attack, was knocked back a few feet. He's moving at extreme speeds. My scanners can barely keep up with him, Tsukui exclaimed. Shigaraki got up, brushing off his shoulder casually. I had planned to let the small fry deal with you, but your stupid cannon fodder took out mine. So it looks like I'll have to clear this stage myself. As Shigaraki was monologuing, Eraserhead activated his quirk. Shigaraki immediately ran up to Aizawa, grabbing him by the neck with all his fingers except his pinky. Sensei, the students cried. His quirk wasn't erased. 13 shouted. How rude, Eraserhead. You really shouldn't interrupt someone when they're speaking, Tamura said menacingly, before putting his pinky on Aizawa's throat. Nothing happened. After a few seconds of nothing, Tamura spoke. TCH, looks like you erased just the right quirk. He then threw Eraserhead at the students. The students caught him and helped him to his feet. Your quirk didn't work, Eraser. He must have a mutant quirk, 13 said, pointing finger at Tamura, threatening to open the hatch and activate her quirk. No, he said I erased just the right quirk. Aizawa said. It worked, but not fully. He has multiple quirks, Tsukui stated. Everyone looked at her like she was crazy. That's impossible. You can't have more than one quirk. Momo said. Yeah, your sensors must be bugging. Kaminari said. I thought so too at first, but something is definitely up with him. Tsukui glared at Tamura. It's like my head is filled with alarm bells, and the message, multiple quirks detected, extreme danger, keeps showing up. You are pretty perceptive for a low-level mob, Tamura said to her. I think I'll get you back for that chip damage you did to me earlier. Shigaraki dashed towards Tsukui, cocked his fist back to punch her. Tsukui could see him move unlike the others and tried to react. but by the time she started moving out of the way, Shigaraki's fist was already a foot away from her face. However, just before Shigaraki could land a punch on her, a portal opened right in front of her face. Tamura's fist went through it, confusing him as he looked to his ally. "Kurogiri, what are you doing?" Tamura hissed. "That girl is not to be harmed," Kurogiri warned. "She is a creation of Izuku Midoriya." Everyone's eyes widened, including Tamura's. "How do you know my dad?" Tsukui asked. "Dad, Izuku Midoriya is your father," Tamura asked her, taking his hand out of Kurogiri's portal and glaring at Tsukui. "He is one who created her, and he would be extremely displeased if we were to destroy her," Kurogiri said. "Why do you care about displeasing my dad?" "How are you, people?" Tsukui asked. "We are the League of Villains," Kurogiri explained, "and we assisted in your creation." "What?" shouted all of the students. 13 and Tamura. Tsukui was in shock. She repeated Kurogiri's statement over and over again. Her lie detector is telling the same thing every time. It was speaking the truth. "No," Tsukui denied it. "No, my father would never work with criminals. Why would Sensei help make a brat like her?" Tamura asked, just as confused as everyone else. "They were both desperate," Kurogiri responded. "It was a two-way deal. We gave him the resources he needed, and he produced what the master desired. So that's how he got the resources," Todoroki muttered under his breath. "That's a load of crap." Surprisingly, Bakugo of all people shouted. "Deku might have been a fucking desperate, but he's not that pathetic." "And that was, what did Sensei want?" Tamura asked. He had asked repeatedly about what Izuku Midoriya created for All for One that was important enough for him to make Tamura swear to not hurt him. Every time he got the same answer. "I'm afraid I cannot tell you that. Master told me to never tell anyone," Kurogiri said. "Gyorar, fine, the girl can live," Tamura growled. But the rest Tamura didn't get another word in before he was suddenly encased in a block of ice. Everyone looked at Todoroki. "I think we've had enough monologuing," he said. However, the ice didn't hold. Cracks appeared, the ice shook, and then it exploded off of Shigaraki. He glared at Todoroki. "You're next." Suddenly, bones grew out of Tamura's fist, making it spiky and hard. Tamura dashed at Shoto, however, having become overconfident in his abilities. Tamura hadn't taken into account that his opponents might have become accustomed to his speed at this point. Just as Tamura was about to dash, Shoto made a trail of ice in front of him and moved to the side. Tamura didn't react in time and dashed right at where Shoto was. The villain flew past Todoroki. He smashed through the water fountain, and his body flayed against the floor, and soon he was completely out of sight. "If I laughed at that, would it be inappropriate?" Kaminari asked. "Very," responded everyone. Kurogiri stayed on the sideline, unsure of what to do. All for One had ordered him to make sure Tamura didn't kill or harm Izuku or his android. Otherwise, he may be less willing to repair his brother should it come to that. And while Tamura said he wasn't going to harm her, he was a rather fickle person, and his promise was not a guarantee. "It looks like he hasn't mastered all his abilities," Aizawa noted. "We'll need to take advantage of that if we want to win." Aizawa, you can't seriously be thinking of letting the children fight that monster," 13 objected. "If we try and fight him ourselves, then we'll die before they can even get away." Aizawa reasoned. "We need to do this together." "Achako dodge," Tsukui shouted, shooting her lasers at Kaminari. Waga! Achako got hit in the chest by Tsukui's lasers, knocking him aside just in time to avoid Shigaraki's fist. "Tch, Kurogiri, take care of the girl," Tamura ordered. Kurogiri appeared in front of Tsukui, the robot girl glaring at him with red glowing eyes. "I don't know how you managed to get past my lie detectors, but I'm not buying your shit." Tsukui fired more blasts from her eyes, using her targeting system to aim for Kurogiri's body. "My dad would never work with pieces of shit like you. You can ask your creator after I send you away from this place." Kurogiri opened a portal in front of him to redirect the lasers. "This guy's gonna be annoying to fight. I need to find a way to attack him in a way he won't expect," Tsukui thought. Tsukui jumped back, avoiding a portal that was opening beneath her. Kurogiri opened a portal behind Tsukui, hoping she wouldn't be able to dodge in the air. Unfortunately for him, she could. Tsukui sent a high-power blast to her side, changing her trajectory away from the portal. Tsukui took a look at the battle with Shigaraki. Her classmates and teachers currently had her hands full trying to fight off the multi-quirked villain. Bakugo of course rocketed towards him and exploded the ground where Shigaraki stood. The villain easily dodged the attack and was about to attack the still airborne Bakugo from the side, when he was forced to duck one of Ida's kicks. "Tch, Tamura's arm extended, stretching out and aiming for Ida. "Ahhh. The attack landed and knocked Ida aside with a heavy blow. Shigaraki smirked to himself while he recalled his arm. He had finally gotten off a good hit. However, what he hadn't noticed is that he had been standing still with his back turned to his opponents for several seconds now, leaving him open to a second attack. "Hey, handjob," Eat this. Boom. Bakugo unleashed a full power explosion right to Shigaraki's face, knocking the villain back a significant distance. Tamura tumbled back, spinning out of control for a while before digging his fingers into the ground and slowing himself until he reached a stop. He snarled with rage at the students before realizing something. His father was missing. The explosion had knocked the hand off his face, and Tamura could see it a few feet away from him. Shigaraki reached out to the hand, his arm extending and grabbing it and bringing it back to him. He reattached it to his face, taking a moment to compose himself before turning back to the students, and then immediately getting decked in the face by Kirishima and Sato. "Take that," Kirishima shouted. Tamura turned his head, revealing that he was completely unharmed. Crap," Kirishima said before Tamura punched him right in his hardened chest. Kirishima spat out blood as he was launched all the way across the facility. Sato was next. Shigaraki kneed the large student in the gut, making him fly across the floor before landing in the nearby flood zone. "I'll get him," Tsuyu said, hopping into the water to save Sato. Zero shot out his tape at Tamura. Minter rapidly threw out his balls. Mina squirted out acid and Yama shot his laser. Shigaraki easily dodged all of the attacks being thrown at him with a smug expression on his face. "It doesn't matter how many times you hit me. Your attack and speed stats are too low," Tamura said. "Enough with the video game analogies. You're not cool," Kaminari shouted. Shigaraki scowled. "Then let me put it like this." Using his super speed, Tamura appeared right in front of Kaminari. "You can't touch me. Is that right?" said the invisible girl standing next to him. Then there was a blinding flash. 𝐻𝐻. Shigaraki closed his eyes and put his hands in front of his face to shield himself from the light. "Now," Toru shouted. Ochako touched Shigaraki, removing his gravity. Then Zero wrapped him up in his tape and threw him into the air. By the time Tamura was able to see again, he had already hit the ceiling. "Cocky little shits," Tamura snarled. He used his super strength to break free of the tape. He positioned himself against the roof before pushing himself down towards the ground. Unfortunately, Tamura wasn't used to his current lack of gravity, so that combined with his super strength, which he also wasn't used to, caused him to plummet into the ground, making a large hole as went right through the concrete. "God damn it," Shigaraki roared from inside the hole. He tried to crawl his way out of it, but again this only caused him to rocket out of the hole. Tamura made a hole through the ceiling and flew out into the sky. "God damn it." Kurogiri stopped fighting Tsukui for a moment, realizing that Tamura was now flying into the upper atmosphere with no way of stopping. He was about to create a portal to retrieve him when he was hit in the chest by Tsukui's laser. The Misty Man recovered quickly. Getting up, Kurogiri realized that Tsukui wasn't going to give him the time to collect Tamura, and the US students probably wouldn't wait either. He needed to find a way to stall her without doing any sort of permanent harm to her. He saw the flood zone and got an idea. Kurogiri opened a large portal to the bottom of the floor zone, before opening another large portal above them all. Tsukui was hit by a strong wave of water and was swept off her feet and pushed back the tide. The tide went towards the rest of the class, but 13 stood in front of the wave. "Get behind me," 13 ordered. The students huddled behind the hero as they opened up their finger cover. The water was sucked up by 13's quirk, leaving the students untouched but also unable to move from behind 13. Meanwhile, Kurogiri was also taken by the wave, but now since he wasn't being directly attacked, he was able to open a warp gate and get himself to the landslide zone, far away from everyone else. He didn't know exactly how high Tamura had gone at this point. He just opened the gate at the max altitude he could open, one above the spot where Tamura had been sent flying, and hoped that he hadn't already gone past it. Fortunately for him, after a few seconds, Tamura came out of the portal and smashed into the concrete. "I should have gotten an anti-freeze quirk," Tamura shivered. The high altitudes he had been at caused parts of his body to freeze over. He was fine, of course, but he was still very uncomfortable. "Kurogiri, kill that girl. I can't fucking move because she got rid of my fucking gravity. Have you tried turning off your super strength?" Kurogiri asked him. "Of course I've fucking tried to turn off my super strength," Tamura shouted at him. "I can't." All for One had countless years to master not only his quirk but the quirks of others as well. Tamura has not had nearly as much time and as such had not properly adjusted to his new powers. For example, he had a difficult time turning off quirks once he's activated them with All for One, which makes sense considering his original quirk was something that he was never able to turn off. "Perhaps we should retreat," Kurogiri suggested. "No," Tamura roared. "I gathered all these quirks to kill All Might. I won't be stopped by a bunch of brats. Those noobs can't even hurt me." "But they did almost send you to space," Kurogiri pointed out. Despite all your powers, you have yet to kill a single one of them, and All Might and the rest of the heroes are likely soon to arrive." "Good," Tamura roared. "I'll kill them. I'll kill them all." Kurogiri looked at his charge. All for One had given him a fool's errand. He had told him to keep Tamura safe and make sure he didn't harm Midoriya. to make 𝗬𝗲 into a respectable villain in his place. But Kurogiri knew a lie when he saw one. 𝗬𝗲 Shigaraki was a man-child who had just been handed power he didn't understand nor earn and had just lost one of the most important people in his life. This could only end badly for everyone involved. All for One was smarter, more coordinated than this. He had made a plan to turn 𝗬𝗲 Shigaraki into a truly frightening villain. However, that plan was thrown out the window when Midoriya Izuku showed up. After that, All for One took his happy ending and left. This was just him disposing of something he no longer needed and leaving Kurogiri behind to make sure it didn't blow up in his face. But he wouldn't complain. He had his orders. He would follow them to the best of his abilities. And right now his orders were to follow 𝗬𝗲 and protect Midoriya. So the best way to do that in this situation would be to get out of here as soon as possible. He wished to kill All Might, Shigaraki 𝗬𝗲, and Master's last orders were to assist you. However, right now you are not ready. Kurogiri said. Shut up. I quote LL kill him. 𝗬𝗲 shouted. Then get up, Kurogiri said. Get up on your own. And if you go flying, I will not help you. You will fly into space and die. And Master's wish, his power, his legacy, will die with you. 𝗬𝗲 glared at Kurogiri as if he was trying to kill him with his eyes, before looking away, wondering how he could get out of this situation. After a moment, 𝗬𝗲 extended his arm towards a rock, wrapping his arm around it. He then pushed himself off the ground, as gently as he could, pushed himself off the ground. He started flying upwards, but using his arm as a rope and the rock as an anchor, 𝗬𝗲 managed to keep himself from flying away. See, 𝗬𝗲 glared down at Kurogiri. I told you I could be wa. Suddenly gravity returned to the villain, and he fell on his face. It looks like whatever that girl did to you is no longer in effect. Kurogiri noted. I hate those kids. I really do. Shigaraki mumbled into the floor. Back with the students. Sorry, I couldn't keep it going any longer. Ochako apologized while holding her stomach. You did what you could, Uraraka, Aizawa reassured her. 13. Is the water letting up? Not that I can see. 13 said. That portal villain has probably already got his ally back. I doubt that trick will work twice. We need to come up with a plan. Zero said. Then, the portal closed, and the water stopped. It stopped, Mina pointed out. Then, 𝗬𝗲 zoomed in and glared furiously at the students. You brats. He snarled at them. I planned to come here, kill All Might, and leave you to my minions. But you screwed that all up. Now you have my attention and I am going to kill you all slowly and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. While 𝗬𝗲 was monologuing, Kaminari realized something. The entire area around them was covered in water, except for where his friends were standing. So naturally, he knelt down, stuck his hands in the water, and activated his quirk at full power. 𝗬𝗲 was pumped with an amount of electricity that if used on anyone else would have killed them 12 times over. For the next several seconds Shigaraki could only stand there getting zapped. Eventually, Kaminari's brain was too fried to continue. Way, Kaminari derped. 𝗬𝗲 stood there for a moment, breathing in deeply and recovering from Kaminari's attack. Unlike the rest of the attacks thrown his way, that one actually hurt. But it wasn't enough. You want to throw anything else at me? 𝗬𝗲 glared at them. Aizawa activated his quirk a second time, knowing that by now the quirk he erased earlier would have already returned. You know what? Go ahead, erase one of my quirks. I'll just kill you with the rest of them. Shigaraki dashed forward and fell on his face. There was a moment of silence as the heroes wondered what exactly just happened. I think you erased his super speed, 13 said. 𝗬𝗲 pulled himself up, absolutely livid. He readied himself to fight them without his super speed, thinking of how he was going to kill them with his remaining quirks. I am here, said a booming voice from the entrance. Oh, fuck off. All Might wasn't smiling. His face was dead serious, and he was shooting a burning glare at 𝗬𝗲, while 𝗬𝗲 shot that glare right back. For a moment, all was silent, as All Might and 𝗬𝗲 locked gazes. Then, a deranged smile broke out of 𝗬𝗲's face, and he started laughing like a madman. You know what? Screw it. Even with this stupid debuff, my build is more than enough to kill you. 𝗬𝗲 readied himself for combat. Oh, let's see about that, was All Might's retort. Suddenly the wind roared, and All Might was right on top of 𝗬𝗲. Texas smash, All Might cried, his fist hitting 𝗬𝗲 right on the top of his head. Wind swirled around them, and the floor underneath 𝗬𝗲 split and broke apart. But 𝗬𝗲 himself was unaffected. What? All Might was shocked. That was the maximum amount of force he could use on a normal person without causing serious lasting damage. It normally knocks people out instantly. Even people with endurance quirks normally were at least a little affected. 𝗬𝗲 smirked, not used to it taking more than one hit. Must have an endurance quirk. All Might muttered. Guess I'll have to put my back into it. Like I'd give you the 𝗬𝗲 was about to attack, but forgot he didn't have his super speed quirk, so All Might just punched him in the stomach. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 was sent flying by, the force in the wind knocking him through the concrete. Shigaraki used his stretchy arms to grab onto the ground to try and stop himself. However, his quirk decayed the rocks, meaning he just kept on flying until he hit the wall on the opposite side of the facility. He did it. There's no way he could take that kind of hit unscathed. Minda cheered. The rest of the class started cheering, but some were more hesitant than others to celebrate just yet. Sure enough, seconds later a black misty portal opened up behind All Might, and 𝗬𝗵𝗲 came out of it with his arm held out, ready to decay the hero. All Might, look out, Aizawa shouted. Behind you. What? All Might looked behind him, but it was too late. 𝗬𝗵𝗲's hand was a centimeter away from his face. BRR. Just as 𝗬𝗵𝗲's hand touched All Might's face, his arm was shot off by a laser. 𝐒𝐻𝐻. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 cried out in pain, falling onto the floor in front of All Might. Everyone looked at where the laser had come from and saw Tsukui crawling out of the flood zone. Her eyes were red and emitting steam, and she held a very serious expression on her face, and her fake skin was slightly torn. He has multiple quirks, she shouted as she got out of the water, and it seems he has some sort of shock nullification. Does not have any effect against energy-based attacks. It's shock absorption, you oversized toaster. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 corrected while his arm grew back. And it's not like it matters anyway, because I can regenerate. As 𝗬𝗵𝗲 said this, he started growing back at a rapid pace. The muscle, the bone, the skin, all of it growing back until his arm was back, good as new. Or, that's what he expected to happen. What actually happened was nothing. His arm stayed a steaming, burning stump. Why isn't it growing back? Shigaraki's cocky facade now broken as he started to panic. Hey, dipshit. You can't grow back carbonized cells. I already figured out your regeneration trick when you healed after my first few blasts, so I turned up the temperature. Tsukui shouted, her eyes getting fired up once more, meaning both your arms aren't coming back. Both before Shigaraki could finish, Tsukui shot out another laser beam, and without his super speed, he was a sitting duck. ERR. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 cried out as his other arm was cut clean off. Holy shit, Midoriya. Kaminari shouted. Nice fucking work. Bakugo praised, surprising everyone. What? The fucker had it coming. Kurogiri looked on at 𝗬𝗵𝗲, saw him on his knees with both his arms missing. It was pretty clear that he was going to lose. It didn't much matter to him. He'd done as he was told. Was that really necessary, young Midoriya? All Might asked. He possesses the quirk All for One. I don't know how I know that I'm gonna have a long talk with Dad after this, but I know he's very, very dangerous. Tsukui said. Even my anti-kill switches are off, so Dad doesn't seem to want me to mess around with him. All for One. All Might looked at Shigaraki. What? This is his successor. Does that mean, is he really dead? All Might asked out loud. Shigaraki breathed in deeply, pain and rage coming out with each breath. Is he dead? Is he dead? You killed him. You killed him. You left him on the verge of death and let him live out his next few years suffering. You killed him. I quote I'll kill you. It was then Eraserhead blinked. Bruh. Shigaraki charged at All Might and headbutted him with all the strength and speed he had. GAH. All Might was hit right in the stomach, knocking him back about a dozen feet. Tsukui shot another blast, but this time Shigaraki managed to dodge it, with the beam only grazing his side. Ew. If looks could kill, then Tsukui would have exploded from the glare Shigaraki was giving her. I don't care who your father is anymore. I gave you a chance to live, and you shot off my arms. Shigaraki charged at her, intent on killing her. Time slowed down for the villain as he neared his prey. I'll kill her. I'll take her apart. I'll kill her. But then who will fix my brother? Suddenly, Shigaraki slowed. What? That slowdown was all that was needed for All Might to catch back up, grab Shigaraki, and throw him away from Tsukui. Young Midoriya, you've done enough. Leave the rest to me. All Might said. Tsukui looked at All Might. His health wasn't great. Tsukui assumed that it was due to years of hero work, and Shigaraki still had his shock absorption and his other quirks, and her scanners told her that All Might's chance of winning by himself was only 51%. On the other hand, this was All Might. Tsukui gave All Might a wicked smile. Kick his ass. With Shigaraki, 𝗬𝗵𝗲 crashed into the landslide zone, landing on the hard rock below, the impact creating yet another crater. The villain lied in the pile of rocks. At this point, his rage had reached such dizzying heights that he'd almost come back around to being calm again. I've decided. I hate knockback. I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. I hate being thrown around like a goddamn rag doll. I am Sensei's successor. I am his will. I am a half-finished project. 𝗬𝗵𝗲's eyes widened. There it was again. That voice. It sounded like Sensei. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 asked. This is an unexpected turn of events. It is rather unfortunate. What a mess you've gotten into, 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Didn't I teach you not to rush things? Half these quirks don't work well together, and you didn't even take the time to figure out how they work, how they mesh, how they merge. Suddenly 𝗬𝗵𝗲 felt tired. Sensei. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 groaned. Rest now, 𝗬𝗵𝗲. I have business to attend to. All Might landed a few feet away from 𝗵𝗲, intent on finishing the villain. "All right, villain, it's time to end." He looked at Shigaraki in the crater, his eyes closed and his body still. Did I knock him out? It can't be that easy," All Might thought as he cautiously got closer to Shigaraki. Slowly he got closer and closer to the seemingly unconscious villain until he was standing over him. Well, either he's out, or this is suddenly 𝗵𝗲's stubs where his arms were, extended out and rapidly wrapped around All Might. Trap. All Might struggled to try and break out of the arms, but they had the same shock absorption property as his body, so he wasn't making much progress. Good, that should take him a while. At least 𝗵𝗲 had the sense to get that shock absorption quirk. All for one, thought. Now let's see. Ah yes, this one will do. 𝗵𝗲 bit his tongue. Blood started spitting from his mouth before his regeneration quirk patched the injury right up. Then using another quirk, All for One took control of the blood oozing from his mouth. The blood flew up into the air, before changing shape, becoming like that of a blade, and slicing down through the air and his arms. Once 𝗵𝗲's arms were cut off, this time with no head applied, his regeneration quirk came into effect, and his arms grew back. Damn it, I have to get out of this. All Might struggled even harder, and the weird flesh cocoon he was trapped in started to loosen. That will not confine him for long. I need to get back to Kurogiri and escape before he frees himself. All for One thought. Meanwhile, back with Kurogiri, the Misty Man himself had already surrendered. There was no point in resisting as he couldn't fight them all at the same time. And trying to escape was futile with Eraserhead keeping his quirk from working. Eraserhead was currently stepping on his back, keeping him down on the back while using his capture tool to keep him from moving. I hope you enjoy your stay in Tartarus, Eraserhead said. Kurogiri didn't respond. So is that it? Kaminari asked. Did we win? Probably, Tsukui muttered. There is still the chance that before she could finish, Eraserhead was flicked off of Kurogiri by one of Tomoryu's extending arms. Eraserhead shouted as he was knocked a few feet away, blinking accidentally due to the impact. All for One was instantly by Kurogiri's side, picking him up off the ground. It's time we left, he said. His speech, it's different from before. Kurogiri figured something was off, but now was not the time to argue. There's still the chance that will happen. Tsukui fired off a laser aimed at Kurogiri. However, before the beam could hit him, All for One picked up Kurogiri and the hands on 𝗵𝗲's detached arms and ran out of the facility, smashing through the wall and leaving the students and teachers in his dust. Damn it, Tsukui cursed before using her sensors. He's moving too fast. We don't stand a chance at catching them before he warps away. Where's All Might? Zero asked, scanning. Tsukui looked around until she found him. He's in the landslide zone. He's trapped by what looks to be the villain's discarded arms. He'll break out in about a minute, but they'll be long gone by then. As the information sunk in, everyone reacted differently. Some of the students revealed that everyone got out alive and relatively unharmed. Others, namely Bakugo, were pissed that the villains got away. Tsukui, however, Midoriya, where are you going? 13 asked as Tsukui started walking away. I tapped into the security system for the building. All the villains have been taken care of or have fled. The battle is over, Tsukui said in a matter-of-fact tone. And I think I have some questions for Dad. Well, wait till class is dismissed first, Eraserhead said, pulling himself off the ground. And besides, we all have some questions for your father. Sometime later, it didn't take long after that for the police and other heroes to show up. They rounded up all the villains, and once everyone was sure it was safe, the class was dismissed and everyone was sent home. The minute Tsukui stepped through the UA gates, she was immediately enveloped in a hug from Izuku. Oh my god, Tsukui, I'm so glad you're okay. Izuku sobbed, hugging his soaking wet robot daughter as tight as he could. All the cameras started getting interfered with, and then they started destroying the security system and Dad. Tsukui interrupted him, her tone completely devoid of emotion. We were attacked by someone named Kurogiri and someone who had All for One. Izuku froze completely. What? Dad, how was I made? Tsukui asked, her tone carrying a faint trace of desperation. Please tell me that villains didn't help make me. Izuku looked at her for a second, a million things going through his head at once as he tried to think of any possible excuse or lie he could give her. But in the end, was it worth it? Was it worth it to find 10,000 ways to lie to his creation about her creation? Izuku hated lying, and he especially hated lying to his family. And at this point, when she practically already knew, it just wasn't worth it. Let's go inside. This isn't something we should talk about in the open, Izuku told her. That unsurprisingly didn't make Tsukui feel any better. A few minutes later, the two of them sat in their home, which had been a UA dorm that had been abandoned, and then cleaned up for the Midoriya family. The two sat across from each other, Tsukui dead silent, and Izuku nervously trying to figure out how to explain this. Okay, Izuku said eventually. So when I first started designing you, my plan was to use spare parts from the beach that everyone dumps their trash on. You were going to make me out of trash, 𝐬𝐿 said, sounding really offended. I didn't really have many options, and I was desperate. Izuku defended himself. But it became obvious to me that that wouldn't work. And then he showed up. All for one, 𝐬𝐿 said. Yes, he knew what I was trying to do. I don't know how, but he gave me an offer. He would give me everything I needed to make you, and in return, I would make him his own android. Izuku explained. Another android. 𝐬𝐿's eyes were as wide as they could get. I have a sibling. I wouldn't say that. The other android isn't like you. You were built to be your own person, but the other android was built to be a copy of someone that died. Izuku clarified. That's still big news. Why would you make an android for a villain? Why would you work with a villain in the first place? 𝐬𝐿 asked him. I didn't know they were villains at first, Izuku told her, avoiding her gaze. I knew they were shady, of course, but I didn't know they were villains. They were government secrets, only meant to be known by high-level pro-heroes, so I had no idea who they were at the time. Again, they were shady and they didn't really hide that they were villains even if they didn't say it. But I was so desperate that I looked past it. 𝐬𝐿 was silent, her eyes closed and her face scrunched up as if she was trying to concentrate on something. Ask 𝐬𝐿, Izuku called out to her. 𝐬𝐿 looked up at him, still not saying a word, and just stared at him, very intensely. Are you scanning me? Izuku asked in confusion. Scanning complete. The subject is confirmed to be Midoriya Izuku. 𝐬𝐿's scanners confirmed, reviewing the subject's identity and crossing it with the subject's actions. Error. Checking for lies. Error. None found. Error. 𝐬𝐿 held her head. My head freaking hurts. Izuku's eyes widened. That shouldn't be happening. I didn't give the ability to feel pain. Error. Numerous impossibilities and errors detected. Emergency shutdown initiated. Suddenly 𝐬𝐿's body became limp. Her head fell to the table and her eyes closed. 𝐬𝐿. Meanwhile elsewhere. Another failure, the doctor said as he watched another one of his 𝗵𝐼 dies. Having trouble, old friend, said a voice coming from behind him. The doctor jumped and quickly turned around, seeing none other than Tamura Shigaraki standing behind him. Shigaraki, the doctor asked, freaked out at first. I didn't know that All for One told you about this place. I didn't, Tamura said, confusing the doctor. It seems that something rather unexpected has happened. Wait, that way of speaking, your movements. The doctor started putting two and two together. All for One. Indeed, All for One said. It seems that my quirk has somehow duplicated my consciousness, and it has now supplanted Tamura's. Incredible. The doctor gasped. All for One has even more secrets than I could have imagined. Tamura is still here, of course, but his will cannot beat mine. All for One explained. I see. So, what will you do now? The doctor asked. Are you still planning on retiring? No, All for One answered. I don't know what it is. Perhaps something to do with my quirk or Tamura's presence in my mind. But the thought of retiring while that fool All Might still breathes irks me to no end. It seems like it's time to remake my plans once more. Meanwhile, with the original All for One. You think with me being as old as I am, I would be better as something as simple and everyday as cooking. All for One thought as he stared at the burnt pancakes he made. He looked behind him at Yoi and Eri, both staring at him while he deliberately blocked the view of the pancakes with his body. Crap, I knew I shouldn't have stopped ordering out. Alright, do I have a quirk for this? I have a healing quirk, but will that work on pancakes? All for One stuck out his finger, and his fingernails suddenly grew, becoming sharper, thicker, and turning green. He stuck his nail into the pancake and was both amazed and relieved to find that the burn started to go away, until the pancake was just a normal-looking, non-burned pancake. Interesting. I knew keeping that quirk was a good idea. All for One proceeded to do this to the rest of the burnt pancakes. Once the pancakes were all fixed, he turned around with a plate full of pancakes in hand. The food is ready. All for One served all three of them. Thanks, Aku, Yoi chirped as he scarfed down his food. His sensors tricked him into thinking he was hungry. Thank you, Eri said quietly, eating her pancakes very slowly and carefully. All for One looked at the two of them with a bit of pride swelling up within him. Here I am, All for One, nightmare of the underworld, slaughterer of countless heroes, feeling pride at having failed to cook pancakes, and then fixing them with a quirk, like that required any skill. Still, perhaps with a bit of practice, I can improve. And if I make a mistake, I'll just fix it with that quirk. After all, it's not their complaint these taste kind of bland, Yoi commented. All for One paused for a moment before sighing. You'll say my food is bland, and yet here you are devouring it as if it was your last meal. And here I had nearly forgotten how ungrateful you can be. I'm not ungrateful, Yoi objected, pouting slightly. It's called constructive criticism, and Sensei says that it's a good thing. Well, let's see how she reacts when she's on the receiving end of that criticism. All for One deadpanned. I like the pancakes, Eri said in her meek, quiet voice. All for One smiled, patting her on the head. At least you're on my side. That's because Iri's an angel and wouldn't say a bad thing about anything, Yoi said. I am not an angel. Iri looked down at her feet. I'm a monster. Nua, Yoi objected. Monsters are bad people that use their power to hurt people. And you don't hurt people, so you're not a monster. But, Iri looked at him. My quirk, are you on about that again? Yoi gave her an annoyed look. You can't control your quirk. That's not your fault. Yes, listen to him. 𝐿 wasn't exactly good at comforting people. He was good at using people's grief to manipulate them. He was good at bringing people's worst qualities. He was good at manipulating people's egos. But comforting little girls, not so much. Whenever Iri got into her dress state, he mostly just let Yoi take care of it. His little brother was far nicer than he was, although he lacked any sort of subtlety and was rather adamant about his opinions. You're an angel and I don't want to hear anything else. Yoi crossed his arm. But nope. I nada. 𝐿 is a monster. Yoi finished. And he's a big fat liar. I'm sure your quirk could do something good. Yes, if there was something 𝐿 was good at, it was utilizing quirks. With some training, you could become a fantastic doctor. Doctor, Iri looked unsure. Yes, your quirk could be a blessing to those who are on death's door. 𝐿 continued. A blessing, Iri repeated, touching her horn. Yeah, you're right. She could rewind people before they got hurt. Yoi added. See, I knew I was right. You think I can save people with my quirk? Iri asked. Yes, Yoi shouted. As the children continued to talk, 𝐿 looked at the clock. It seems the time has come for you two to go. 𝐿 said. Yoi looked at the clock. Oh crap. Language. 𝐿 scolded. Yoi literally picked up Iri and hoisted her over his head, before running upstairs to his room and grabbing both their book bags with his mouth. And 𝗵𝗃𝗏, he shouts with his book bags in his mouth, before running towards the open window. Wait, now let's use the stairs. Iri tried to tell him, but it was too late. And Yoi jumped out the second-story window, landing with a jolt. 𝗬𝐶HOOL. He cheers as he runs to school. That boy. 𝐿 sighed, still smiling. Having his brother back was everything 𝐿 thought it would be. A pain in the ass that brought on endless problems and never stopped questioning him no matter what he did. And was entirely worth it despite that. He was a bright, cheerful distraction to life's many problems. Iri was a nice bonus. She was quiet, didn't ask for much, and was grateful whenever she did get something. Of course, she did have that extreme depression of hers that he had no clue how to deal with. I should probably get her to a psychologist. I'd need to make up a story for why she had all these traumas though. Can't exactly tell them the truth. 𝐿 suddenly felt a weird disturbance. It feels like Tamura's fucked something up, and in spectacular fashion. Well, hopefully, it has nothing to do with me. Aizawa could feel the tension in the room as he came in. He couldn't blame them for being anxious. After a villain attack like that, he would be two at their age. It didn't help that one of them was currently absent. Aizawa-sensei, do you know what happened to Midoriya? Ochako asked, concern for her friend filled her voice. Tsukui Midoriya suffered a programming error, Aizawa explained. A programming error? Like she got blue-screened? Kaminari asked. I doubt the most technologically advanced being on the planet could get something like a blue screen, Gyro sarcastically remarked. Apparently, it was serious enough that her father is going to have to perform the robot equivalent of brain surgery, Aizawa explained bluntly. The shocked and concerned looks on the faces of students almost made him wish he sugar-coated it a little. Almost. He knew at the end of the day that if they wanted to be heroes, they would have to deal with the uncertainty of one of your friends entering surgery and not knowing if they would make it out. And this was the same thing. When he had compared it to brain surgery earlier, he didn't make that comparison loosely. Izuku had explained that much like the brain, Tsukui's chip was the most important part of her, and if Izuku made any major mistake while fixing it, then it was game over. Sure, he could always just build a new one, but Izuku had been very thorough when he explained that he can't bring the dead back to life, only clone them. At the end of the day, Tsukui would still be dead. But on the bright side, Izuku did reassure them that the chance of this happening was low, although it was hard to figure out if he was just stating a fact, or if he was trying to convince himself of that. Either way, the kids needed to know the truth. The exact truth. She'll be okay, right? Mina asked. Aizawa sighed. According to Midoriya, there is only a small chance of death, but we can't say for certain whether or not she'll be okay until the procedure is done. That definitely did not help the mood, and many of the more optimistic students, who were simply anxious, now looked downright depressed. Even Bakugo looked more upset than usual. Aizawa let there be a few moments of silence. It'd be best not to overwhelm them. Surprisingly, it was Todoroki that spoke next. Speaking of Midoriya, what about the villain's claims that he worked with them? The bi-colored hair boy asked, earing several glares from other classmates. What the heck, man? Kirishima asked, seemingly offended. No, I was going to get to that. Aizawa sighed. We can confirm, yes, Midoriya did unknowingly work with the League of Villains. There were a few gasps as well as some murmurs from certain students. However, there was one student whose response was quite louder. "Bullshit," Bakugo shouted while unleashing an explosion upon his desk. No way in hell fucking hero-obsessed Deku would work with the most obvious villains in the fucking universe. Coming from anyone else that would have been vouched for faith. Something Aizawa couldn't blame them for. Coming from the person who made Izuku desperate enough to be put in that situation, it was an insult. Aizawa glared at Bakugo and activated his quirk for intimidation. As I said, Midoriya was unaware that his associates were villains, probably because he was so desperate because of the hopeless situation you put him in. Bakugo winced slightly before standing down, albeit with a very angry expression on his face. "You confirmed this rather quickly. Did you already know about this?" Momo asked with some trepidation. Aizawa sighed. Some of the US staff as well as the government was aware of this. This, however, is a secret and is to remain a secret. Hyo will be giving you all contracts to make sure you stay silent about this fact. And any refusal to sign or breach of this contract will result in your immediate expulsion. Again, this did nothing to help the mood, making the students more anxious and depressed. Midoriya is going to bring a new age of technology and heroism, but do you have any idea how people would react if they knew where that all came from? Aizawa told them. The students stayed silent and acknowledged what the hero said. In less depressing news, the sports festival will be coming up soon. Aizawa tried to segue into that the best he could, but the mood whiplash was unavoidable. "Wait, is it smart to have the sports festival after a villain attack like that?" Minda shouted out. "The sports festival is too big to just cancel. Plus it's a major event that helps show you off to both the public and other pro-heroes. Pro-heroes that have the choice of taking you under their wings." Aizawa explained. "Your performance at the sports festival is what will decide how many offers you get for work studies, in which you will be working together with pro-heroes." This picked up the mood a little bit, as most of the students were distracted from their worries by the prospect of working with pro-heroes. Looks like that managed to distract them for now. Let's just hope it stays that way until Midoriya returns, Aizawa thought. Meanwhile, in Nezu's office, "We need to increase our progress," Izuku told the animal principal. Izuku had called Nezu for a meeting, saying it was of dire urgency. "We need to speed up our testing on all fronts. Our testing with Shinso needs to start immediately, and I would like permission to use 𝐻𝗲 energy for Project Drake. Lastly, I would like permission to have Tsukui use 𝐻𝗲 energy," Izuku asked. "And once all of that is done, we need to start building the new symbol of peace." Midoriya, "While I do agree that we should speed up our pace, that is far too quick." Nezu shook his head. "If something goes wrong, we could face an absolutely disastrous scenario. While I do agree we should proceed with caution, we can't afford to move slowly anymore." Izuku looked worried. "As I've studied One for All, I've learned things about the very nature of quirks themselves. And in my studying, I've come up with a few theories. One that has very troubling implications." Nezu sat up and looked at Izuku with vested interest. "The theory goes that quirks are more a part of a person's very being than originally thought. When I looked at the One for All matrix, it was a collective consciousness made up by other conscious. At first, I thought this was a trait unique to One for All, that it had constructed a consciousness inside itself made up of memories of its past users. But after looking into it some more, I think it's more complicated than that." Izuku said. "It's possible that quirks themselves contain copies of the user's consciousness. All for One then in theory would contain all these consciousnesses." And as I was thinking about that, I remembered the story of how One for All came into existence. The initial quirk was the ability to pass on his quirk. However, without All for One's intervention, that would be a basically non-existent quirk. We thought that the first user's quirk fused with the power stockpiling quirk. However, given his direct relation of All for One, it's possible that first user's quirk allowed him to transfer his quirk ability to transfer quirks onto someone else, and that person would be able to transfer not only the transferability, but also their own quirk onto the next user, and so on and so on. So you theorize that One for All contains the quirks and consciousness of the past users. Nezu summed up. "Yes, but the real issue is what that implies," Izuku said. "Because if One for All has copies of its user's consciousness, then All for One is likely the same." Nezu started to put together what Izuku was hinting at, and his ever-present smile fell. "Is it possible for these consciousnesses to take over the user? I don't know. Chances are if they can, then the past users of One for All wouldn't want to. But I doubt All for One would have those same moral limits," Izuku reported, meaning that there is a strong possibility that there could be, if there isn't already, two All for Ones. There was a long pause, as the dreadful possibility Izuku just suggested set in, and Nezu weighed his options. "What is your plan?" Nezu asked. "Well, first I want to start my testing on Shinso. He's passed all the tests, meaning he's good enough to start the testing. I saw the procedure should start soon after I fix Tsukui. After that, I need to immediately start on implementing 𝐻𝗲 energy into Project Drake." These two tests will show us how 𝐸 energy interacts with half-organic beings and fully mechanical beings approximately. Afterward, I'd like to give 𝐒𝐭𝐲 access to 𝐸 energy to see how it interacts with sentient mechanical beings, although I'll need to start preparations on 𝐒𝐭𝐲 while I'm fixing her programming. If everything works out, we can start building the new symbol of peace immediately. 𝐒𝐿 laid out his plan. Nezu thought it over. I don't like how quickly we're moving, but with the possibility of 2 all-for-ones, and with All Might's time coming to an end, we need a symbol of peace more than ever. I approve of this plan, but I need constant reports on all projects, and I'm also giving Ms. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 permission to assist you on Project Drake. But doesn't she need to prepare for the sports festival? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Oh, I have something else planned for Ms. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, something I think she will be quite happy with, Nezu said, but you'll need all the help you can get with this massive increase in workload. Fortunately, your daughter doesn't need to train quite as much as the other students, so she can help keep you company during the development of Project Drake. We're also looking into scientists that can assist you in your more secretive projects. However, your work is rather hard to replicate. I hate to add more to your workload, but if you could leave some simpler notes so that way we could increase your workforce, that would be wonderful. Of course, 𝐒𝐿 said. Hopefully we can start Project 𝐒𝐬𝐽 by the end of the sports festival. Yes, and in the meantime, we have to have All Might conserve his strength. We need him to be ready in case all-for-one makes a move. Nezu took a sip of his tea. The future is uncertain, but one thing I do know is that I am going to need a lot more tea. A week later, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 opened her eyes and was immediately met with confusion. What happened? Did I crash? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 thought. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked to her left. She was on the maintenance table and 𝗧𝗐 was looking over her. Dad. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 started to stand up. What happened to me? Did I crash? No, to put it simply, after you found out about the less than ideal circumstances of your creation, you refused to accept the truth. This is an illogical action based on your more human side, which contradicted your logical machine side. This caused an error and put you into emergency shutdown, 𝗧𝗐 explained to her. Oh right, that. 𝗧𝗐𝗲 grimaced as her systems rebooted and she remembered their previous conversation. Wait, what about that headache? Well, that wasn't really a headache. The error caused an unpleasant feeling which you, not knowing what pain actually felt like, perceived as pain. This actually made the errors worse, as you know you can't feel pain yet we're feeling it anyway, causing more errors and more perceived pain and causing more errors and so on until your emergency shutdown kicked in. So I had a bug? 𝗧𝗐𝗲 asked. Well, yes, 𝗧𝗐 said. But I fixed it. Well, I fixed that bug. Wait, I have more bugs that you didn't fix. 𝗧𝗐𝗲 started to freak out. Why? Well, let me explain it this way. A human being is a very illogical being, and a computer is a purely logical being. So sometimes those two sides of you will come to a conflict, or a decision decreed as impossible by your programming. Then it will cause errors that will put you into emergency shutdown. For example, there are 2 tracks, one with 5 people and one with only 1 person on it. A train is coming down towards the track with 5 people on it and will kill all of them unless you pull a lever, which will switch the train over to the other track with only 1 person on it, killing them. What do you do? 𝗧𝗐𝗲 asked. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 thought about it. Okay, so obviously I want to save the 5 people, but if I switch the tracks then I kill the other person. Right now you're able to think about it because the decision is not actually in front of you and you don't actually need to make the decision. But if you were in that scenario in real life, the impossibility of that decision would cause errors, causing your emergency shutdown to kick in. 𝗧𝗐𝗲 explained. This is because computers are not made to debate morals. They're made to follow their programming. If a computer is programmed to save the biggest number of people possible, then it would push the lever. If it was programmed not to kill anyone, it would not pull the lever. If you're unable to make a decision because it's too hard, your logical systems will be working overtime to answer a question they're not programmed to answer, causing an error. So if I have to make any hard decisions, I just collapse. 𝗧𝗐𝗲 was more than a little dissatisfied with this. And you can't fix it. Well, I can't fix it. If I tried, then I would have to program my own thoughts and decisions into you, in a way removing some of your free will. And I swore that I would never do that to you. 𝗧𝗐𝗲 told her. I can't do anything about this, but you can. 𝗧𝗐𝗲 didn't like to admit it, but she had no idea how most of her systems actually worked. And she wasn't anywhere near as smart as 𝗧𝗐𝗲. Like I said, the only thing that causes you to shut down is the pressure of actually having to make a decision. You can think about those decisions freely so long as you don't have to make them. And you can still make those decisions just so long as you don't think about it for any extended period of time. Meaning if you can make up your mind what decisions to make before you have to make them, then you could work around that bug. 𝗧𝗐𝗲 told her. It won't be easy, but I would suggest going through as many decision simulations as possible. Maybe not right now because speaking of hard decisions, and it all came back to that. 𝐂𝐭𝐲 stayed silent for once. Part of her still couldn't believe that her father had been desperate enough to work with such shady people. Most of her realized at this point that this was unfortunately the reality, and the rest of her blamed 𝗵𝘃𝗀. But she wanted to see what her father had to say. She didn't know how long she'd been out, but it probably took some time. She wanted to see what he'd say after thinking about it like she knew he had been. I shouldn't have worked with them, but I don't regret working with them either, 𝗧𝗑𝗍 told her after gathering all his resolve. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 blinked, a look of shock on her face. That's not what I expected to hear. Okay, it was stupid to work with people that shady. Even if I didn't know they were villains, I should have known they were up to no good. Everything about what I did was completely irresponsible and I was putting myself in danger, 𝗧𝗑𝗍 said. But I can't bring myself to regret doing it. Not when the result was you. I can never regret creating you. 𝗂𝐭𝐲's feeling of elation was pushed down by a feeling of doubt. She obviously knew he wasn't lying. She had lie detectors after all, but she wanted to know why. If this conversation had happened a month ago, she would have been confident about her own positives. But after finding out she was made using resources provided to her father by villains, and also she had a bunch of bugs in her, combined with some of her past failures, meant that her self-esteem wasn't the greatest right now. Why? 𝗂𝐭𝐲 asked. I haven't accomplished anything. I've barely kept you company like I was built to do. I mean, I got you hired by you, but you probably could have done that with a lesser invention. One not funded by villains. Instead, you helped the bad guys and all you got out of it was a buggy bot that constantly questions you and doesn't do anything you tell her to. 𝗧𝗑𝗍 frowned at her response before walking over and hugging his creation. No one's perfect, and you weren't made to be. 𝗧𝗑𝗍 told her. I made you to keep me from getting lonely. And since you've been made, I haven't felt lonely once. 𝗧𝗑𝗍 smiled brightly at her. That and, you're my daughter, my own creation. I love you, and I know all the good you'll do will outweigh whatever bad comes from your creation. Dad. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 paused for a moment before hugging her father back. Ah, damn it, you know my weakness is praise. The two embraced for a while until eventually separating. So, do you forgive me? 𝗧𝗑𝗍 asked her nervously. To be honest, I was never really mad, 𝗂𝐭𝐲 admitted. I was more shocked, confused, and disappointed. I can't really be mad at you for my creation because if you didn't do that I wouldn't exist. Oh, 𝗧𝗑𝗍 said. So, since you already know about your creation, I think I should tell you about the last dark secret of your creation. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 groaned. Oh, come on, more dark secrets. What did you use 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐲's brain waves to make me too? 𝗧𝗑𝗍 winced. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 looked at him for a moment, blinked, and then her logic sensors kicked in. Dad, please tell me you didn't use 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐲's brain waves or whatever. 𝗧𝗑𝗍 continued to wince. Sorry, NOOO. 3 black armored trucks moved swiftly through the night, carrying their cargo with discretion. The cargo in question was a bunch of metal pods, and inside one of the trucks were 2 high-ranking heroes, 𝗳𝗫𝗏 and 𝗳𝗏. The 2 heroes stood in silence in the lead truck. Neither of them said a thing. So, do either of you know what we're transporting? Flying above the 3 trucks was the number 4 hero, Hawks. Doesn't matter. We have our orders, 𝗳𝗫𝗏 said simply. Come on, don't tell me you're not curious. They suddenly pull us away from our work, tell us to guard these trucks, and when we ask what's in them, they say it's classified. Hawks pointed out. If it is classified, then it is not our business to know, 𝗳𝗏 said. Normally I would say the same thing, but these are pretty human-sized, don't you think? Hawks pointed out. And they're not prisoners, because they would tell us if they were. So what exactly are we transporting? There was a bit of silence for a bit, but before anyone could say anything, kaboom. Suddenly the road the trucks were driving over exploded. 2 of the trucks were sent off the roads, and one of them flew up in the air and landed on its side, with 1 pod spilling out of the door. Crap. The road must have had some kind of invisible mines on them, Hawks said, and then he heard the sound of 2 cars driving at them from off-road. And here comes the perpetrators. To our left, about 8 villains in 2 cars. The doors of one of the still upright trucks flew open, but seemingly nothing came out. All right, boys, shouted one of the villains in the cars, standing up while addressing his allies, let's go. Suddenly, the villain fell down, unconscious, and before any of the other villains could do anything about it, they too were knocked out, their bodies going limp in the cars, as 𝗳𝗏 did his work. However, before the cars could go out of control, Hawk's feathers flew down and took control of them, bringing them safely to a halt. 𝗳𝗫𝗏 and a few government agents stepped out of the truck. HMPH, looks like I wasn't needed here. 𝗳𝗏 reformed himself next to 𝗳𝗫𝗏. They seemed to just be petty criminals, no one of impotence. 𝗳𝗫𝗏 looked up at Hawks, about to tell him to call the police so they could get the villains arrested when he found the man seemingly transfixed on something. He followed the winged hero's gaze and looked down at the pod that had fallen out. It was open and inside was a now awake little girl. 𝗳𝗏 also noticed this and was just as shocked at what their cargo seemed to be. Hawks descended down, landing in front of the scared and confused girl as other agents surrounded her. Where am I? "Where's my daddy?" she asked with tears brimming in her eyes. Hawks looked back at 𝗵𝗲 and the two heroes' community wordlessly. Hawks would comfort the girl, and 𝗵𝗲 would ask what the hell was going on. "Don't worry, kid, just stay calm," Hawks told her. Meanwhile, the agents were freaking out, pulling out phones and calling their superiors to see what they should do. One of the agents was running past 𝗵𝗲 when he was suddenly grabbed by the number 2 hero. "Ew, what the hell is going on? What exactly are we transporting? And why was there a little girl in one of the pods?" 𝗵𝗲 wasn't normally one to question the government, but he would be damned if he would let himself be a pawn in some sort of child slave transport ring or something of that sort. I'd have to ask the higher-ups if we're allowed to tell you that, sir." The man said, his eyes full of fear as he was stared down by an annoyed 𝗵𝗲. 𝗵𝗲 shoved the man away, causing him to fall on his ass, then asked them, "And tell them that if I'm not given an answer, I'm going to find out myself." The agent scampered away and pulled out his phone as fast as he could. While 𝗵𝗲 waited for the man to finish his call, he realized that 𝗳𝗏𝗏 had disappeared. 𝗳𝗏𝗏, where the hell I am here? 𝗳𝗏𝗏 reappeared next to him. "I went to check if the girl had any injuries, but what I found was, she's not human." 𝗵𝗏 raised a flaming brow. "What do you mean, not human?" "She's a machine," 𝗳𝗏𝗏 revealed. "An android." 𝗵𝗏's eyes went wide with shock. Before looking back at the girl, she definitely didn't look or sound like a machine. She cried like a child and clung to Hawks like any scared little girl would. She seemed like any other child. The agent ran back to 𝗵𝗏. Sir, we've been given permission to explain." 𝗵𝗏 glared at the man. "Well then start talking." The next day, in Izuku's lab, Recovery Girl, Nezu, Izuku, and the boy known as Shinso Hitoshi were all riding in the elevator down to one of the levels of Izuku's lab. Nezu got off the phone, storing it away in his pocket. "Is something wrong?" Izuku asked. "It seems that there was an incident with the first transport," Nezu explains, making sure not to say anything Shinso shouldn't hear. "And they had to explain the cargo to the heroes there. Was any of it damaged?" Izuku asked with concern. "No damage," Nezu said. Part of Shinso wanted to ask what that was about, but judging by how vague they were being, he had a feeling he wasn't supposed to know, and he didn't really care anyway. Ding! The elevator stopped, and then the door opened up. The three stepped out into the lab, and Shinso took a long hard look around the laboratory. There were many machines, most of which he didn't recognize, tools he didn't recognize, and even robots he didn't recognize. There was also a metal table, with different machines that looked like they belonged in a hospital, as well as tables containing more devices he didn't know the purpose of. The most attention-grabbing thing in the room was a large cylinder, filled with some kind of strange energy. The cylinder looked like it extended into multiple floors. "I'm guessing the table is for me?" Shinso asked. "That's right," Recovery Girl said, moving over to the medical supply to pull out some gloves and a surgical mask. "As I said, Mr. Shinso, you will be here for quite some time. If you have anything you need to do in the near future, I would suggest you speak up," Nezu told him. "And of course, if you have any doubts or concerns about this process, then now would be the time to speak up." Shinso almost rolled his eyes. "If I had any concerns, I probably would have mentioned them before going down the secret elevator into the faintly sinister secret lab." "My lab isn't sinister," Izuku muttered as he too prepared for the operation. "I'm ready, so let's get this over with," Shinso said, getting onto the table and laying down. Recovery Girl brought a stool over the operating area, so she could do everything she needed to without her height being an issue. "So eager, even when you'll be giving up part of your humanity." Shinso rolled his eyes. "What good is my humanity if people treat me like a monster anyway?" The Recovery Girl sighed and brought over a face mask onto Shinso's mouth and nose area. "This society." And those were the last words Shinso heard. Before the gas turned on, he was knocked out. Meanwhile, at a UA gym, Uraraka was floating in the air, a few inches off the ground, her mouth shut as her face turned green. Eventually, the Nasu was too much for her to handle, and she brought her fingers together and fell to the ground. BWAGH. The poor brunette vomited in a nearby bucket, as Tsukui, who had been on the side watching, walked over with a phone in one hand and mouthwash in the other. "You're doing better," Tsukui told her, giving her friend the mouthwash to get the taste of vomit out of her mouth. "Your time's increased by 7%. After spitting out the mouthwash into the same bucket, Ochako spoke to her friend. "Do you really need a stopwatch app? You're a robot." "Android," Tsukui corrected. "And I wasn't using the phone as a stopwatch, I was looking at the news. So far, no one has any useful information on the League, which guess I should have expected." Ochako gave her a concerned look. "You want to go after the League, don't you?" "Of course I do." Tsukui said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Those bastards are a stain on my creation and my father's reputation. The sooner I put them away, the better me and Dad can sleep at night." And she wanted to find her brother, but she couldn't say that. Even if she knew the secrets of her creation and Class 1A knew a bit of them, most of it was still classified to them, as well as the public. "Well, we are only students right now. 𝗂𝐚𝐲 pointed out. Maybe we should focus on the sports festival for now. Well, it's not here yet, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 countered, and it's not really like I can prepare for it. I can't develop muscle or train my quirk or anything. I mean, there is some training I can do, but it's not important for the festival. That's why I'm helping you train instead. You're welcome. Thanks. 𝗂𝐚𝐲 shook her head at her friend's antics. Well, at least she's out of her funk. So that's good. I should probably keep her distracted so that she doesn't do something crazy. Although to be fair, not like I had much better to do. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed. Everyone else is busy training for the festival too, and not all of them want me around. Their loss, and Dad is super busy with some kind of super secret project. Again, so he's not going to be available for most of the day, for most of the next few weeks. That sucks. 𝗂𝐚𝐲 sympathized with her friend. I mean, Dad's trying to make time for me, but you know. Work. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gave another sigh. I guess I shouldn't complain. You have it worse than I do when it comes to not seeing your parents. 𝗂𝐚𝐲's expression fell. Yeah, I miss Mom and Dad. Now that I think about it, why did you come here anyway? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 inquired. Why become a hero in the first place? Suddenly 𝗂𝐚𝐲 turned sheepish, blushing as if she was embarrassed about something. Well, promise you won't judge me about it. Promise. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gave her a reassuring smile. 𝗂𝐚𝐲 took a deep breath and blurted out, I did it for money. I mean, my parents aren't really well off and we've been having money problems for a while. But they've always still managed to make me feel so loved and cared for, so I want to give back and make enough money so they can live comfortably. I know it's not really the noblest reason, but stop. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 brought up her hand to shut her friend up. I'm going to stop you right there. First of all, the whole noble reason for being a hero is silly. So long as you do your job and save people's lives, it doesn't matter why. Saving people is an inherently good thing. If someone saved my life and later they said they did it for money, I would still be happy to be alive. Also, being a hero so you can repay your parents is plenty noble to me. Heck, it's basically the reason I want to be a hero too. So don't ever feel ashamed of the reason you want to be a hero. 𝗂𝐚𝐲 kept blushing but with a big smile on her face. Thank you. It means a lot to me. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, without warning, hugged her friend, encompassing her in a crushing hug. Don't worry about it. And if anyone ever gives you crap about it, I'll beat the shit out of them. Please don't. 𝗂𝐚𝐲 struggled to breathe in 𝗧𝗵𝗲's embrace. Why do you have to be so violent? Because Dad decided it was a good idea to add 𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐲's shitty brain waves to my programming. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 thought. Hate that I had to go through that twice. The error in her programming caused slight memory issues, so she had to learn that nasty piece of information twice. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 let go of 𝗂𝐚𝐲, allowing the girl to finally breathe. All right, back to training. If you want to look impressive at the sports festival, you'll need to give your all. We're not stopping until you've vomited up your last 3 breakfasts. Let's not go that far. 𝗂𝐚𝐲 was pumped about the sports festival. Maybe not that pumped. Many hours later, Izuku walked into his living space, completely exhausted and covered in sweat. The operation had been both physically and mentally exhausting. Hours of standing up, performing very careful and intricate work, was hard to say the least, especially since he was not used to more biological work and the more than slight gruesomeness entailed, not helped by the fact that this was just the first day of operation, meaning he would have to do this for several days, more if the testing didn't go well. And that wasn't even the only project he'd worked on that day. He spent a few hours on Project Drake as well, although thanks to May he didn't need to spend as much time on that as he did Project Hybrid. May had been ecstatic when he introduced 𝐒𝐻𝗄 energy in Project Drake to her. She looked like a child who had just tasted candy for the first time, and then was left in a candy store with $1 million. The girl was a natural with machinery, and while he did have to explain a lot of things to her, she got the hang of things pretty fast, allowing him to focus on the more complex and delicate parts of the construction while she handled everything else. A true prodigy, despite her eccentric nature. With her help on Project Drake and Recovery Girl's help on Project Hybrid, those 2 projects would be able to progress smoothly. The last project Izuku needed to worry about was Project Kin, or rather, giving 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝐒𝐻𝗄 energy, while he already adapted 𝗧𝗵𝗲's brain to be able to handle 𝗒𝗄 energy. When he was fixing the bug in her system, the next step would be creating a body that utilized 𝗒𝗄 energy. The issue was that Izuku wasn't sure how 𝗧𝗵𝗲 would use that energy. He did adore her as family, but sometimes the less admirable parts of 𝗂𝐴𝐽𝐲 showed through. Ultimately, he needed to give her this upgrade to see how 𝗒𝗄 energy interacted with a fully inorganic being, but he wanted to wait until he thought she was ready, hopefully during or soon after the sports festival. Izuku crashed onto the couch. Mom is probably asleep. At least I was able to make sure she could relax, but I'm gonna be busy. Even once all these sports festival things are done, I'll still have to worry about Project 𝗂𝐽𝐲. The door opened, and 𝗬𝗂𝐁 walked into the common room, immediately seeing her father on the couch and smiling. "Hey, Dad." Izuku gave a tired smile back. "Hey, 𝗬𝗂𝐁, how was your day?" "Pretty good. Most of the girls were busy, but Ochako let me help her train. We went for food after. I'm trying to convince her to do karaoke." "Hey Dad, can I sing?" 𝗬𝗂𝐁 asked. "Ooh, well, I made your voice sound nice, but I didn't really take singing into account when I made you, so you don't have any inherent sense for rhythm or tone or anything. So you'll need to learn that on your own," Izuku explained. "Sorry. No, don't apologize, it'll at least give me something to practice." 𝗬𝗂𝐁 gave an overdramatic sigh. "One of the disadvantages of being made perfect is that you can't improve yourself." Izuku wondered what she was talking about for a moment, before putting it together. I guess it's a little frustrating not being able to train the same way everyone else does. They're all out working their muscles, improving their quirks, and all that, while I'm here, at the peak of my existence, as I will always be," 𝗬𝗂𝐁 bragged. "Well, you can't train your muscles, but you can still train your mind," Izuku told her. 𝗬𝗂𝐁 gave him a confused look. "But I have scanners and stuff." "Yes, but those take time to work," Izuku explained. "In the middle of a fight, you might not have time to sit and process all your best possible options. Also, sometimes you just choose not to use it, so you might want to get used to fighting without it." 𝗬𝗂𝐁 thought about using her processors because Izuku pointed out how little she did that. "I guess you're right, but how do I do that? Not like I can just go outside and fight villains until I get better at it." "Well, I could ask Nezu if we could use one of the training grounds, and I could make some unique villain robots for you to fight," Izuku suggested. "I could watch you and give some pointers. It could be like daddy-daughter time." 𝗬𝗂𝐁 finished his sentence. "Yeah, that sounds great. But aren't you busy?" "I'm sure Nezu will understand. We don't spend as much time together as we'd like," Izuku admitted sadly. 𝗬𝗂𝐁 nodded. "Which is ironic considering why you built me." "Yeah, but at least we can finally do something together," Izuku said with a small smile. "We played catch," 𝗬𝗂𝐁 pointed out. "Something other than that," Izuku said a bit too quickly. "What do you mean?" "That was fun," 𝗬𝗂𝐁 objected. "If you say so, 𝗬𝗂𝐁." "If you say so," Izuku said. 𝗬𝗂𝐁 wasn't sure how her father gained access to one of UAS fake cities. If she had to guess, it would be part of the benefits of being important. Not that she was complaining, it was the perfect place for this type of exercise. For the last few weeks, she had been training on being able to fight without using her sensors. Because while her sensors did help out a lot, they also took time to work, and she had to consciously activate them. As such, in situations that required instant, decisive action, she would need to go without these sensors, as well as her aiming system. And so that is what led to where she is now. Her, in a fake city, facing off against an All-Might bot with Izuku watching over the cams. The goal: defeat the Might bot while keeping the damage to the surroundings to a minimum. All without using her sensors. "Alright, starting the villain program now. You know what to do, sweetheart," Izuku told her using the comms in her head. "Of course," 𝗬𝗂𝐁 smirked. "Let's do this, Dad." After a few seconds, the Might bot stood to attention, and a blue glow illuminated his eye holes. "I am a rogue Might bot, here to do evil and tarnish the name of All Might. Try and stop me," the All Might bot shouted out in All Might's voice. 𝗬𝗂𝐁 couldn't help but giggle at how campy that was. Then again, All Might was a very campy person, so Izuku had been spot on. Although given that Izuku was Izuku, that was to be expected. "Bring it, you fake." An unfortunate thing for 𝗬𝗂𝐁 is that insulting other robots could be difficult, not because she didn't want to, but because it was hard to find insults for other mechanical creations that didn't also apply to her in some way. 𝗬𝗂𝐁 ran forward and blasted the bot with her laser vision, causing it to falter. Yes, 𝗬𝗂𝐁 doesn't want to think about how many times she missed because she wasn't used to not using her targeting her system. The Might bot quickly related, charging at her with its fist cocked and ready to smash. 𝗬𝗂𝐁 had learned well enough how to read an oncoming punch, and ducked under it before grabbing it. The teenage robot then punched into the fake side, making a big dent. Might bot tried to beat her down with her other arm, but 𝗬𝗂𝐁 just jumped back and unleashed another blast of heat vision, hitting it in the face, melting off its fake skin, and damaging its eyes. With its eyes melted, the bot started wildly swinging around its arms in an attempt to hit her. 𝗬𝗂𝐁 waited for the robot to get a bit closer, and then blasted one of its knees, causing it to fall onto its other knee. With her enemy on its knees, 𝗬𝗂𝐁 charged forward and delivered a devastating uppercut to its robot jaw, making it flop onto the floor. "Too much damage, 𝗧𝗵𝗶𝗿. Shutting down," the Might bot said before its body went limp. Easy." 𝗬𝗂𝐁 patted herself on the back. "Well, I hope you don't plan on melting people's faces off when you face real villains," Izuku told her. "Of course not. My programming wouldn't even let me do that," 𝗬𝗂𝐁 pointed out, sounding mildly offended. "Don't you take that tone with me, young lady," Izuku said jokingly. The two of them laughed for a few seconds before the laughter died down and the two continued the conversation. Well, I have to go back to work. Izuku sighed. Oh, come on, Dad. I want to see if I could try one without leaving permanent, debilitating injuries, 𝗧𝗵𝗏 said with a bit too much nonchalance. Don't worry, I'm almost done with one of my projects, but it has to be finished by tomorrow, Izuku explained. Oh, is it something for the sports festival perhaps? 𝗧𝗵𝗏 asked, hoping her father would provide details. And I'm not telling you anything about it, Izuku said, quickly shutting her down. Oh, come on, Dad. Can't a doting father give his daughter any special information? 𝗧𝗵𝗏 teased. That would be cheating, 𝗧𝗵𝗏. Izuku pointed out. I know. I was kidding. 𝗧𝗵𝗏 giggled. I don't need any special info anyway. I'll clear this whole event without breaking a sweat. Well, to be fair, you don't have a method of perspiration, so you literally can't sweat. But I understand what you're saying, Izuku told her. Just don't get overconfident. Your classmates, as well as Class 1B and students from the other courses, will all be trying their hardest. You do well not to underestimate them. At the very least, I think I'm okay underestimating Mineta. 𝗧𝗵𝗏 rolled her eyes as she remembered the purple pervert. The pervert? I wouldn't. Even the most unlikely of people can be capable of things you'd never believe, Izuku told her. I mean, no one would have thought I was capable of making you after all. Well, that's because everyone you met before was a bunch of idiots. I always knew you were amazing, 𝗧𝗵𝗏 said with pride. Well, I made you, Izuku pointed out. You are, literally my greatest achievement. You know it, 𝗧𝗵𝗏 said, purposely missing the point as she made a smug face. Izuku didn't know whether to simile or sigh, so he did both. Well, you should take some time to relax. I have to go. Bye. Bye, Dad, 𝗧𝗵𝗏 said before he hung up. Well, guess I should head back home. Grandma's probably lonely again. And with that, 𝗧𝗵𝗏 walked towards the dorm buildings, while the 𝗬𝗏𝗋bots carried away the 𝗏bot and cleaned up the area. Meanwhile, with Izuku was in the back seat of a car, being driven by one of UAS staff, currently headed to an off-campus construction site, where Project Drake was being finished. Hatsumi said that all we should have to do is complete the finishing touches, Izuku said to Nezu, who was sitting in the passenger seat. She really is a prodigy, you know. Indeed, it appears that there is a surplus of those nowadays, Nezu said cheerfully. I'm glad we managed to scoop the two of you up before 𝐼-Island did. Tell me, did you ever consider going to 𝐼-Island? Izuku was a bit surprised by the question. Well, no, I never really considered myself smart enough for a place like that. But you considered yourself smart enough to create a full sentient gyroid? Nezu asked, pointing out the hole in Izuku's logic. Well, I honestly didn't think I could do that either. It was more of a desperation thing, Izuku sheepishly admitted. It was only when I really started getting into the project that I realized it was possible. And when All For One took notice of me, I imagined that would be the case. He wouldn't commit his time to something he wasn't sure would work, Nezu affirmed. After all, being sloppy proved to be his downfall once before. The rest of the ride was silent, adding the mood to the long list of things All For One had killed. A few minutes later, the car stopped, and they got out onto the site. The site itself was inside a large building made of concrete, courtesy of 𝗬𝗏𝗧. This was to keep what was inside a secret. After entering, they were met with the sight of many robots running around, with scaffolding and ladders set up around a huge thing that was covered in a white tarp. They didn't get very far inside before hearing a familiar voice shout, Midoriya. They looked to the side and saw Hatsumi running towards them with an enormous smile on her face. Ah, Ms. Hatsumi, Nezu addressed her when she finally stopped in front of them. I assume Project Drake is ready for those finishing touches you mentioned. Actually, I decided to do the finishing touches myself, Hatsumi said, her voice holding none of the shame it should. What, Hatsumi, you were supposed to wait for me before we completed the project, Izuku admonished. I couldn't help it. That H-E-R-O energy. It's amazing. Oh, the things we could make with that. It's unlike anything else seen on Earth. The baby potential is unlimited, Hatsumi gushed. Izuku facepalmed and gave a long-suffering sigh. Well, what's done is done. I'll look over it to make sure you didn't make any mistakes, and then I'll double-check tomorrow morning. Oh, I can't wait to see this baby in action. The sheer destructive power. This thing could take down a whole city before anyone could stop it. May continued to gush. Well, it's good that you know its capabilities because you'll be the one piloting tomorrow, Nezu revealed. What? Both Izuku and May asked at the same time, one with a look of pure horror and the other looking like they just won the lottery. Are you trying to kill the students? Izuku looked like he was about to have a heart attack, probably because his daughter was among those students. Now, Mr. Midoriya, Ms. Hatsumi was of considerable help during the construction of the project. I'm sure she knows how to use it without killing her opponents, Nezu reassured him. And if she doesn't, we can always shut it down remotely. And if we are forced to resort to this, there will be dire consequences. Is this understood, Ms. Hatsumi? Seemingly unaffected by Nezu's chilling threat, the huge smile and ecstatic energy remained as May nodded so rapidly they were surprised she didn't break her neck. Yes, sir. I won't let you down. This did very, very little to reassure Izuku, and he was starting to wish he had told Tsukui about Drake. Suddenly, Izuku's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that the one calling was Recovery Girl. Immediately he answered and held the phone to his ear. "Midoriya, get back over here. That Shinso boy is awake," Recovery Girl told him. "I'm running a medical diagnostic on him now, but I have no idea how to deal with the mechanical crap." "All right, I'll be over there immediately," Izuku responded before the conversation ended, and he turned to his boss and apprentice. "Shinso just woke up. We have to go." Half an hour later, back at the lab, Izuku and Nezu rushed into the laboratory and were met with the sight of Shinso sitting upright on a padded table. He had various machines connected to him, and Shinso himself even looked a little different, just a bit bulkier, more muscular, like he just completed a year's worth of exercise. But other than that, he didn't look much different, which was intended. Recovery Girl was standing close by, putting away her tools. "Welcome back to the world of living, Mr. Shinso," Nezu greeted. "How are you feeling?" "Fine, although I'm surprised I'm feeling anything at all," Shinso answered honestly, opening and closing his hand before tightening his grip. "It's not what I expected, but I feel strong. It's incredible." Shinso honestly didn't know how to fully describe what he felt. When he woke up from the coma, it was like he wasn't even in his own body anymore. Like he went to sleep and woke up as someone else. Someone stronger. "It's okay to not give a full answer right now. I understand that this might be a bit overwhelming," Izuku told him, as he disconnected him from some machines and attached some new ones onto his body. "Let me just take a look at everything. Tell me if you feel strange." Once everything had been connected to Shinso, Izuku went over to a panel and pressed some buttons and looked at some screens. "I see. Everything is as expected. Is everything okay on the medical side?" "He's healthy as far as I can tell," Recovery Girl told them. "I've never done a checkup quite like this before, so excuse me if I'm inexperienced." Never thought I'd say that again. Makes me feel young again." "All right. Unfortunately, we don't have time to do much testing, so for now we'll just monitor you to make sure you're stable," Izuku said. "We already have a room prepared for you in the dorms," Nezu said. "You'll have to excuse us for the abundance of security cameras, but we do need to make sure absolutely nothing goes wrong." "Not exactly giving me much confidence," Shinso deadpanned, before going back to inspecting his body. Sorry. I assure you from what we can tell, you absolutely in the clear. The riskiest parts have already passed, I swear." It was unclear if Izuku was trying to reassure Shinso or himself. It's just, we're in completely new territory. We are trying to understand it the best we can, but the science is new. We have to be ready in case the worst happens." "Oh god, I'm just making this worse." "No, it's fine," Shinso sighed. "I knew what I was signing up for, and we appreciate your willingness to continue in the face of those risks. Your bravery has greatly helped contribute to the field of science," Nezu told him. "Regardless of what happens during the tournament, you are already a hero." Shinso hummed, still not looking away from his arm. "Well, in that case, can you do me a favor and not treat me like I'm about to die any moment?" "Fair enough," Nezu agreed. "In that case, let's let Mr. Shinso test his new legs, shall we?" "Oh right." And with that, Izuku started unplugging Shinso from the machines until he was finally clear. "All right, let's see how well you walk." Shinso nodded and hopped off the table and stood up for the first time in weeks. He moved his legs up and down a bit and took a few steps in a circle. "How does it feel?" Izuku asked him, taking a notepad. "Effortless," Shinso responded immediately. "Do you mind if I damage the floor a bit?" "Not at all," Nezu responded before Izuku could, leaving the green-haired roboticist to sign and accept that decision. "Stump." Shinso raised his foot high and then slammed it into the ground, causing the sturdy floor under him to crack, and even made Izuku lose his footing a bit. "Incredible." Nezu's ever-present smile grew a bit larger. "Are you still okay?" Izuku asked Shinso as soon as he regained his balance. Shinso just stared at the cracks made in the floor by his foot before a smirk made its way onto his face. "Doc," for the first time in a long time. Yes, I am." The next day, at the US Stadium, it was finally time. The US Sports Festival had arrived. There was a truly enormous crowd gathered in the seats, with many of the participants' families being present. In the center of the stadium was a huge grass arena, with a wooden stage in the middle of it. On the grass were all the students of UA, with Class 1A sans Bakugo, gathered up all together, and the teachers and Izuku being gathered up on the stage. Tsukui was standing next to Ochako, with a confident smirk on her face. Unfortunately, her friend didn't share the same confidence. To be fair, it's not like Ochako was a nervous mess. Tsukui had been with her father long enough to know what that looked like. Most people would have just thought she was simply determined, which she was, but her scanners could also tell she was quite nervous. Rapid heartbeat, excess sweat, slight trembling, the works. "Hey," Tsukui whispered to her friend, getting her attention. What are you so nervous about? Nervous? I'm not nervous. What are you talking about? 𝐒𝐴CHAKO denied. Acha, I'm a robot. I can literally see that you're nervous. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 reminded her with a cocky smirk. Ew, can you blame me? 𝗂𝐴CHAKO asked her, letting a bit more of her nervousness show. Look at all the people watching. And my parents too. That just means more people get to see how great you are, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 told her. Again, why are you so worried? We are the shit. I wish I had your confidence, 𝗂𝐴CHAKO muttered. Before the conversation could continue, Midnight stepped up to the mic. Hello everyone. Welcome to the 𝐒𝐽 Sports Festival, Midnight said, getting a round of applause and cheers from the audience that drowned out any other sound for a bit. God, I'm so glad Dad didn't let me feel pain. That would have killed my ears, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. Lucky you. Gyro was physically recoiling from how loud the crowd was. Midnight went on a bit with the introduction, before getting to an interesting part. Now, normally we would have a speech from the student that earned the #1 spot at the hero entrance exam. However, due to complications, that is not possible. Bakugo grumbled from within the audience. Why the fuck am I here? Because you're gonna cheer on your classmates and you're gonna fucking like it. Mitsuki Bakugo reminds him with a smack on the back of the head. Back on stage, Midnight continued. And so instead we decided to do something different. I give to you the head of UA's engineering department, Izuku Midoriya. Midnight moved aside. And Izuku very tentatively walked up to the mic, visibly shaking and sweating enough to fill entire buckets. He had been told about this ahead of time. That didn't do much to make him less nervous about talking to the entire world. Hello. Izuku awkwardly introduced himself, getting a mostly silent reaction from the crowd. As so, many of you have probably heard about the rumor of a robot or an android going to UA. This caused some murmuring amongst the audience. It was true that after 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 revealed herself as not being human, many of the people who witnessed it told a bunch of people. Of course, with no proof of this, many people had simply written this off as them seeing someone with a weird quirk playing a prank. That's not to say the rumor died. No, there were still a few people who believed it, and even certain reporters had tried to ask you questions about this, only to get stonewalled. So hearing you, of themselves, bring it up, certainly caught people's attention. Well, it's mostly true. I have created the world's first fully sentient gynoid. That's a female android, Izuku explained. The audience gasped, and after a few seconds of shock, the murmurs increased dramatically, getting much louder than before. Izuku trembled a bit more at the sheer weight of the attention that was now on him. It took him a few minutes to summon the courage to speak again. And now I understand some of you might be confused about this. And you have a lot of questions. And you will be holding a press event specifically about this. But for now I think the best thing to do would be to introduce you to her. So this is 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya, my daughter. And Class 1A's eyes turned to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. And then the other class's eyes turned to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. And then the audience's eyes turned to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was taken aback at suddenly being put on the spot, but quickly got over it and walked onto the stage. The robot girl stepped up to the mic, getting an I'm sorry look from Izuku before he stepped back. So, I wasn't really told about this. Thanks for that, Dad. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gave her father a look, once again receiving an apologetic look from her creator. But since I'm up here, no, this doesn't feel right. And then, suddenly, without any warning, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ripped off her shirt and pants. And of course, she wasn't wearing a bra or panties because, why would she? So she was completely naked. 𝐻𝐻, shouted pretty much everyone. 𝐬𝐼. Izuku screeched at the top of his lungs. What are you doing? Oh, relax, Dad. You gave me the body of a Barbie doll. See, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pointed to her lack of nipples and private parts. And if we're gonna show me off as the world's first robo-girl, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 then proceeded to start taking off her artificial skin, starting with her head, then her torso, then her arms, and then her legs, until her true metal body was revealed for the world to see. Might as well show them the real me. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 laid her entire body out for the world to see, letting everyone know that she was in fact mechanical and proud. The crowd was in shock. Some of them couldn't believe that they were looking at a real, sentient gynoid, and some of them weren't sure if they should be aroused or not. So, I know what a lot of you are thinking. Of God, it's the Terminator. Judgment Day is coming. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 jokes. And I'm here to say, don't worry, I can't access the internet. I can't make 100 of me and put myself in different bodies. And my programming doesn't let me kill people without cause. So, no robot apocalypse. This got more murmurs from the crowd, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ignored them and kept talking. Now I know some of you aren't going to be happy about a robot being able to be part of the hero course. And to that, I say fuck you. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 put up 2 middle fingers, causing the entire US staff except for Nezu to facepalm. I'm gonna be a hero, just like everyone else. Except you know better. And that's really all I have to say about that. Accept me? Don't accept me. I don't give a shit. Bye. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 then grabbed her fake skin and torn UA tracksuit and walked off stage. Midnight quickly took to the mic. Well, she certainly is a character, isn't she? If she didn't literally take her skin off, I wouldn't know she was a gynoid. Moving on, let's start the US Sports Festival with the first event. It was obvious she was trying to take attention away from what Tsukui just did. And it didn't really work out too well, as pretty much everyone's attention was still on Tsukui. Fortunately, Yua had something that would do a better job. Now, normally we start off with a race. However, Midoriya has been working on a special project, and we think now would be the time to unveil it, Midnight said. Suddenly, a giant shadow covered the stadium. Everyone looked up and saw that the thing casting said shadow wasn't a cloud, and it was getting closer. All the students in the center of that stadium started running away, leaving space for whatever it was to come crashing down. Smash, and then touching down in the stadium, hitting the ground so hard it caused the earth to shake and plenty of students around it to fall on their butts, was a giant, building-sized, mechanical dragon. Introducing the Dragoon.